Did you ever feel like just another face in the crowd? Scrolling through job boards, sending endless applications, but never really standing out? What if I told you that you won't find your next career breakthrough in just another certificate or a cheap online course, but in creating something that makes recruiters and clients stop scrolling and start paying attention? So hi there, and welcome to a new video where I'm not just teaching you skills. I'm handing you a backstage pass to becoming a front-end developer that companies actually want to hire by showing you how to build and deploy not one, not two, but three different projects that don't just look good, but make people go, wow. First, explore Xora, a SaaS landing page that's simply a CSS masterclass. You'll create a stunning design with smooth navigation, 3D hero sections, and eye-catching gradients that'll make designers stop and stare. You'll also learn how to turn ordinary layouts into some crazy experiences. Next, you'll build an award-winning interactive website that brings motion to your code. Using GSAP, you'll create apps that don't just display content, but rather tell a story through breathtaking animations. And finally, you'll put all these projects together in one place by building a 3D portfolio that tells your story like never before. Using Three.js, you'll create an immersive showcase that makes your projects literally jump off the screen. And if you're worried this might be too advanced, fear not. I'll break down everything from GSAP and Three.js for 3D effects to Tailwind CSS for styling, all in a beginner-friendly way. By building these projects, you'll learn CSS from basics to advanced, including pseudo-elements such as after and before, gradients, and media queries. Use Tailwind CSS utilities to quickly and consistently build responsive layouts. Develop creative, slick, and responsive interfaces. Implement advanced animations using GSAP, and even learn Three.js from scratch for 3D development. Implement responsiveness while maintaining animations. Write clean, modular, and scalable code, and even deploy your web applications for the world to see using Hostinger. By the end of this course, you'll have a unique set of front-end developer skills and confidence to build responsive web applications that leave a lasting impression. And speaking of crazy Black Friday discounts, the Ultimate Next.js course is now on a huge sale, only for the next 4 days. So click the link in the description and join more than 5,000 developers in becoming a Next.js expert. The first step in building our app is setting up our hosting. You can think of this project as a career asset, designed to showcase everything you're capable of, making you an attractive candidate for any job or freelance opportunity. I highly recommend Hostinger for hosting this app, especially since they're running the biggest Black Friday sale ever. I'll go for the premium plan as it allows us to host 100 websites with free SSL for HTTPS security, a free email for that professional touch, and even a free domain name to give your website a good name. And because I've partnered with Hostinger, you get an even bigger discount. Click the special link in the description, click Claim Deal, and add to cart. Here, we have to choose the period of our hosting. I'll choose 48 months to save the most. Enter your JavaScript Mastery coupon code and check out. Once you're done with the purchase, we're ready to set everything up. Starting with the Hostinger's guided setup, I'll just skip create a website. We'll build a website from scratch, so we can just say empty right here. And right here, you can choose a domain name. Or it's possible that you don't yet know what you want your website to be called, so you can use a temporary domain name right here. But in this case, I'll say awardwinningwebsite.com. Let's see if that is available. Oh, would you look at that? It actually is. I'll choose it and click next. Here, you can choose where your audience is located, and that's it. The setup can begin. And since I already chose a domain, the SSL certificate is immediately getting installed. We'll return to this dashboard at the end of the course, so once you build your website, you can deploy it. With that said, let's dive straight into the code. You'll create Xora, the best modern business landing page on YouTube, with a simple and smooth, yet effective navigation bar, stunning hero section with a 3D image, gradients, and a call to action, modern feature section with 2 most important features on top and 4 more at the bottom, unique and animated pricing section, collapsible FAQ section to answer all the questions, a testimonial grid, and finally, a demo and download section with a simple footer. And of course, we'll achieve perfect responsiveness on all devices. By building Xora, you'll gain the skill to build any high-converting landing page for any kind of business. I found this great design on UI8. This video features just a couple of sections from the whole design. Check it out, the link is in the description. Alongside this video, I've also prepared the ultimate Tailwind CSS starter kit, which contains an essential quick reference guide, a list of top component libraries, and detailed lessons for mastering Tailwind CSS. The link to this completely free guide is in the description. To make the development of your app even more productive, I'll introduce you to an IDE you didn't know you needed. WebStorm is a professional JavaScript and TypeScript IDE that'll make you so efficient, you'll be asking yourself, what was I doing with my life before this? It has a smart terminal with auto-suggestions, TypeScript type suggestions, code completions, automatic bug fixes, one-click refactoring, speed search, and an integrated Git and GitHub system. So, now that you're all powered up and ready to go, let's dive right in. Instead of just creating a new empty project, WebStorm allows us to start from a specific framework or library. So, if you want to, you can continue with Next.js or choose React. But I like this note right here saying that Create React App is not the advised method for creating React apps, so instead you can switch over either to Next.js or Vite, which I'll be using for this video. And if you're using some other code editor, the only thing you have to do is run npx create Vite and then choose React in your console once it asks you. I'll show you how that looks like later on. And I can rename this project to something like SAS_landing page. And click Create. WebStorm automatically asks me whether I want to run npm install to install the dependencies in the package JSON, so I'll just click it. And in a matter of seconds, I can just go here and run npm run dev to see our application running on localhost 5173. And we can immediately see it in the browser. If you're using some other code editor, you'll have to manually install Vite by going to the documentation and then running npm create Vite add latest /template react. Once you do that, we can go ahead and explore the file and folder structure that was created for us by Vite. Everything starts with the main.jsx, where we're just using React. And finally, we render the application as the main element. If we go into that app, you can see that right now we have the basic Vite boilerplate. What we can do is completely remove that and instead create a new empty React functional component. You can do that manually, or you can just use RAFCE, which is a shortcut to automatically create a React arrow function with an export. If this didn't work for you, that must mean that you don't have the extension, so you can head over to plugins or extensions, and you can search for any kind of a React snippets package. Great. Now we can quickly rerun our application by running npm run dev, which will open it up in the browser and allow us to see it side by side. And the next step is to add Tailwind CSS to our application. It is a utility-first CSS framework packed with utility classes that allow us to style our applications more easily. Basically, you can just add class names instead of writing manual style sheets, and the changes will automatically happen in the code. So to install it with Vite, you can just Google for Tailwind CSS Vite and head over to Tailwind CSS with Vite. The first step is already done, so we need to install Tailwind CSS. Let's first copy the installation command, and I'll open up a new terminal so I can paste it right here. npm install -d for dev dependencies, and we'll install everything Tailwind needs. And next, we can initialize a new Tailwind CSS project. So I'll just run npx Tailwind CSS init-p. After that, we have to modify our Tailwind config. That's a new file that has been generated for us right here. And instead of using this empty Tailwind config, I'll show you how you can fully customize it to make the theming of your application much easier. In the description of this video, I've put the full code for this project. So if you get stuck, you can refer to it, or you can just ask for help on our Discord. But even more than that, I have created a complete README with full information about this project. And a very important part of it are snippets and assets. So let's head over to number 5, snippets. And this will provide you a modified Tailwind config.js, which you can simply copy and then paste right here. This way, I can explain it to you and you'll know how to extend the theme of your future Tailwind applications as well. So if you take a quick look at this theme, you can see that we have many different colors, such as P1, P2, up to P5, And then we also have some S colors as well. P stands for primary, so here you can see our primary colors, and then S stands for secondary colors. And what we're doing here is declaring the class names for these colors, so we don't have to type it out every single time, because it's easy to make a mistake. You're saying hash 2EF2FF, and you have to type that every time. In the future, we'll just say color P1. We're doing something similar for box shadows. We're talking about a font which we're using, making some utility classes for the spacing, and just general things that are always good to have when developing these great UI UX applications. Now, the next step in setting up our Tailwind CSS is to add Tailwind CSS directives to our index.css file. We can see that file right here under index.css, and currently there's a lot of code provided to us by Vite. What we'll do instead is we'll use this index.css from the snippets in the README. So you can copy it and override everything that we currently have here. It contains these Tailwind CSS directives, but then I also added a couple of utility classes that are going to help us style our application. Such as I applied a Poppins font on our entire body, so we don't have to apply the font always. I also created some utility classes for different headings, such as H1 will always have these styles, so it's easy to declare them, and then once we're using it, we can say class name is equal to H1 instead of spelling all of these out every single time. That's it. These are just some helper functions which we'll use in our code. Finally, the next step is to test it out by creating an H1. So let's create it within our app. I'll put it right here within our div, H1 with a class name of text-3xl, font bold and underline. If we have properly installed Tailwind CSS, we should see these styles being applied to our H1. And I cannot really see an underline right here, so what we might do is just to reload our terminal. Whenever something is not working as it's supposed to, just stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C, and then run npm run dev one more time for the changes to take effect. And immediately, you can see the dark color being applied, and this text is bold and underlined. Great. We have a functional Vite application with Tailwind CSS set up. Now, another quick thing we can do before we begin coding out our great application is to fix the website's favicon and title. For that, we need our current project's logo. And if you think about it, there's a lot of other assets which we'll need too, such as this great neon illustration, the logo, and a lot of icons for all the different elements that our page will have. So just so you don't have to download them one by one, if you head over to the assets part of this README, you can click here and simply download it. Once you download it, you can unzip it, delete the public folder from here, and then simply drag and drop the new public folder in the root of your application. This one will contain all of the necessary images and assets, which allows us to go directly to the index.html, rename our application to Xora, SaaS landing page, and then change the path to the favicon. That's going to be just favicon.ico, not an SVG. If you do that, you can see that now the title and the favicon changed. And that means that we are ready to start developing our application. We'll use the app file for organizing different sections of our landing page. So I won't put the H1 directly in here. Rather, we'll turn this into a main HTML5 semantic tag, and I'll give it a class name equal to overflow-hidden. This will make sure that we don't see unnecessary scrolling bars. And then within here, we can render different sections of our page. So let's create a new folder within the source folder, and I'll call it sections. Within sections, I can create a new file called header.jsx. Within the header, we can run RAFCE to quickly generate a new React component for the header, and we can now refer to it right here within the app by automatically importing it from sections header.jsx. Now, if you open up the header, and if we start writing some code within it, you should be able to see it on the screen. So let's try to display a logo. I'll turn this into an HTML5 semantic header tag. Within it, I will render a div. And within the div, I'll render an anchor tag. Within that anchor tag, I'll render an image that'll have a source equal to /images/Xora.svg. I'll give it a width of about 115 and a height of about 55. Finally, every image needs an alt tag, and I'll say logo. If I now save this, you can see this great logo appear right here, which means that the app is reading our header component, which is displaying the image. Now we can try further styling it so it looks like this on mobile, and it opens up into this beautiful mobile section. Or on desktop devices, it's looking even better. It allows us to see all of the links, and check this out. As you scroll through different sections, the links actually turn into that color. So as I go to pricing, you can see that it is highlighted. So let's go ahead and implement it together. I'll bring us back to mobile view just so we can see our code next to our editor, and we can start styling our header. I'll give it a class name equal to fixed so that it stays on top, 0, and left 0. I'll also give it a z index of 50 so that once we do scroll, it appears on top of other elements. I'll give it a w full so that it goes to the full screen. I'll give it a bit of padding y to give it some space on top and bottom. And if we save this, you can see some spacing happened. By the way, please let me know if the font you're seeing right now is too big or too small. I just made it a bit bigger now, so hopefully it's easier for you to see. Let me know if this new version is good or you'd like it even larger in the future. Next, let's style this inner div by giving it a class name equal to container. We'll make it a flex container. Apply a height of 14, which is going to give it about 56 pixels. You can see that right here. As I have a Tailwind CSS extension or plugin installed, so it tells me which CSS properties are being applied by these classes. And if it doesn't do that when I hover, it's actually pulling it from the index.css. Next, I'll give it items-center to center all of the items. And then on max LG devices, I'll give it some padding. So this will apply some padding to devices larger than 1024 pixels. Next, let's style the anchor tag by giving it a class name equal to. On large devices, it'll be hidden, and typically it'll have a flex of 1. We can also give it a cursor dash pointer to make it appear clickable, and a z index of 2 so it shows on top of other elements. Now we can start adding the rest of the nav links. We'll do that by going below the anchor tag and render a div. For now, let's give this div a class name equal to w-full so it extends for the full width, and let's give it a border of 2 and border amber 400, for example. This way you can see where that div is in space, so we can start adding additional elements within it, and you'll always know what it is referring to. Within it, we can display a nav, and within the nav, we can display a UL with a class name equal to flex. On max LG devices, it'll be block, and on max LG devices, it'll have a PX of 12. You'll see me add these max LG media queries a lot. That's because we'll only be creating one header, and we'll reuse it for mobile devices as well as desktop devices. So we have to achieve the change from the typical navbar where it has a lot of space on desktop to a navbar that fits vertically on a drawer-like screen on mobile. And I'll teach you how to do all of that using media queries. Within the UL, I'll render my first li, which will have a class name equal to nav-li. And within it, we can render a special component called nav-link. For now, I'll leave it commented out because this will be a component coming from a new package called React Scroll. React Scroll is a popular NPM package that allows us to quickly scroll to different elements on the screen. So let's just quickly install it by running npm install React Scroll. I'll do it within a new terminal. It's super lightweight, so it got installed within seconds. And we can now create a new reusable component that'll later on use this package. So right on top of the header, I can create a new const. I'll call it a nav link, which will be a typical immediate return functional component. By immediate return, I mean it doesn't have curly braces. It just have parentheses, so it means that it can automatically return whatever is within it. And here, we can return a link scroll. This link scroll is going to be coming from the package we installed. So we can say import link as link scroll coming from React-scroll. And now this link scroll allows us to pass many things into it. But first of all, let's pass just one thing, which is the title. So the title of our first nav link will be features. And now we can accept that title as a prop, title, and destructure it. And then we can render that title right within the link scroll. And there we go. You can see features. Now that we have the features, we can also show other list items right below. But we'll put a dot in between them. So here I can render a div. It'll be a self-closing div with a class name equal to dot. And even though you cannot see it here, on the desktop version of the final application, this is the dot I'm talking about. It'll just create some additional spacing. Below the dot, we can duplicate our nav link, and this time we'll give it a title of pricing. Below this list item, I'll create another li and give it a class name equal to nav-logo. Within this one, we'll actually use a link scroll component right here, and within it, I will render an image with a source equal to /images /Xora.svg with a width of about 160 and a height of about 55, and also an alt tag of logo. If I save this, you can see the logo appear right here. Finally, we can go below this li and create another list item with a class name equal to nav-li, within which we can render a nav link with a title of FAQ for frequently asked questions. Within it, we can render another div that'll have a class name equal to dot. And finally, we can render the last nav link with a title of download, which will be our last section. If we save this, I think you can start seeing what we're going for. We have features, pricing, then the logo, and then FAQ and download. Now let's style our list items a bit by going to nav link and by giving additional properties to the link scroll, starting with class name. It'll have a class name of base-bold, which will make the text a bit bolder. We'll also give it a text-p4, so this is a primary 4 color to make it pop a bit. We'll also give it uppercase, which will immediately make it look so much better. And we'll transition the colors. So I can say transition colors. Whenever you add a transition property, you also need to add a duration for that transition. And in this case, I'll make it 500 milliseconds. Then I'll give it a cursor pointer to make sure that people know they can click them. And then I'll give it an effect. In this case, a hover effect where I'll change the color to text P1, primary 1. And this transition colors and duration will apply when the color of the text changes. So as I hover, you can notice it doesn't immediately hover it, rather it does it over 500 milliseconds. If I extend this to a longer duration, something like, let's do maybe even 1000 milliseconds, and save, you should start seeing that it takes some time to get to the full color. Okay, I'll leave it 500 for now. Let's also say on max LG devices, margin Y will be 4, and on max LG devices, we'll apply the H5 property. So we're applying these only for mobile devices. So one more time, just to explain this max LG, if we're applying this property, this means that we're adding a media query that'll only show on mobile devices. Later on, we'll pass additional properties to this link scroll, but for now, it's okay. For now, I want to actually make sure that this container fits in the screen. Remember, the container is right here where I gave it this border. So now, instead of the border, let's make it work for mobile devices. We can do that by giving it a max LG relative. On max LG, it'll be flex. On max LG, we'll apply a flex call for mobile devices. On max LG, we'll apply a min-h-screen which means that it'll take the full height of the screen. On max LG, we'll apply a padding of 6. On max LG, we'll apply an overflow of hidden. We'll apply a sidebar before, and on max MD, a padding X of 4. And now, even though the elements are gone, you can start seeing this background color appear right here. Let's also style the nav by giving it a class name. On max LG, we'll give it relative, and on max-LG, a z index of 2, and on max LG, a margin Y of auto. And now we can start seeing the elements again. And we can remove the W full in this case. So now the logo shows to the left side of the items. And if we expand this on mobile devices, it's looking like this. Sure, looks good, but it should span throughout the full width. So to achieve that look, what I want to do is wrap this div with another div. So create a new div right here and properly close it right here to the bottom. So let's go all the way down and close it right here. I can notice that the indentation in my device is not good. You can notice that it didn't auto-indent this one step forward. If you want the auto-indentation to work, you can install a package called Prettier. So go to the terminal and run npm install Prettier. Once it is installed, I'll go to my settings and type Prettier, and I will enable automatic Prettier configuration with a run on save. If I do this and make a modification to my file and then press Command S, it'll nicely indent everything and make sure that my code is nicely structured. It should work similar to this on other code editors as well, but you just saw how simple it was on WebStorm. Now, to this div, we can provide a class name equal to w-full, of course, lowercase. And now you can see that this fixed our desktop issue. Let's continue adding additional styles to this div by giving it a max LG fixed, max LG top 0 to put it to the top, max LG left 0 as well, max LG W full, max LG BG of S2. So this is a different background, as you can see. And on max LG opacity of 0. So do you notice what we have just done? We have completely changed the opacity of all of these elements on mobile devices. Why? Because we want to only show them once we click on this toggle on top. And then we want to show them in this nice looking UI. So to achieve that, let's create that hamburger button that would allow us to activate that mobile mode. I'm going to go down below the nav and below 2 more divs that are below the nav, and I'll create a button. That's going to be a hamburger button with a class name LG hidden. So of course, it's going to be hidden on desktop devices because we can show all the elements. Z index of 2, size of 10, border of 2, border of S4 over 25, that's a color, rounded dash full, flex, justify center, and items center. If we save this, we can see a nice looking circle. And within that circle, we also want to render an IMG with a source equal to /images/ magic.svg. It's this great looking icon. And now we want to add a functionality for clicking on that button. In React, we add functionality by utilizing state. So we can go to this header and we can create a new use state snippet. I'll call it isOpen, set isOpen, at the start set to false. And you can see how WebStorm automatically recognizes that this false actually refers to the initial state. Now that we have this state, I can actually change it on the button click. So if I go back to the button, I can give it an on-click listener and give it a callback function where we can call the setIsOpen, and whenever you're changing the state with the previous version of the same state, you have to get the prev state. And then in the callback function, we can say not prev state, which is basically going to toggle it from off to on and from on to off. Now, we can modify what this image shows depending on the state. So we can make the source a dynamic template string like this. And we can say /images/ And then dynamically, if isOpen is true, then we can render a string of close, else we can render a string of magic, and then we can end it with a .svg. Now, if I click it, see how it changes on click. We can also give it an additional property of alt equal to magic and class name equal to size is 1/2 and object dash contain. There we go. So this is looking much better. So now we're modifying the state. And now depending on that state, we can change how our header looks and feels. We can do that by going to this div right here below an anchor tag. And instead of just having a set of predefined class names, we'll dynamically change those class names. And we'll do that using a package called CLSX. CLSX is a tiny package that allows you to construct class name strings conditionally. That's all that it does. So let's simply install it by running npm install CLSX. Great. Once you install it, its usage is pretty simple. Instead of automatically providing class names here, you turn this into a dynamic block of code. You call CLSX and you import it from CLSX. That has to look like this, import CLSX from CLSX, and then you expand it as a function call. The first parameter to the function are all the classes you have created so far. So we can copy them like this. But now what is different is the second parameter, where depending on that parameter, like if isOpen is true, you can add some additional class names, such as maxLG, and we can set the opacity to 100. Or if not isOpen is true, then we can say maxLG, pointer, events, none. Now if we save this, and I click it, you can see that we're now toggling on and off this menu. This is looking great. Let's further style this logo in the middle by going to our link scroll where we're rendering this image, and let's provide it some additional properties, such as to where this will scroll, and it'll scroll to the hero section. The offset of the scroll will be a -100 pixels. I'll explain later on what this does. Or let me explain it right now. If you're somewhere and you click on that element, it'll actually scroll to that part. Like if I click FAQ, you can see how it scrolls to there. Download goes to download. So by passing these additional properties, you're choosing where you want to scroll to. Next, let's give it a spy element, which will make sure that once you're on that section, it'll make sure that it is highlighted on the navigation bar. We can also give it smooth to enable smooth scrolling, and we can give it additional class names. The class name will be equal to CLSX, where we're going to provide it maxLG is going to be hidden. So in mobile devices, it's completely hidden because we already have the logo on the top. Next, we can give it a transition transform, duration of 500, and a cursor dash pointer. Finally, we can make this mobile drawer look a bit better by adding some backgrounds. So let's scroll down a bit, and we can go below the nav, which is right here. We can render a div, which will act as the background for the mobile sidebar. Within there, we can render two different images. One will have a source of /images/bg outline, ending with an S, bgoutlines.svg. It'll have a width of 960 pixels and a height of 380 pixels. It'll have an alt of outline and a class name equal to relative and z-index of 2. If we save this, nothing happens yet. But now we can duplicate this image below, and instead of bg outlines, we can say bg outlines fill. This is a second image. This one is actually a PNG. It'll have the same width and height, but a bit different class names. It'll be absolute with an inset 0. This means top 0, left 0, right 0, everything is 0. And mix blend soft light with an opacity of 5. I will explain what this does very soon, but before I can do that, we need to provide class names to this div, which will make these two images appear. So let's give it a class name equal to, on large devices, hidden, typically block. It'll have absolute positioning, and top 1/2, which is 50%, left 0, W of, in square brackets, 960 pixels, and H dash in square brackets, 380 pixels. Now we can slowly start seeing those backgrounds. And we can translate them a bit by using the translate X property of minus 290 pixels, as well as minus translate dash Y dash 1/2. And finally, we can rotate it by 90 degrees. And now you can see those two images appear very nicely right here. So if I comment out the first image, you'll see that we lose the overlay or the outline. And if I comment out the second image, you can see we lose the fill. Both of these blend together very nicely to form this final image. Great. That means that we're almost done with the header. Let's quickly check it out on desktop too. Looks pretty good. We'll get back to the header later on once we implement some sections so we can actually scroll through the website. Because as we scroll up to a specific point, then we want to collapse it a bit and add a background, which will make it look very nice no matter where on the page we are. But we cannot implement that yet as we cannot scroll down, as we haven't yet done the hero section. So for the time being, we can jump out of the header and we can start implementing our hero section. You know the drill. We'll create a new section within the sections folder. I'll call it hero.jsx. We'll run rafce, and I'll import it right here below the header. That's going to be hero, coming from sections hero, and we can now start implementing it. To get started, I will first turn this div into a section, and I'll give it a class name equal to relative. And just so you can see where it is, I'll give it a border of 2 and border amber 400. And now we can see that the hero seems to be on top of the navbar, which is not what we want. So I'll give it a padding top of 60 and padding bottom of 40. On max LG devices, I'll give it a padding top of 52, and on max LG devices, I'll give it a padding bottom of 36. If I save this, this will make it a bit shorter. And on max MD devices, padding top of 36, and on max MD devices, padding bottom of 32. So we're just kind of resetting it and making it work with different screen sizes. Within it, I want to render an element, and this element will be coming from the React scroll package. So let's get it from here, import element from React scroll. What this element is basically a div that we can scroll to. So we can give it a name of hero section. We'll connect this to our navigation bar very soon. Within this element, we can render a div with a class name of container. And within the container, we can have another div that'll have a class name of relative, z of 2, max w of 512, and on max LG devices, max w of 388. Within it, we can finally render a div where we can specify what our app is about. Xora is an AI video editing application. So let's say video editing. This will be a small chip or a caption on top of our main title. So let's give it a class name equal to caption, small dash 2, uppercase, and text dash P3. There we go. We can go below it now and render an H1 with a class name equal to margin bottom of 6 and H1. Let's properly spell the class name here, and let's render the text within the H1 so you can see it. I'll say amazingly simple. Okay, that's huge. So let's style it a bit further by giving it a text of P4. Let's give it uppercase. On max LG devices, let's give it a margin bottom of 7. And on max LG devices, let's make it an H2 because it's a bit too large for mobile devices. On max MD devices, we can give it a margin bottom of 4. And on max MD devices, we can make it text 5XL instead of very, very large. And on max MD devices, we can modify the leading a bit to space it out differently. Great. Now we can go below this h1 and render a p tag that'll say something along the lines of, we designed Xora AI video editor to be an easy to use, quick to learn, and surprisingly powerful. There we go. Let's style this a bit by giving it a class name equal to max-w of 440, margin bottom of 14, body of 1, and on Mac and B devices, margin bottom of 10. Now we can start seeing our hero section shape a bit. Below it, we can add a scroll. So let's import link as link scroll coming from React scroll, and let's render it below the p tag. Link scroll, which when clicked will scroll to the features section, and it'll have an offset of -100, spy, and smooth. And within here, we can show some kind of text to scroll down to the features section. Of course, what we're really going for is this beautiful looking button. And if you think about it, this button will be reused many times throughout this video. That's how it should be. We should create a beautiful component once and then reuse it all across the application. That's why I'll teach you how to create this button as a custom reusable component so you can use it within all the other sections in just a single line. Let's start doing that by creating a new components folder within the source folder. I'll call it components. And within it, I'll create a new button.jsx file, inside of which I'll run rafce. And I will now import that button right here within link scroll. Make sure to import it at the top as well from components button. We'll pass it a prop equal to icon, which is going to go to /images/zap.svg. And we can make it not self-closing. Rather, within it, I'll say try it now. So this will be converted over to the button as children because we're placing it in between the opening and closing tag. So let's quickly head over to the button and let's accept those props that we're passing into it. We're passing the icon and we're passing the children. So what we can do right now is simply return a button and give it some additional class names, such as class name is equal to CLSX, which we know where it's coming from. And let's give it relative, padding of 0.5, G5, which stands for gradient, rounded dash to XL, shadow 500, and group. And within it, we can render some kind of text. There we go. So now we can start seeing this turn into a button. But actually, we want to make this super reusable. Sometimes this button will be a real button, and sometimes it'll be an anchor tag, which means that it'll have an href instead of an onClick. So what we can do is we can accept an href property through props and then check whether it exists. So here in the return, I'll say if href exists, then instead of a button, I want to return an anchor tag. Else, we're going to return a button, okay? To this anchor tag, I'll provide the same exact class names that I added to the button, like this. And CLSX also allows us to provide any additional container class names that we pass. So later on, if you want to pass additional container class name through props, we can just add it as the second parameter to our CLSX. That's going to look something like this. But now the question is, what goes inside of the anchor tag or inside of the button? Well, what goes inside is the same, right? We want to show some text here or some text here. But what is different is that anchor tag has an href equal to href, and a button has an onClick equal to the onClick, which we can pass through props. So we can get it right here at the top. I hope this makes sense. So depending on the prop href which we passed, which can be there or maybe it's not there, we'll either render an href or a button. But then the question is, what do we show within it? Well, we can create a new component within this component called const inner. And it's going to be a basic React immediate return function that returns a React fragment. And for now, it can return a piece of text. And now we can simply render this inner component in both of these cases. So we can render inner right here, and we can render the inner right here. If I save it, you can see text. And now whatever we modify, whatever we pass, it's going to be reflected into both, no matter whether it's a button or an anchor tag. So let's make it look good. Within this empty React fragment, I will expand it, make it look like this, and I'll render a span element. This span will contain another span within it that'll contain some kind of a marker to indicate that it is currently active. Below this span, we'll check whether we have an icon. And if an icon exists, we also want to render an image. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to because we wouldn't have the source. But now that we know that we have an icon, we can say source is equal to icon, alt is equal to circle, and we can give it a class name equal to size of 10, margin right of 5 to divide it from the text, and object-contain, and z of 10. Now we can see this beautiful icon, which we're passing to this button. Finally, we can go below this icon and render one last span, which will render the children. So that'll look something like this. Great. Comparing it to the final version, the marker is this little blue thing that you can see on the left, then goes the icon, and then goes the big text. How can we get access to this marker? Well, it's basically an SVG. So let's create a new component in the components folder, and let's call it marker.jsx. And I actually provided this SVG for you in the README down below. So simply copy it and paste it here. You'll quickly notice that this just contains an SVG, and the reason why we had to expose this SVG as a React component is because it allows us to change the fill color of that SVG by passing different props to it. So we're exporting it from this file, and we can go back to the button, and now we can import it by saying marker and getting it from components. That also allows us to pass a marker fill equal to, and we can accept that through props into the button component, marker fill. So marker fill is equal to marker fill. And now we can see this little marker appear right here on the left side. Now let's add all of the additional class names to make this button into, well, an actual button. We can do that by first styling the outer span by giving it a class name of relative. Let's make it into a flex container, which will automatically make the elements appear one next to another. Let's give it items-center as well, with a min h of 60 pixels. This will make it a bit larger. Let's give it a padding x of 4 for horizontal padding, and a g4 for the gradient. You can see how nice this makes it. Let's also make it rounded 2xl to round its corners. Next, I'll give it an inner before class, as well as group-hover before opacity of 100 and an overflow of hidden. If we save that, you can see that the button changes color. Right now, the font and everything disappears, which is not what we want, but you can definitely see that something is happening. I'll explain exactly how this works very soon. But for now, let's also style the marker by giving it an absolute position and minus left minus 1 pixel. This will make it appear very nicely right here at the border. Next, we can style our children by giving this span a class name of relative, z2, font-poppins, base-bold, text-p1, and uppercase. Check this out. Now this is a real button, and no longer the text disappears because now it has a higher z index. Great. But now, even though this button has a very cool effect, it still isn't as cool as this one. Notice this line, the border, that moves to the left side on top and moves to the right side on the bottom. This is looking so good, and it's those little details that really make your components pop. It's not a huge animation that takes time and really makes you pay attention to it. But if you combine many of these small details, they truly make a big difference to your website. So how to achieve this? Well, first, let's remove this comma typo right here from the classes of the anchor tag. And same thing goes for the button. And while we're removing stuff, we can also remove this border from the hero section as we no longer need it. And now, let me show you how we can add those micro animations. It's all made possible by using CSS before and after properties. I'm gonna add a span element, self-closing one, with a class name equal to glow-before. And if I save this and hover over the button, see how now on the top side, this line shows up and moves to the left. So how exactly does this work? Well, let me show you. You can select this and search for it across your file tree, or just head over to the index.css and find the .glowBefore class name. What's happening is that you can define something that happens before the element, in this case, before the span. And you can also define what happens after the element. There's many articles online explaining the pseudo elements before and after. But in simple words, you apply a specific class name. And then to that class name, you can add pseudo elements before and after. And the result will look something like this. You can change the content as well as the color of that specific element and place it before and after the original one. There's many other examples of where this could be used, such as for adding different elegant headings or even different ribbon things. This ribbon left is happening on before and this one is happening on after. I have created a special chapter within Tailwind CSS Starter Kit specifically talking about before and after CSS pseudo elements. The link is down in the description and you can download it completely for free. There, I will explain not only what these are and how we're using them within this project, but also how you can use them within Tailwind CSS. So after you read that and read the explanation about the glow before and glow after properties, this should make so much more sense, but let me also quickly show it to you here. So we're trying to create an element, or rather the styles for that element, that'll show before this button, or on top of it. You can think of it that way. In this case, we're trying to add a line that has a height of about 0.5 or 2 pixels. So it's a 2 pixel line that has a gradient of 8 and an opacity of 0. What happens then is when you hover over it, so group hover, when you hover over the button, we actually give it the opacity and then we move it to the left, okay? And we do that transition over a 500 millisecond delay. If you increase this over to 1000, like this, and hover, you'll see that now it stretches over a longer period of time. So basically it goes from 0 opacity and central position to 40 opacity and left 4 position, okay? And the same thing can happen with glow after, okay? So I'm gonna apply a glow after class right here, and would you look at that? Pretty cool, right? If you haven't already, check out the Tailwind CSS guide and read more about the before and after properties right there. With that said, believe it or not, we're done with this button, which means that we can exit out of it and continue creating our hero section. Right below our link scroll and the div that's wrapping it, we can create one final div. We'll use this div to absolutely position the image. So we can say absolute positioning minus top dash 32 and left dash, let's say something like maybe 2/3 for now, just to see what it is. And now within here, we can render an image with a source equal to /images/hero.png with a class name equal to size-1230 and on maxlg h-auto. And the alt tag will be hero, as that's the hero image. So now if we try to expand this, you can see that this image is not looking that good. After the left positioning, I'll add a W of 1230 pixels, which will already make it look better. I'll set the pointer events to none so we cannot interact with it. And now I can play with the positioning. So we have to position it on the left side, and I'll use a special math property in CSS called calc, and we'll take the 50% of the screen And I'll cut about 340 pixels out of that to move it a bit to the side. I found this value to work the best, and this will kind of slowly make it appear from the right side. This is looking great. But now as I move this left and right, you can see it looks good on full HD, but as I lower the screen, it's kinda going outside of the screen, not looking too good, right? So what we have to do is apply proper media queries to all the different screen sizes. And for that, I'll use a class name hero-img_res for different resolutions. If I save this, you can see on mobile, we move it a bit down so we can actually read the text. And as I scroll down, you can see it kind of changes its position and it looks good on all screen sizes. To see what this hero image res does, you can search it across the CSS styles, and basically on different screen sizes such as MaxLG or MaxMD, we're applying different properties to properly position it. And now we have a beautiful hero section. On mobile devices, it is looking pretty simple. It doesn't even take the full view to make space for the features that are coming below it. And we can, of course, expand this part as well. On desktop devices, of course, it is looking much, much better. Now this image really shines, and we have very bold text on the left with a button that allows us to try it out. Of course, our navigation bar also shines on top. So now we can move to the second section of the day, which is the features section. Now that we have implemented this fully responsive header that looks great on all different devices. So you know the drill. I'll go ahead and create a new section in the sections folder, and I'll call it features.jsx, run refce, and we can import the features right here below the hero. And we can go into the features and start implementing them. We can get started by turning this div into a section, and we'll once again use an element coming from React Scroll, to which we can pass the name equal to features. Once we complete the features section, I'll show you how we can actually use the navigation bar to scroll to different sections. Within the element, I'll create another div that'll have a class name equal to container. And within this container, we'll have another div that'll have a class name equal to relative, as well as flex. So the elements within it appear as flex children. So what kind of elements do we want to render within this div? Well, on mobile, it's going to be two primary feature sections. But on desktop, they're going to expand much further, and below them, we'll render 4 additional details features. So let's start with the top first, and then we'll move to the bottom too. Each one has an icon, a caption, a title, a subheading, and a button. So to make this work, we'll have to map over these features by creating some kind of a features array that has an object that has all of these things, like an icon, it has a caption, it has a title, and all of these things, and we would have to duplicate this 2 times for both of the features, right? So instead of doing that, it's always better to extract the logic, or in this case, the data, from JSX. And we can extract it to a special folder called constants. And within constants, we can create a new file called index.js. And within here, we can say const features is equal to an array, where now we can render 2 different features. Each one can have some kind of an ID. So let's say ID is 0. It can have an icon, maybe /images/feature-1.png. It can have some kind of a caption. Let's say this is a demo caption. It can have a title. Let's say feature 1. It'll have a text, which will be a subheading equal to text 1. It'll also have a button, which is an object where we can define the icon for the button. So it'll be /images/ let's do magic touch.svg, and let's do a title of watch the demo. Okay, so this is how one of the features looks like. And now we can duplicate it right below. And the second feature will have an ID of 1, an icon of features 2, and of course we can just change the number for all of these. Great. So now how do we use these features within the features component? Well, you simply add the keyword of export before it, and then you can just say features.map right here. And it just automatically imports them from /constants index.js. Whenever you call a file index, you don't even have to mention index right here. It just automatically goes to the index first. So now how do we map over this? Well, inside of a callback function, we get access to a feature, and we can automatically return something for each one of these features. That's gonna look something like this, and for each one, I simply wanna return a div. Make sure that you have a parenthesis right here and not a curly brace, because that means that this is an instant return. When you're mapping over elements, each mapped element has to have a key, which is unique. So let's use ID here. And for now, within it, let's render something like feature.title. And of course, the ID is coming from feature.id because we're mapping over these different features. Let's quickly fix the indentation right here and the closing of parentheses. And if we do that, you can see that now at the bottom, we see feature 1, feature 2. So that means that now we're taking the data about these features, which is stored in a separate file, and we can easily just refer to it within our JSX without cluttering the view. Remember what we had before? All of the data was right here within JSX. You don't want that. You want to have it in a separate file. What this also allows you to do is to send this structure over to a business owner that you're building this SaaS website for, if you're not building it for yourself. And then what they can do is they can simply modify the caption, the title, the text, and everything without messing with your code. And they can just send you this file, and you can easily just use it within your code. Or even better, you can implement a CMS, a content management system, that would allow them to change these pieces of code. So instead of declaring them statically right here, you can fetch them from a CMS and your code would still work the same. I hope this makes sense. So now let's actually style this div a bit to make it look better. I'll go back to the mobile mode and I'll first style this div that's wrapping two of these features by giving it on medium devices a flex wrap, typically a flex no wrap, border of 2, border of S3, which stands for secondary 3 color, rounded -7XL. On medium devices, overflow -hidden, so we cannot scroll through it. On max MD devices, flex -col, so we can show one below another to save space. And make sure that this only happens on max MD devices, like this. We can do a feature -after, so we're using an after thing right here to apply something after this container of features. On medium devices, we can do a gradient of 7. On max medium devices, we can do a border of none. And on max medium devices, we can do rounded -none because they'll be showing one below another. We don't have to apply rounded corners to the entire container. And on max medium devices, we can set the gap of 3 in between the elements. And now we can see them nicely one below another. So let's style the div for each one of these features by giving it a class name equal to relative z of 2. On medium devices, padding x of 10, typically padding x of 5. On medium devices, padding bottom of 10, typically padding bottom of 5. Flex of 50. On max MD devices, G of 7, which stands for gradient. And now we can slowly start seeing them appear right here. Next, on max MD, we can give it a border of 2. On max MD, we can give it a border of S3 for the color. On max MD, we can give it a rounded -3XL to round the corners. And on max MD, we can give it a flex of 320. This will make the elements nicely appear next to it, one next to another. Finally, we can create one more div within this div, which will be an inside container to position the content, and it'll have a class name equal to w-full, flex, justify-start, and items-start. Within this div, we can have another div that'll have a class name equal to, and I won't add the styles here yet. Before, I want to show you how the actual image within it will look like. It'll have a source equal to feature.icon. And just so we don't have to end up repeating ourselves every time, feature.id, feature.icon, feature.title, we can destructure those properties right here from the feature. And we can do that by using curly braces and then getting them out. ID, icon, caption, title, text, and the button. So now instead of feature ID, we just say ID. Instead of feature.icon, we just say icon. Let's also give it a class name equal to size of 28, object-contain, and let's give it an alt tag equal to title. So this can be a dynamic property because it's different for each feature. So now let's save it, and you can see those two great looking images. Now on desktop view of the final application, you can see that it's kind of connected to the top of this frame, giving it this beautiful look. For us right now, it's not really like that. So what we can do is add one more div right here above the image, and that div will be a self-closing div that'll have a class name equal to W of 0.5. So that's 2 pixels for the width, and H of 16. So that's about 64 pixels of height, and a background BG of S3, secondary 3. And that's going to give it this line, which will kind of connect it. So to connect it, we have to modify this class name of the container and say minus ML3, so margin left 3, margin bottom of 12, flex, items dash center, justify dash center, and flex dash call. If I save this, you can see that now this looks better. Let's go back to the mobile mode. And now that we actually have the scroll, we can see we're missing that sticky navbar that gives us the background, because if we scroll here, this kind of disappears. We'll fix that as soon as we finish the features section. Now let's go below these two divs and let's render a p tag that'll render the caption. We can also give it a class name equal to caption, margin bottom of 5, and on max MD devices, margin bottom of 6, and on max MD devices, H of 5. There we go. So now this is a big demo caption. I actually think it's too big, so instead of applying it here, let me actually duplicate this and render the title below. And this title will be an H2. So let's render it right here, H2. And let's change the class names a bit to max-w-400, margin bottom of 7, H3, text-p4, primary 4, on max MD devices, margin bottom of 6, and on max MD devices, H5. So it's going to change on different screen widths. And I just noticed that in this project, we're using so many Tailwind CSS media queries. Max MD this, max LG that. So for that reason, right next to the before and after pseudo properties of CSS in the Tailwind CSS guide, I'll also add a page explaining the use of max MD and max LG properties in this project. So download the guide by clicking the link down in the description, pause this video and read about it for a bit, and then let's continue. Hopefully it makes a bit more sense now. Below this H2, let's also render a p tag that'll have a class name equal to margin bottom of 11. Let's fix this class name. And it'll also have a body-1 property on max medium devices, margin bottom of 8, and on max medium devices, body of 3. So we're changing the font size on different devices, and this one can render the text. There we go. So now we have a caption, feature title, and the text. And finally, check this out. Right below the p tag, I want to render a button. And I'll just pass this button. I'll render the button .btn title, and I'll give it an icon equal to button.btn icon. Looks like it's not getting them. So if we go to the index of constants, oh, it's just button icon and button title. No need to add btn right here. So let me fix that. That's going to be btn icon and btn or button title. And there we go. Now, this is pretty cool because we just reused our reusable button component to very quickly create different kinds of buttons. And we can also modify their icons and what they say directly in the constants part. So if we want to make the second one something like not watch the demo, but try it out, we just change it and that's it. Want to change the icons to something like docs.svg? You can do that. But of course, this is just completely fake text. And sure, we could use this fake text. You could use ChatGPT to populate it. But to make your life just a bit easier, there is only one last file under snippets right here, and it is the constantsindex.js file. This file will contain the exact captions, titles, and other demo content to make our application feel a bit more like a complete project. So simply copy it and paste it right here. There we go. If you take a quick look, you'll see that we have the same features which we had just before, and then later on the details and other parts that we'll be using in different use cases. So let's go back to the features and check this out. It's looking so much better now that we have real text, real buttons and captions, different icons and everything. It's looking so good. And on desktop devices, it's looking even better. Now remember, the next thing is to add these 4 detail features. So let's do that right away. That's only visible on desktop devices. So we can go below this button and below the mapping of the features. And we can create a new UL, an unordered list that'll have a class name equal to relative, flex, justify around, flex-grow, padding x of 5%, border of 2, border of S3, rounded -7XL, and on max medium devices hidden, because we only want to show it on desktop. Next, right here within it, I'll render a self-closing div with a class name equal to absolute, background of S3 over 20, top -38%, left 0, right 0, W-full, age of only 1 pixel, and the Z index of 10. This will add a line, which will make a bit more sense once we add the content below it. So now let's go below this div and let's map over our details by saying details, and we can import them directly from the constants alongside the features. And we can say details.map, where we get each individual detail, and we want to automatically return it. So that's going to look something like this, detail. And we can destructure the things from the detail, such as an ID, icon, and the title. And within here, we can return a list item with a key equal to ID and a class name equal to relative, padding top of 16, padding x of 4, and padding bottom of 14. If we save this, now you can see that we have created some more space. And within each one of these list items, we can now render a div. This div will also be self-closing. So let's just close it right here and give it a class name equal to absolute, top -0, bottom -0, left -1 over 2, background of S3 over 20, W of 1 pixel only, H-full, and a Z index of 10. Now we have those vertical lines appearing right here, giving us nice space to put our details within. Within this div, we can create another div, and within that div, we can render an image. Each image will render an icon with an alt tag equal to the title of that icon, and a class name equal to size-17 out of 20, object-contain, and a Z index of 20. And you can see 4 of these huge icons. Now we want to style them a bit by styling this div that's wrapping our image. We can give it a class name equal to flex, and I'll move it just a bit to the left so you can see how the 4th icon is changing. Next, I'll give it items-center. I'll also give it justify-center, which will nicely center them. Margin X of auto, margin bottom of 3, border of 2, border of -S2 for the color, rounded -full. On hover, border -S4. So we're changing the color on hover. You can see how that looks like here. But to make it just a bit nicer, we can apply a transition dash all of a duration 500, and we'll also modify the shadow to 500 and a size to 20. So now, notice how nice this transition looks like. On hover, we just get a bit of a glow. Once again, it's a small touch, but these little small touches make you a very good CSS developer. Finally, going below this div that's wrapping the image, I'll render an H3 that can render the title of that specific detail, such as 24/7 customer support, but let's style it a bit by giving it a class name of relative, z of 2, max-w of 36, mx auto, margin y of 0, base-small, text-center, and uppercase. And we get this 4 beautiful detail sections alongside 2 big features. So this is looking amazing. And on mobile devices, it looks something like this. We only show the 2 big ones right below the hero. Beautiful. Now, as I promised, let's focus on adding the background to this navigation bar when we scroll. It doesn't look that good on mobile devices, and it's not looking any better on desktop right now. So let's go ahead and fix it. We can do that by closing the features section and then moving over back to the header. In the header, I'll create a new state. I'll call it use state, and I'll call it has scrolled and set has scrolled. So has the user scrolled or not? Initially, it'll be set to false. Next, I'll add a use effect. So you have to import this use effect from React, and it's used in a way that you give it a callback function and a dependency array. In this case, I only want to call it at the start. In there, I'll create a function called handle scroll, which is a typical React arrow function. And here, I'll set has scrolled to true if window.scrollY position is greater than 32 pixels. So if we have scrolled more than 32 pixels, we will set this has scrolled to true. For our browser to track this, we have to say window.addEventListener, and we have to add a scroll event listener and apply a handle scroll function whenever that is called. And to optimize performance, when adding these event listeners within React applications in the use effect, you also have to add a return, and then within here, you have to remove the event listener once it's no longer needed. So here we can say remove event listener. Great. So now this is updating the has scroll functionality, and now we can use that has scrolled to modify the background of this navigation bar. We can do that right here on the first style, right here on the first header element by turning it into CLSX. We can pass all of the existing things to it. That's going to look something like this. And then as the second parameter, we can check if has scrolled is true. Then we want to also apply a padding Y of 2, a BG black of 100, and a backdrop blur of 8 pixels inside of square brackets. That's going to look something like this. I just have to properly close it right here at the end. There we go. So one more time, it's looking something like this. Fixed top 0, left 0, Z50, W full, padding Y10. We can also apply a transition, so this happens slowly. So transition all, duration 500, and max LG, padding Y of 4. So we're going to modify it from 4 to 2. And how that looks like in practice, now it's gone. And if I scroll down, you can see this background nicely appear right here, and then it goes away once again. This is great, but it's even more important on desktop devices. So as I scroll here, notice how it takes less space, kind of it goes a bit up, and then you can still see and read everything right here. This is great. Let's also add a cursor pointer to this logo. We can do that by finding it right here, link scroll, and renaming this from cursor pinter to cursor pointer. There we go. I think that's going to be much better. There we go. So now I can know that it is actually clickable. And once we click it, let's see if I modify this offset or remove it entirely, it's going to go too much down. I actually want it to stay on top, so this leads us back to the home page. So let's maybe do a offset of 200. I go down, click it, and we're at the top. Great. Maybe even 250 was needed. Let's give that a shot. One more time. And now we're at the top. This is great. And of course, now that we have a features section, you can click try it now and it'll scroll to it. But if you click here, it's not really working. At least it's not for me. So let's scroll to the top. That is our link scroll. And yeah, we haven't provided these additional properties that link scroll allows us to add. Such as to title, we want to navigate to a different section. We want to give it an offset of about -100. We want to give it a spy, I'll show you what that does, and a smooth, as well as active class is equal to nav active. I think this will be good. So now, if I click features, it scrolls to it. Oh, but still it's not selected, right? It should be selected. If I go to mobile and click features, yeah, it's still not selecting it. So let me try to do something. I'll pull this nav link right here and put it below the use effect right here. And I'll also do an on click. And as a callback function of the on click, I will set is open to false. That way on mobile devices, once you click on one of these elements, it'll actually close it and then scroll to it. That's the desired behavior. So for that reason, we had to put it right here within the header so it has access to the is open state. But check this out. Now that we put it in it, also the spy feature works, which means that if you scroll to it, as soon as you reach that section, notice how the features turned green because it knows that we're currently on that thing, so it's applying an active link to it. And of course, if you exit, it's gone. This is great, and we're officially done with the header, with a hero, and with a great features section. You know what's coming next, right? It's the pricing. This application has such a unique pricing section where we have a title and we have a button to switch between a monthly or annual pricing with this nice looking animation. And then we have 3 cards, which will make very reusable. And you can already see the buttons here, right? So now that I've collapsed my browser, I can exit out of the header, create a new section, which I'll call pricing.jsx, run RAFCE, and I can render it right here below. Pricing. I'll go into it, and we are ready to start implementing the pricing section. First things first, I'll turn this div into a section, and then right within it, I will render an element coming from React Scroll and give it a name equal to pricing so we can easily scroll to it. Right within it, I'll create another div which will act as the main container. So I'll give it a class name of container. Next, within it, we'll create a div that will allow us to space our elements a bit better. This div will have many class names, starting with max-w of 960 pixels, just to give it some width. We can also give it a border, and in this case, I'll make it border 2, border red 500. There we go. So now you can see that it's starting to appear there. And for the moment, I'll let it be, and I'll create an H3 right within it. That H3 will say something like flexible pricing for teams of all sizes. There we go. And we can style it further by giving it a class name equal to H3, maxLG H4, maxMD H5. So we're kind of changing the size depending on different media queries, and a z-index of 3, so it appears on top, relative, margin x of auto, margin bottom of 14, max-w of LG, text-center, text-p4, max MD, margin bottom of 11, max SM, max WSM. So now you can see in mobile devices, it's appearing like this. And if you go to desktop, it's much larger. Great. Now let's go below this H3 and let's create a div that'll contain the buttons to switch from monthly to annual pricing. And then of course below it, we'll put all of the other pricing options. But let's take it slow, one step at a time. First, I'll try to render 2 buttons within it. These buttons are a bit different from our typical reusable buttons, so I'll start creating them from scratch by simply rendering a basic button with a monthly tag, and I'll duplicate this right below, and the bottom one will have an annual text. And you can see 2 what appear to be buttons. Now, to be able to switch between those, we have to create a new use state field. So I'll create a new use state, call it monthly, and set monthly. At the start, set to false. Then on click on each one of these buttons, so I'll say on click, we want to open up a callback function where we'll set monthly either to true or to false. If it's the first button that says monthly, we'll set it to true. If it's the second button that says annual, I'll set monthly to false. Now, they're also going to have some class names. So let's give it to the first one by giving it a class name of CLSX, and I'll give it a class of pricing-head_btn. And if monthly is true, we'll also give it a text p4 to kind of make it a bit more emphasized. Of course, we have to import CLSX from CLSX. Now, if we go down, we can duplicate this class name over to the second button. But if monthly is not true, then we're gonna apply text p4 right here. And now if you switch between the buttons, you can see the highlight color changes. But to be able to see those buttons better, let's modify the div there within by giving it a class name equal to relative z4 margin x of auto flex w of 375 pixels within square brackets because it's a precise amount, rounded-3xl, border-3 pixels, border-s4 over 25, that's the color as you can see, background of s1 over 50, padding of 2, backdrop-blur of 6 pixels in square brackets, and on max MD devices, W of 310 pixels. So now we have something that looks like this. It looks like my pricing head BTN class wasn't getting applied, but now it works as I reloaded it, so it looks much better. Now let's remove this ugly red border right here from the primary div, and let's apply proper classes. Pricing-head_before. Relative. There we go, so now we can see a gradient. Margin X of auto, border of L, border of R, so now we're applying left and right borders, border color of S2, so just border-S2, background of S1 over 50, padding bottom of 40, padding top of 28. On max XL devices, max W of 4XL. On max LG devices, border-none. On max MD devices, padding bottom 32. And on max MD devices, padding top of 16. So now we made it look good across all different screen sizes. And now we can make it actually switch between those two by going below the buttons and adding a self-closing div element. Now we're going to create something that looks like this, where you can switch between it, and we'll create this rectangle that translates and animates from one side to another. We can do that by giving it a class name equal to G4 for gradient, rounded-14, before H100, pricing-head_btn_before, this is the gradient, absolute positioning, left 2, top 2, and now the most important part, H. So we have to give the height to this element, and we'll calculate it dynamically by getting 100% of the height minus 16 pixels. That's going to look something like this. And we of course have to do the W, the width. So W dash calc 50% of the width, because it only needs to take half of the full container at once, minus 8 pixels. So why the 16 pixels and the 8 pixels? Because of the borders. And if we do this, you can see that now it nicely takes half the screen. Let's also apply an overflow of hidden, as well as a shadow dash 400. And here's the key part, transition dash transform, and the duration of 500. So once we perform some kind of a transition, we want to animate it in 500 milliseconds. And we can do that by turning this into CLSX. And then as the second parameter to it, we can pass it the transformation. So we can say if not monthly, then translate X full. So fully translate this little div to the right side. Let's properly close it as well. And check this out. Now this nicely moves from left and right. It feels so good, and yet it is just native CSS. Looking good. Finally, notice in the final version how there's some kind of a background happening right here below the pricing elements. So let's add it right here as well. Below this div, I'll create another div, which will contain the background image. So let's give it a class name equal to pricing-bg, where I'll render an image with a source equal to /images/bg outlines.svg. We used those before, if you remember, with a width of 960, a height of 380, and an alt tag of outline, a class name equal to relative, and a z index of 2. There we go. So now you can see half of that. And if I duplicate that, I can also use the other one, which is bg outlines fill.png, and we'll just apply different class names, such as absolute, inset 0, opacity 5, and use a mix blend soft light, and save it. So now you can see how nicely it blends into the other image right here, and it just gives a bit more visual interest and kind of leads the eye to go below to show the pricing sections. So that means that now we can go below this image and below 2 more divs and start creating our pricing section. So I'll add a comment and open up a new div from within which we can start creating the pricing. First, I'll map over different pricing plans that we have, which are coming from our constants. So we can say plans.map, where we get each individual plan and the index of that plan. And then for each plan, we can return a div. That div has to have a key equal to plan.id and a class name. Within the div, for now, I'll render just a title of that specific plan. So that's going to be plan.title. If we scroll down, you can see core, overdrive, team, which are 3 different plans that we have at our disposal. So now let's start styling the outer div wrapping all of these plans. And then we'll move to styling each individual plan. I'll give it a class name equal to scroll-hide. And if you check what this does, you can do that if you go to index.css. Basically, this will remove the scroll bar, so we hide scrolling. We don't want to scroll through the pricing plans. Next, we can give it a class name of relative, a z of 2, minus margin top of 12, flex, items-start, on max XL devices, a gap of 5, on max XL devices, overflow of auto, on max XL devices, a padding top of 6. And this is it. Now we have a container from within which we can display our pricing plans. So let's give each pricing plan a class name of pricing-plan underscore first, and pricing-plan underscore last, and pricing-plan underscore odd, as well as pricing-plan underscore even. Of course, this requires some further explanation. So let's actually search for these within our index.css right here. And basically what this is doing is it's applying the first and the last properties that we have learned about before on all the different plans. This is only applying it to the first, this is applying it to the last, this is applying it to the odd, and this is applying it to the even. We're using a lot of CSS pseudo selectors, such as first, last, odd, and even. And this will help us make all of these similar, but still apply some differences between the three depending on whether they're first, last, odd, or even. Let's also give it a class name of relative, border of 2, padding of 7, and already you can start seeing what we're creating. You can see how on the left one, it has border radius on the left, but on the right side, it's clear 90-degree angles. In the middle, it has border radius on all sides, and on the right side, it has border radius on the right side. So depending on which one we're styling, we're applying some different properties to it. And we can see that right here in the CSS. If we go here, and if I show you a border radius, or maybe it's just a border in this case, you can see that on the first, we're applying a border R0, and on the last, we're applying a border L0. And on the odd, we're applying it to all borders. So it really depends on which elements do you want to target. Next, let's also give it a max XL min-W of 80. Now it's going to be huge. On max LG, rounded -3XL. And on extra large devices, W, calc 33.33%, so that's 100% divided by 3, plus 2 pixels, and we can close it right here. Now, soon enough, we'll be able to switch between them on mobile devices, and on desktop, we can kind of see all of them together right here. Next, let's do something else as well. Instead of rendering the title, we can check whether the index is equal to 1, and only if the index is equal to 1, we can render a self-closing div with a class name of G4 for gradient, absolute, H330, that's for the height, left 0, right 0, top 0, Z index of 1, rounded -TL, that's top left, -3XL, and rounded -TR, that's top right, 3XL as well. And this gives us this border which we're creating in the second in a row. That's index 1 because the first one is index 0. Below it, we can create another div. This div will have a class name equal to CLSX, and we can give it absolute, left 0, right 0, Z of 2, flex, items-center, and justify-center. But then we can further style it if it's the index 1. So I'm going to say if index is triple equal to 1, then apply a minus top -6, else apply a minus top 6, and on extra large devices, minus top 11. Finally, within it, we can render an image, so it'll make more sense. So here, let's render a source of the image equal to plan.logo. There we go. So now we can see a huge plan appear right here. We can give it an alt tag equal to plan.title, as well as a class name equal to, well, it will be CLSX one more time. Typically, it'll contain object contain drop shadow of 2XL. But then if the index is triple equal to 1, meaning if it's the middle one, it'll also have a size of 120 pixels, and else it'll have a size of 88 pixels. There we go. So now you can see that the middle one is bigger, and we can see this better if we check it out in full desktop mode. So we are always styling the middle one to look a bit better because it's the main preferred plan. Now we can go below this image and below the div, and we can create another div right here. This div will have a class name equal to CLSX. We can pass in relative as the class name, flex, flex-call, and items-center. And once again, if the index is 1, meaning the middle one, we can give it an extra padding top of 24, else a padding top of 12. Okay, so now you can see how this one gets a bit more space to show off this icon and the title. Within it, we can render another div,
And this div will have a class name equal to CLSX small 2 rounded 20 relative z of 2 margin x of auto, so it appears in the middle, margin bottom of 6, border of 2, padding x of 4 for horizontal padding, padding y of 1.5 for vertical padding, and a text of uppercase. Finally, if it's the middle one, we can apply a border of a different color. So we can say if index is triple equal to 1, then we can apply a border of P3 and the text of P3, else we can apply a border of P1 as well as a text of P1. So now if I save this, you can see how it has different border indicating the title. And just to render the title, the only thing we have to do is put it within this div right here, plan.title. There we go, core overdrive team. Once again, we're playing with different odd and events, or in this case, the indices, to ensure that the middle one gets different styling. And if this index is equal to 1 has been confusing, I think we're mentioning it many times, so it even makes sense to extract it in a variable. So we can say const is middle, or maybe we can call it is primary plan. And it'll be the primary plan if the index is triple equal to 1. So that's going to look something like this. Of course, we only have access to the index within the map, so we have to go a bit down. And then we would have to declare it here if you want to use this variable. But in this case, I'll keep the immediate return, and I know that index equal to 1 means that it is a middle or primary plan. Now, below this div containing the title, we can render another div that'll have a class name equal to relative z2 flex items dash center and justify dash center. And within it, we can render the amount, the price of how much that plan costs. So let's render another div within it that'll render the $sign. And then here we can enter some kind of an amount. So you can see it right here. All three of them have an amount. Let's first style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to CLSX hnum as a number, flex, and items start. And then once again, if the index is triple equal to 1, then we can give it a text dash P3, else we can give it a text of P4. So if I save this, notice how this one gets a different color. Of course, we have to make this an actual number. And you know how on the final website, you can press this and then the numbers count up or count down? Well, for that, we'll use a package called countup. It is a very simple package which we can install by running npm install react-countup, and you use it in a very simple way. You just say import countup from react countup, and now you use it as a component. So we go down to where we need to display our amount, and here we can render a self-closing countup component coming from react countup. We can pass different properties to it, such as start. At which price do we want to start the countup? We want to start from plan.price monthly. And where do we want to end? Well, if we choose a monthly plan, then we want to end at plan.price monthly. Else, we want to end at plan.price yearly. Next, you can choose the duration of the countup. In this case, I'll set it to 0.4 seconds. You can choose whether you want to use easing, that's kind of slowing it up and down as it reaches the end. I'll say false in this case. And you can say preserve value, which is going to keep the last value that it counts up to. And if you save this and go to the current website, you can see that as you switch it, we have this beautiful countup, which takes only 0.4 seconds. It's very quick, but it's all that you need. Great. You have to be careful with implementing things like these because your users are just going to end up doing this and not end up buying. So you always have to be careful and maintain a good balance between adding cool animations and increasing the user experience and, the conversion rate. In this case, I think we're good. We can go one div down and then create another div, which can say per month. So /month, we can give it a class name equal to small-1 relative top-3 and margin left 1 and uppercase. So here we're displaying that it is a per month price. Now we can go 1, 2, 3 divs down and create another div within which we can render a plan.caption. That's going to look something like this, exclusively for teams. This caption will have a class name equal to CLSX body1 relative Z of 2, margin bottom of 10, W of full, border of B bottom, S2, that's the color, padding bottom of 9, text dash center, and a text of P4. There we go. That's much better. A bit larger text. And of course, we want to change it if it's the middle one. So we can say if index is equal to 1, and it's going to have a border B, which means border bottom. Next, let's go below this div and let's open up a UL to list all of these great features. Let's give this UL a class name equal to margin X of auto, space -y -4, and on extra large devices, padding X of 7. Now within it, we can map over plan.features.map, where we get each individual feature. And for each feature, we want to automatically return a list item that's going to have a key equal to feature and a class name equal to relative, flex, items-center, and a gap of 5. So now we can map through all of these features, and each one will render an image with a source equal to /images /check.png with an alt tag equal to check and a class name equal to size of 10 and object contain. Check simply means yes, it contains this feature. But of course, what does it contain? Let's explain it with a p tag. This p tag will have a class name of flex is equal to 1, and it's going to simply render that specific feature. There we go. So now we know that this one has all starter features plus 1 terabyte of additional storage, unlimited projects, and analytics. Finally, we need some kind of a call to action button. So let's go below the UL and create a div that'll have a class name equal to margin top of 10, flex, W-full, and justify-center. And within it, we can render a button. Remember, this is our own button component, so make sure to import it from the top. Say get started and pass it the icon prop equal to plan.icon. If I save this, notice how each one gets a different icon because it comes from the plan. Finally, we want to make our middle offer stand out even more. So let's give it one last differentiator by checking if index is equal to 1. And if it is, we can return a p tag that'll say limited time offer. But it won't just stay right here below the button. We're going to make it look a bit better. So let me actually collapse this so you can see it. And let's give it a class name to this p tag. It'll have a class name of small-compact, a margin top of 9. Let's put it within the class name, margin top of 9, a text-center, text-p3 to change the color. There we go. Already looks better. Before content dash, and you want to add a dash like this. That's before content. And you can also add after margin X of 2.5 and after content dash like so. So now we have different dashes. And let's also add a margin X of 2.5 to the before. So we can say before margin X of 2.5. And now we have this limited time offer. This is great. And now that this is looking so good on desktop devices, the question is, how will it look on tablet or mobile? So let me slowly collapse this thing right here. So you can see on tablet, they all just become a little smaller, but they still fit. But we definitely have to fix this part where the name of the plan goes into the icon. But as we go all the way to mobile, that's going to look something like this. You cannot really scroll through these plans. So this is not good. There's no horizontal scroll, and you cannot really read anything besides the main plan. You definitely don't want this to happen, as you would lose a lot of revenue from mobile users. So let's fix it. Right here at the start of the pricing section, where we have a div that's wrapping all the plans, currently I misspelled auto right here. It should be overflow auto. So let's spell it properly. And you can see that now the second pricing plan is still visible, and users on mobile devices will be able to nicely use their thumb or index finger to move between different plans. This is great. Now, let's quickly fix this plan caption, or I think that's going to be the plan title. That is right here. We have small 2, rounded 20, relative Z2, margin X auto. All of this is looking good. This right here is supposed to say uppercase. There we go. That's now fixed. It's uppercased. But that still didn't fix the positioning. We have to see where the icon is located. And the icon is right here. It looks like I'm missing a dash right here on -stop -6. If I fix that, now it nicely flows to the top of this container, and we have space for the title both in this case and with this larger icon. Great. The mobile pricing plan is looking amazing. Only one plan visible at the moment, but since we left some space on the right side, a user will know that they can swipe to see more. Beautiful. And I don't even have to mention how great this is looking on desktop devices. And of course, we forgot about the monthly and the annual switch. If I were to further improve this, I would want to make sure that the monthly and annual switcher can fit within the same height of the screen while we see the price. So if I zoom it out a bit, something like this where I can see both at the same time would be perfect. That's a change that you can make. Maybe by integrating this switcher right here within each one of these plans. That's something that I often see on these kinds of pricing plans. But with that said, the pricing is done. You can see it's also indicated by this navigation bar link. We officially have the hero section, the header, the features, and the pricing. Now we can move to the next section of the day, which is curiosity didn't kill the cat. It got answers. And that is the FAQs, frequently asked questions. This section has a very interesting segment, as you can see here, where 4 different lines point to this icon. And then we're just reusing a single component that has a question and the answer. So let's do that next. By closing the pricing, creating a new section right here, I'll call it FAQ.jsx, run RAFCE, and then import it right here below the pricing. FAQ, we can go into it and start implementing it. First things first, let's turn this div into a section, and then right within that section, we can render an element so that we can scroll to it. Let's give it a name equal to FAQ and a class name equal to relative. Right within it, we can create another div that'll act as a wrapper, and within it, we can have an H3 element. This H3 will say something funny like, curiosity didn't kill the cat. It gave it answers. And below it, we can also render a p tag that'll say, you've got questions, we've got answers. It's a bit playful, but still, it gets the point across. Let's style this H3 by giving it a class name equal to H3. But this seems a bit too big for mobile devices. So max MD devices, we're going to actually change it to H5. Let's give it a max W of 640. And on max LG devices, it'll actually be a max W of MD, so it fits the screen. We can also give it a margin bottom of 7 and text dash P4. There we go. So now it nicely fits right here. We can also style the p tag by giving it a class name equal to body1, and on max LG devices, max WSM. And now everything fits nicely. Let's also wrap this div with another div which will act as a container. So we can give it a class name equal to container, relative z of 2, and padding y of 28 to divide it a bit from top and bottom. And now we can place this div into that div above. If you do that, notice how it gives it some space and it nicely formats it. Now let's go below this div that's wrapping our p and h3 tag, and let's create a divider line. So this will be a small vertical line, which will just be an interesting element to look at. We can give it a class name equal to FAQ-line underscore after. Let's give it a W of 0.5 and an H of full. Let's position it absolutely and give it a left 50%, so it shows in the middle. We can also give it a top 0, minus Z-1, so it shows below other elements, and a background of S2. And you can see this line right here, but it's in the middle. Instead of positioning it left 50%, instead we can do left calc 50% minus 1 pixel. And now it'll get positioned in the center. Now we can go below that div and below one more div to create a div which will act as the wrapper for our questions and answers. We can give it a class name equal to FAQ glow underscore before, relative z of 2, border of 2, border of S2, that's for the color, and BG of S1 for the background color. There we go. So now we can see nice looking gradient. And right within it, we can create a new div that'll have a class name equal to container, flex, a gap of 10, and then max LG devices block. Within it, we can render this exciting part. So you see this line and the gradient, it all leads to this icon within a circle, which will act as the separator to then show our questions. So let's implement it as the first thing within this div by creating another div within it with a class name equal to rounded-half, absolute minus top-10, left-calc 50% minus 40 pixels, which is its width. Give it a Z4, flex, size of 20, items-center, justify-center, border of 2, border of S2, and a background of S1. And now we can see this circle right here. And I'm missing the pixels right here. So let's do 50% minus 40 pixels. And now we can render an icon within it. We can do that by rendering an image tag with a source equal to /images/FAQ-logo.svg. Let's also give it an alt tag equal to logo and a class name equal to size-1/2. And that's gonna look something like this. It's going a bit too below now, so we cannot see it because we're actually putting it below the top. But as soon as we start adding the questions, we'll be able to fully see it. So let's go below the div that's wrapping the image and let's create another div. This one will have a class name equal to relative, flex-1, and padding top of 24 to divide it a bit from that icon. Within here, we can map over our FAQs by saying FAQ, and we can import it from constants index.js or JSX, and we can then slice it only to take the first half of the answers, which we want to show on the left side. So let's figure out how we can calculate only half of the items. We can do that by saying const half length is equal to math.floor, in case we have an uneven number, to which we pass the FAQ.length divided by 2. Now we can take this half length and slice it from 0 to half length. That's the first half of the elements. We can then map over them, and for each FAQ, we get an item, that's a question and answer, and an index of that item. Next, we can show something for each one of these. So let's for now just render a div and close it. And within it, we can render an FAQ dot, and let's see, what do we have there? We have a question and an answer. That's it. So let's say FAQ dot question and save it. And maybe it's better to call this item an FAQ. So right here, when we're mapping over it, let's actually call it FAQ. It makes a bit more sense. And if we do that, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different questions. How easy is it to set up Xora? Can I integrate it with other platforms? How do I add new content? And so on. Great. But for each one of these, we want to show something much more interesting. We want to show a question, this nice looking button, and then we want to expand it to see the full answer. And it makes more sense to turn this into a new reusable component to implement it. So let's do just that. In the components folder, I'll create a new file called FAQ item.jsx. I'll run rafce and I'll import it right here. Instead of using the div, I'll just render an FAQ item as a self-closing component. To it, we can pass a key, since we're mapping over it, equal to FAQ.id. We can also pass an FAQ itself. So we can say FAQ is equal to FAQ. Or since we are calling it an FAQ item, it might make more sense to call it item, because FAQ stands for frequently asked questions, meaning multiple, but in this case, we're rendering one. So make sure to just call everything item here. And we can also pass it an index so that we know which one we want to open up and read more about. Great. So now we can enter this FAQ item and start implementing it. First things first, we can accept all of these props right here, such as the item and the index. And we can return a div with a class name equal to relative, z of 2, and margin bottom of 16. Next, we can render another div right within it, and this will be a primary group div that'll wrap our entire question and the button to open it. So let's give it a class name equal to group, relative, flex, cursor dash pointer to indicate that it is clickable, items dash center, justify dash between, and a gap of 10, and a padding x of 7 in between the elements. To this one, later on, we'll want to add an on-click functionality. For now, I'll just leave that as an empty callback function. Within it, I'll have another div with a class name equal to flex-1, so it expands nicely. And then within that div, we can render the index of the question. So let's render something like, let's do, if index is lower than 10, then render 0 in front of it, else render nothing in front of it, and then render the actual index. So that's going to look something like this. If I save this, you can see 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, 4. Great. Let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to small dash compact, margin bottom of 1.5, text dash p3, and on max LG devices, we'll hide those numbers completely. So as you can see, we cannot fit them here. Next, let's show the actual question. We'll do that right below this div. This one will render the item.question. There we go. This is nice. Let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to, well, let's make it CLSX because we'll have to have an active state for each one of these questions, especially for the one that is currently selected. So let's get this CLSX imported from CLSX. And to it, we can pass a class name of h6. Let's also give it a text-p4. We can give it a transition-colors, duration of 500. On max medium devices, flex. On max medium devices, min-h-20. On max medium devices, items-center. Okay, this is looking good. And now let's also apply the active state, okay? So for that, we'll have to create a new use state field. I'll call it active ID, set active ID at the start equal to null because none will be selected. And then based on the active ID, we can get access to the active element. So we can say const active, and it'll be true if the active ID is triple equal to the item.id. Now, based on that property, we can now render the active class on this CLSX by saying if active is true, then we can render maxlg text-p1, which will give it a different primary color. Of course, this has to go within the parentheses of CLSX. So let's fix it. And it's good. Now, how can we actually make these selectable? Well, for that, we'll have to modify the active ID on click. And we'll do it on click of the entire group. So here, we can open up the function and say set active ID to be equal to, if active ID is triple equal to the item.id, then set it to null, else set it to the item ID that we clicked. Why are we doing this? And why not just set the active ID to item ID? Because we want to be able to toggle it on or off, okay? So if we're clicking on the one that is already selected or already active, then we want to toggle it off or toggle it down so we can expand some other one. And now you can see if I select it, we can see different ones that are currently selected. This is great. And we can have multiple selected at the same time because they're going to all be expanded together. Now let's go down a bit. We'll go below this div and below one more div and render another div that'll have a class name equal to CLSX. And I'll give it a class name of FAQ icon. And within that div, we can render another self-closing div with a class name equal to G4 for gradient, size 11 out of 12, rounded dash full, and a shadow of 300. Now we have this plus icon right here. We can further style this FAQ icon by giving it relative, flex, size of 12, which will make it a bit larger, items dash center to center it, justify center to center it horizontally, rounded dash full, border dash 2, border dash S2, shadow of 400, transition dash all, duration of 500, and on group dash hover, border of S4. So now on hover, we get this beautiful glow effect, inviting us to open it up. Great. Finally, let's also give it an active class. So if we are currently active, so if active is true, then we can give it a before bg of p1. Let me click it so you can see how that looks like. There we go. Let's also give it after rotate 0. You see now it rotated into a minus. And after, we can give it a bg of p1. So now it has a bit of a different color. It has the selected color, same as the text. So now we can actually click and unclick different things, and it looks great. Next, we'll use a super handy component called slide down, which we can install as a package. So let's go to our terminal and let's run npm install react-slide down. And you'll notice that this one cannot be installed alongside our other dependencies due to a dependency mismatch. This sometimes happens, so what you can do is rerun the command, but then add --legacy -peer -deps to the command, which will make sure to fix the mismatch in different versions and make it work alongside our other dependencies. Once you do that, you can go below this self-closing div and below two more divs. And then you can render this slide down component, which you need to import from React slide down. And make sure that this import is correct. So it's actually coming just from React slide down as a named import. So it has to be within curly braces. And you also have to import the CSS to make it work. So we need to add import react-slide down /lib/slide down.css. Great. So now if we go down, within it, we can pass a different answer. But first, we're only gonna show it if the active ID is triple equal to the item ID. That means that we have previously selected that and expanded it. If that is the case, we wanna render a div element, and this div will simply render the text of the item.answer. If we save this, you should be able to see that now if you expand it, you can see the text. Let's style it a bit better by styling this div within the slide down. I'll give it a class name of body-3. Let's also give it a padding X of 7 and a padding Y of 3.5. There we go. This is much better. And would you look at this? This slide down component has a very nice animation for sliding up and down different things. And yeah, our button and on hover effects are just making it even better. Let's quickly check how it looks like on desktop. And yeah, this surely isn't like the finished product, right? I mean, many people will be happy with this alone, but we're aiming for something much better. We're aiming for this layout, which is much more visually engaging. And on desktop, we'll also give it this nice looking background. So to implement it, we can go below this slide down and create one div. This div will wrap 2 additional divs in it. The first div will have a class name of G4, and that stands for gradient 4. It'll have an absolute positioning with an inset of 0.5 minus z minus 1 and rounded -3xl. There we go. So now we can see a great looking card. Next, I'm going to add another div, which is also going to be self-closing with a class name equal to absolute, left-8, top-0, h for height, 0.5, w of 40 for width, and a background of P1. And now you can see this line will also point to us which ones are currently opened. So we want to make sure that not all of them look like this right off the bat. Instead, we want to give this div a class name and make it CLSX. We want to give it a G5, which is a gradient, minus bottom-7, minus top-7. So this is nicely positioning it. Left 0, right 0, minus z-1, rounded-3xl, opacity of 0, transition-opacity, and duration of 500. So now take a look. There's no any kind of background, but now we can select and say if this element is active. So if active is true, then we can bring the opacity back to 100%. So now we get this beautiful UI where you'll be able to open these elements up. Right now, it doesn't seem to be clickable to me, so we definitely have to fix that. And we can do that by giving it a property of absolute, because we're using a lot of positionings and we want to make sure that it is absolutely positioned within the container. There we go. So now this is looking perfect. At least it is on mobile devices. Looks similar to the finished version. But on desktop, it's almost there, but not quite yet. Let's exit out of the FAQ item. We're done with it, and we can add the second column of our FAQ items. We can do that by going below this div that has the first wrap, and we can duplicate it right below it. It's going to look something like this. We only need padding top on large devices on the bottom one, and we'll slice it from half length until the end. So you only need to pass the half length. And then all of the other elements are going to be the same, besides the index, which we're clicking on, which has to start with half length plus index. Okay, so if we click in the element on the second column, we want to add the initial elements that are before it, and only then select that index. Now, check this out. This looks great on desktop devices, but we can also add a line in between and a gradient to make one side or the other pop a bit to differentiate them. To do that, we can go 2 divs down and create a self-closing div with a class name equal to FAQ-line underscore after absolute left dash calc 50% minus 1 pixel top 0 minus z minus 1 h dash full w05. This is almost the same as the above line that we had, this one here. So we're just kind of continuing it below the icon. Let's give it a background of S2, and on max LG devices, it'll be hidden. So we only want to show it on desktop. Great. This is looking amazing. With that in mind, you are done with this amazing FAQ section, which you can reuse on any kind of other website. And you can see on the nav bar, it says FAQ and it nicely scrolls to it. Same thing on mobile, it is looking great. And as you saw by the navigation, we have completed 4 out of 5 major sections: home, features, pricing, and FAQs. Now we have a beautiful demo and download section, which is needed for any kind of a mobile app website. And also it's not listed here, but we're gonna add another section, which is testimonials. So let's do that right away by going to our app.jsx and create a new section called testimonials.jsx, run RAFCE, import it right here as testimonials, and let's get started implementing it. The testimonials section will be quite similar to the FAQs. We're gonna wrap it in a section, and it'll have a class name equal to relative, a z index of 2, padding y of 24 to divide it a bit from top and bottom, on medium devices, padding y of 28, and on large devices, a larger padding y of 40. Within that section, we can have a div, which will act as a container. So let's give it a container class name with a block display, and on large devices, it'll be flex. Right within it, we can render another div, which will wrap our h3. So let's give it a class name equal to testimonials underscore head dash res relative z of 2, margin right of 20, and a flex of 300. And right here, we can render first a p tag that's gonna say wall of love. And right below it, we can render another h3 that'll say something like words from our fans. It's gonna look something like this. So let's style it further by giving this p tag a class name equal to caption, margin bottom of 5, on max MD devices, margin bottom of 2.5. And we can style the h3 by giving it a class name, you can guess it, of h3, on max medium devices, h5 to make it a bit smaller, and a text of p4 to make it pop a bit. Right below it, we can start creating the container for our testimonials. So let's create a div that'll have a class name equal to testimonials underscore inner dash after, as well as testimonials underscore inner dash before. We really want to make sure that our testimonial section looks interesting. On the left side, there's going to be some empty space, and on the right side, we'll be able to look at all of those testimonials. So let's give it relative, a minus margin y of 12, minus margin right of 3, flex, so they all appear one next to another, items dash start, on max LG devices, static, and on max MD devices, block. And within it, we can render another div that'll have a class name equal to testimonials underscore group dash after, and a flex of 50. On mobile devices, you cannot see a lot happening, but if you move to desktop devices, you can see those before and after lines that we have added that now have created a nice space for us to render the testimonials within. So if we go back to mobile view, I can render this class name properly, And within it, we can map over our testimonials by importing them from constants. It's coming from constants index.jsx. And we also need to get the half right here. And here, we'll also render them in 2 tries, half by half. So let's say const half length is equal to math.floor testimonials.length divided by 2. Now we can simply slice them by saying testimonials.slice, and we'll go from 0 to half length. And then we can run a dot map where we get each individual testimonial. And for each testimonial, we can return a self-closing testimonial item like this. Of course, this is a component which we have to create. So let's head over to the components folder and create a new testimonial item.jsx, run rafce, and nicely import it right here within testimonials. It's coming from components testimonial item. To it, we have to pass a couple of props, such as a key equal to testimonial.id, an item, which is equal to each individual testimonial, and you can also pass some additional container class names, which is going to be last after hidden and last after maxmd block. This will allow us to kind of just shift them up a bit. You can see how here we have this shift, then we have another shift, and then another shift. I'm not sure if you can notice it. It's very small, but it'll actually play a difference in a way that it makes your eye nicely fall down and follow each one of these, as they're just a bit staggered between each other. They're not in line. And we'll achieve that by rendering 2 different sets or 2 different columns of testimonials. So this is our first set. And then we can go below one more div, and we can create another div with a class name equal to flex50. So it's taking 50% of the screen, same as this left side. And in there, we can basically duplicate this entire testimonials.slice, paste it in there, slice it from half length to the end, and we'll just modify the classes a bit. We'll have last after hidden. Then the next one will be after right-auto, after left-0, after max-md, minus left-4, and on medium devices padding x of 12. And here we're rendering 3 additional testimonial items. So right now that's looking something like this. So now we have to go into the testimonial item and implement that reusable component, which will allow us to further style all of these testimonial items. So let's do that first by first accepting those props, such as item and container class name. And here we can render a div with a class name equal to CLSX, and we can pass many class names, such as relative, which will allow us to absolutely position the children. We can also give it a padding x of 14, which will give it some padding on the left and right side. You can see how it's behaving right here in the browser. We can give it a padding top of 11 and padding bottom of 14 as well. There we go. Now they're nicely spaced. Next, we can give it after absolute, after bottom-0, after right-0, and then this is the key part, after h-0.5, and after w-screen. Now, as soon as we give it after bg of s2, you can start seeing those lines before and after. We're forming a grid using before and after properties. We can also give it after content and then simply display an empty string right here. Next, we can give it a max MD devices, padding x of 0, max MD, padding top of 11, and after max MD, minus right-4. Finally, we can pass it all the additional container class names that we're passing to it. Of course, all of this will make much more sense once we actually render the testimonial. So let's render an HTML5 block quote element within which we can render item.comment. There we go, that's much better. Let's give it a class name equal to h6, margin bottom of 8, and text dash p4. There we go, that's much larger. And you can see that because of the difference in text, these elements are now nicely staggered like this. Right below this block quote, we can also create another div and give it a class name equal to flex, items-center, on max XL devices, minus margin right of 8. Within that div, we can render another div that'll render an image. That image will be the avatar image. So let's give it a source of item.avatar URL. An alt tag is the item.name of that person. And a class name will be equal to size-full object cover. And now we can see those different people appear right here. Let's style the div that's containing this image to make them a bit smaller by giving it a class name of margin right of 4, size of 20, shrink of 0, rounded -half, border -2, border -s2, and padding of 1.5. And finally, below that div, we can render another div which will wrap our text. We can render an h4 right here that'll render the item.name, which is the person's name, and below it, we can render a p tag, which will render the person's role. So that's going to be Jim Bradley, vid capital, Becky from Flow Clips, and so on. Let's style them a bit by giving this h4 a class name of body2, margin bottom of 0.5, and text-p1. And let's also style the p tag by giving it a class name equal to small-compact, uppercase, and text-s3. So now this appears more like a caption. This is looking amazing. I mean, it's such an interesting section, and I know that using this before and after is a bit confusing. If you haven't yet downloaded the Tailwind CSS guide containing an explanation of before and after, do that right now. But even after that, it might still be a bit confusing. It definitely takes some time getting used to. But with that in mind, now we have a great looking FAQ section and a great looking testimonial section. If you want to take this a step further, I would actually make this left side, words from fans, sticky, which means that as you scroll down, it would stick to the left side of the screen, which would allow you to add many more testimonials without it seeming overbearing, because you can always read on the left side what this is about. Words from our fans. Great. With that in mind, we can now exit out of the testimonial section and we can check out mobile view, wall of love. This is looking great. Let's expand our code and let's create the next exciting section, which is the download section. First, I'll create a new section in the sections folder called download.jsx, run rafce, and then I'll head over to the app and import it right here. Download coming from sections download. I'll get right into it. And just to show you what we're building, it is this. A very clean left side that repeats the logo of our application and giving us many different call to actions to test it out on different devices. And of course, a great looking image that shows us the demo of the application. And if you want to, you can also put some kind of a video play here, or maybe even a GIF so that the user can see more different screens of the application. This is one of the more exciting sections of this course, so let's implement it together. By now, you should be a pro of starting these new sections, so you already know how it works. Let's turn this into a section, and then we can also create an element right within it so that we can scroll to it. We can give it a name equal to download, and we can give it a class name equal to G7 for the gradient. To show that gradient, we'll also have to make it relative and give it some size, such as padding bottom of 32 and padding top of 24. And now you can see this gradient appear right here. We can modify that on max LG devices to lower the padding bottom to 24, and on max MD devices, we can lower it to padding Y of 16. Right within that element, we can create another div with a class name equal to container. Straight within this container, we can have another div which we'll use for positioning our inner children elements, such as a div with a class name equal to flex and items-center. Within it, we can have a div that'll have a class name equal to relative margin right of 6, flex of 540, on Max XL devices, flex of 280, on Max LG devices, flex of 256, and on Max MD devices, a flex of 100. This will ensure that it looks good on all different kinds of devices. So now let's create a div with a class name equal to margin bottom of 10 that'll wrap our image. Right here, we can just display our Xora logo. So we can say source is equal to /images/Xora.svg. Let's give it a width of about 160 and a height of about 55. We can give it an alt tag of Xora as well. Right below it, let's render a p tag that's going to be below this div that contains the image. And this p tag will say, try it now for free on iOS, Android, PC, web, whatever your flavor, we've got you covered. There we go. Let's style that further by giving it a class name equal to body-1 on margin bottom 10 and max W of MD. There we go. That's more like it. And below that, we can actually map over all of the icons that would allow people to download it. So below the p tag, let's create a UL, which stands for an unordered list. Give it a class name of flex, flex-wrap, items-center, and a gap of 6. And here we can map over all of our links coming from constants. Links.map, where we can destructure the properties of a link, such as an ID, URL, and an icon. And for each one of these links, we want to show an LI, a list item, with a key equal to ID and a class name equal to download_tech-link. If I render the URL right here, you can see that we have 4 different empty URLs. So let's continue styling this LI by giving it a download_tech-link_last-before. I know, a specific class name. And after that, download_tech-link_last-after. Finally, instead of rendering a URL, we'll render an anchor tag that'll have an href equal to URL. So it's pointing to that link, and it'll render a span that'll have a class name equal to absolute minus top-2 and rotate 90 degrees like this. And within it, we can render the same marker component which we used on our button before. See those? But now, of course, we have to add it to our image. So below the span, let's actually render an image with a source equal to /images, of course within a string, /lines.svg with an alt tag of lines and a class name equal to absolute size-13/20 and object-contain. We are rendering this background that'll appear behind the actual logo. Below that, we can render a span. That span will have a class name equal to download_tech-icon. And finally here, we can render the actual icon. That's going to look something like this. So let's actually put these backgrounds behind these tech icons by styling our anchor tag. I'll give it a class name equal to size-22, download_tech-icon_before. That's going to create a circle. Relative, that's going to position it somewhere near the elements. We can give it a flex property, items-center to center it vertically, and justify-center to center it horizontally, rounded-half, border-2, border-S3 for the color, background of S1, transition-border color of a duration of 500 milliseconds. And that's going to look something like this. If you hover over them, you can see how nicely that looks. And currently, you can see that we're applying a flex wrap. So they're wrapping. We have 3 here, and then 1 goes below. If you expand it a bit, you can see automatically that all 4 fit right here nicely within the screen. So on mobile, it is looking great. But what's the case with desktop? Well, as you can see right here, we have a logo, the text, and the icons. But hey, where's the actual demo? That's the section we're building, right? Well, let me show you. We'll go below this UL right here and below one more div. Then we'll create another div with a class name equal to margin bottom of 10. And on max MD devices, we'll actually hide it. We only want to show this on larger devices. Next, we'll have another div that'll have a class name equal to download underscore preview dash before. This is going to add this nice line right here at the top, before the element. Same things goes for the after. Download underscore preview dash after. I'll also give it a rounded dash 40 relative W dash 955 pixels, border of 2, border of S5 for the color, and a padding of 6. And now we see those lines within which we'll have the image. Let's create another div. This one will have a class name of relative, rounded dash 3XL, background of S1, padding X of 6, padding bottom of 6, and padding top of 14. We're starting to create the shape within which we'll display our image. Next, within that div, we can render some dots. I'll do that by using a self-closing span with a class name equal to download underscore preview dash dot, and I'll apply a left of 6 and a background of P2. If I save this, you can see this dot appear right here. I'll duplicate this 2 more times, and I'll modify the dots a bit. This time, I'll say left 11 and a background of S3. And for the last time, I'll say left 16. So I'm going to move it a bit more to the left and give it a background of P1 divided by 15, like this. And now we can see we have created something that looks like macOS window. We have a nice looking border, and then we have those buttons to close, expand, or minimize it. Finally, right below the last span, we can render a self-closing image with a source equal to /images /screen.jpg. If I save this, see how nicely this fits into the picture. It feels like it is a real device. Let's modify it a bit by giving it a width of about 855, a height of about 655, an alt of screen, and a class name equal to rounded-XL. This will remove some white spacing right here in the corners. And we have a beautiful demo section that allows you to actually click the links and potentially navigate your users to the download section for each operating system. Now, right below that, let's show some of the logos of companies that use our software. It's always great to build that trust with your users by showing them that many other people that they know are also using the software. So let's go 4 divs down, 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's create a UL to map over those logos. Right here, we can render logos.map. And for each one of these logos, we can get an ID, a URL, a width, a height, and a title. And for each one, we can automatically return an LI that'll then render an image. Image will have a source equal to URL, and we'll pass it different width and height, because in most cases, different companies have logos of different widths and heights, and an alt tag will be title. If I save this, it looks like I have a syntax error. So let's see what is wrong right here. It looks like I haven't imported logos from constants, so make sure to import it. And if you go down, you can see 5 different logos right here, all great companies. So let's actually show them horizontally instead of vertically by applying a class name to this UL equal to margin top of 24, flex, justify dash center, and then max LG devices, this will be hidden. So we only want to show it on desktop. To this li, we can give a key equal to id since we're mapping over different elements, and a class name equal to margin x of 10 to create some space in between. And this nicely wraps up our download section so we can see which companies have downloaded and use our software. This is great. And taking a quick look at the navbar, you can notice that we have reached the last section of this amazing build. So the only thing we're gonna do to quickly wrap this up is create a very minimalistic footer. We can do that by going back to the app, and you know the drill, I don't even have to say it. We'll create a section called footer.jsx, run rafce, and then import that footer right here at the bottom of our app. Once we're there, you should be able to see it right here at the bottom, which means that we can start implementing it. This time, instead of section, we'll use an HTML5 semantic footer tag. Within it, we'll have a div with a class name equal to container and a padding y of 10 to create some space. Within that div, we'll have another div that'll have a class name equal to flex, w full, so we take the full width of the container. On max empty devices, we'll actually make it flex call, so the elements appear one below another. Below that, we'll render another div that'll have a class name equal to small dash compact, flex, flex dash 1, flex wrap, items dash center, justify dash center, and a gap of 5. Within it, we can render a p tag. I'll give it a class name equal to opacity 70. This doesn't have to be so pronounced. And here you can put your copyright. So you can say something like copyright. In this case, I'll say JS Mastery. Of course, you can put your first and last name. Below that, we can render a div, which will wrap 2 different links. So let's give it a class name of flex, items dash center, justify dash center, and then small devices margin left of auto. Within it, we can render a p tag that'll say privacy policy. And below it, we can render another one that'll say terms of use of our specific application. Of course, let's style it a bit better by giving it a class name equal to legal dash after and relative, margin right of 9, text dash p5, transition dash all, duration of 500, and on hover text dash p1. So now if you hover over this, we get this nice looking effect. We can do something similar for the terms of use. So let's just copy the second part of this, text p5, transition duration, and hover effect, and add it as a class name right here. And don't forget to close it. Now we have 2 different links. Finally, below that, let's render the links to our social media platforms. Nowadays, it's always great to capture users that visit your landing page. Maybe they're going to forget the URL, but if they follow you on social media platforms, then you can get them to visit again and again, especially if you create engaging content. So let's go 2 divs down and let's create a UL. And this UL will have a class name equal to flex, flex-1, justify-center, gap of 3. On max MD devices, margin top of 10 to divide it a bit from the top. And on medium devices, justify-end. Finally, within here, we can import socials from the constants file and then say .map. We can map over ID, URL, icon, and title. And for each one, we can render a list item. Now, make sure that this socials ends with an index.jsx. Before, I might have used JS, but I decided to provide you with 4 different SVGs right here for different devices, such as Android, Windows, web, and then we use them within those links. So whenever we use some JSX, like a functional component, then you need to end your files with .jsx extension. So now that we're mapping over the links, let's give each one of these LIs a key equal to ID. And let's render an anchor tag that'll have an href equal to URL, a class name equal to social-icon, and within it, we can render an image with a source of icon, an alt of title, and a class name equal to size of 1/3 and object dash contain. If I save this, you can see 4 different icons appear right here at the bottom. This is a very minimalistic yet quite effective footer. You don't want to take a lot of attention from the user by doing something crazy in the footer. They reach the end and they should perform the action you want them to perform. In this case, download this app. And it's looking good on desktop, but this could have been centered. So maybe if I go here and if I take this div that's wrapping the p tags, and if I take it outside one more div, then this will look a bit more centered. I actually prefer this look, but if you want to, you can bring this back in, or you can center it however you prefer. This is your app after all, and I invite you to make it even more your own. I have recently posted this 3D portfolio, but it's not just a portfolio. At the start, there is a complete beginner Three.js course, and Xora is such a beautiful app, and implementing some 3D elements within it would be absolutely amazing. In the same way, not that long ago, I've created a GSAP course. You can search for it. It's right here under this 3D iPhone website. You can watch the GSAP course and then add some engaging GSAP animations to make different elements scroll and appear on the screen. There's endless potential to further improve this, and I can't wait to see what you'll come up with. Once you add additional changes, make sure to post it and tag me on socials such as Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, or anywhere else. But to be able to tag me, and for me and anyone else to be able to see your website, you first have to deploy it. So let's do that next. To deploy our great application, we'll be using Hostinger's fast servers. So just head over to the Hostinger's dashboard and go to the project that you assigned the domain to. Then go to the file manager. Go into the public HTML and delete the default PHP file. We'll put our own website here. Back within your editor, open up the terminal and stop it from running. Then run npm run build to generate an optimized production build of our application. It finished in less than a second. You can find your application in the dist folder, so right-click it and then click Open in Finder or File Explorer if you're in Windows. Go into the dist folder and then simply drag and drop all the files within it. This should take just a couple of seconds. And if it's gone, you can go back to your project and click on your domain name. Check this out. We have deployed and hosted our website literally in a matter of seconds. It cannot be easier than this. It is looking great. It is super performant. We have a great looking title and favicon, and it is HTTPS secured. Not to mention how fast it is. So this brings us to the end of this amazing build. What's the biggest lie in web development? That those websites, the ones that win awards, are impossible to build alone. That it takes a team of 50 developers and probably some dark magic to make it happen. They want you to believe that those insane animations, those mind-bending interactions, and those perfectly smooth transitions, they're out of your league, reserved for elite agencies with massive teams. But not today. Because today, you'll build an award-winning website you've always dreamed of. The kind of site that makes both Apple and SpaceX designers take screenshots. And I ain't joking, seriously. This isn't just another landing page tutorial or a basic website guide. This is everything you've been searching for in those 3 a.m. Googling sessions. Every butter-smooth animation technique, every design hack, every how did I do that moment explained in a detailed step-by-step course teaching you how to build a Zentry-inspired site, a gaming website that won a Site of the Day award. I'm referring to Zentry.com, a metagame platform that has a super unique website. This course will teach you how to build some of the parts from their website. And while building it, I'm sure you'll want to play some games. So check them out, and thanks for the inspiration, Zentry.com. You'll recreate this stunning website using React and Tailwind CSS, featuring an animated floating navbar with music animations, a hero section playing a full-screen video with an amazing hover effect transition
switching to the next and next video, which then expands in full screen. A butter smooth about section showing animated text with an image transition as we scroll down the website. See how smooth it is? Immediately after, we have a trendy bento grid design with a card tilt effect as you move your cursor. This is coded completely from scratch. Trust me, no external libraries used. With yet another cool section with animated text with images in a completely different shape, thanks to CSS magical properties with a nice hover effect. And finally, a nice little call to action section with different images, with different cool shapes, and a minimal footer. Everything is neatly done and super responsive, working as expected on every device, with no performance issues. This video is for everyone who's been told that's too advanced for a single developer, or you need an agency to build something like that, because after today, the only thing standing between you and your first awards nomination is continuing to watch this video. Hello, and welcome to the start of another amazing build. Since we are recreating an award-winning website, I'll start from bare beginnings by creating a new folder on my desktop, and I'll call it Awwwards. Once you create it, open it up within your favorite code editor. In this case, I'll be using the WebStorm IDE, which as of recently is completely free for non-commercial use. So once you open up the folder on your code editor, open up an integrated terminal. Within it, run npm create vite add latest /, which will create a new Vite application right within our current folder. It's asking us whether you want to install the Vite installer, so say why. Yes. In my case, it says that the current directory is not empty, but that's totally okay. We can say remove everything that is on there and continue. We're starting from scratch. After that, it's gonna ask you for the framework of your choice. In this case, we'll proceed with React. It's gonna ask you for your flavor of the JavaScript language. If you like TypeScript, feel free to proceed with that. In this case, I'll go with just JavaScript. And that's it. After that, you can run npm install and then npm run dev to run the app within the browser. That's gonna spin it up incredibly quickly on localhost 5173. So let's click it, and here it is. Vite plus React empty starter repo. Now we are ready to start turning this into something that looks a little more like this, with crazy animations and more. And to make it happen, we'll use React, the library for web and native user interfaces. But of course, feel free to replicate this using any other library or framework of your choice. Everything that I show here, with a little bit of knowledge and tweaking, you should be able to fit just the framework, language, or technology that you prefer. Of course, we'll build it using Tailwind CSS, which is a CSS framework that allows you to very quickly style your applications while making them completely custom. I'll also show you a couple of simple looking but quite effective tools, like this CSS clip maker that's gonna bring our app to life once we integrate 3D and GSAP animations into it. And once we're done building it, I'll teach you how to host it on your custom domain name using Hostinger. And I just gotta mention that every single technology you'll use to build this project is completely free. So you don't have to worry that you'll be stuck behind some kind of a paywall or that you'll be required to pay something. It is completely free to build. The only thing you need are your skills. Oh, and since I'm telling you about all the cool stuff that I'm using, a lot of people ask me what kind of browser is this, where there's no top bar with a lot of icons and everything. This is called Arc, and it's a browser with a collapsible left sidebar that allows you to focus on the main content. But of course, it still has everything you might need for debugging and networking, as it's based on Chromium. To get it, you can just go to arc.net. Again, not affiliated, just wanted to share this cool thing with you as always. But with that said, let's go ahead and explore the file and folder structure that was generated for us when we installed a Vite application. Starting from the source folder, which is the most important folder, you'll notice that we have a lot of stuff which we might not need right now, such as the app CSS, index CSS, and a lot of boilerplate code within the app.jsx. So let's go ahead and clean up this app file by simply removing everything and running RAFCE. This stands for React Arrow Function Export Component, which just creates a simple functional React component. And if that didn't work for you, you might need to head over to plugins or extensions and then install any kind of a React snippets package. With that said, let's also clean up the index and app.css since we won't be needing them. Now that we have a bit of a cleaner working environment, let's go ahead and set up Tailwind CSS. I don't want to just give you the commands. I want to teach you how you can do it in your future applications by following the docs. So head over to tailwindcss.com and go over to Get Started. You can scroll down to see the installation steps. And the first thing you'll have to do is install the Tailwind CSS as a dev dependency. But just to make sure, let me go to search and see if this is the installation for Vite for React. If you scroll down right here, you'll notice here it's a bit different. We also need post CSS and auto prefixer. So make sure to head over to the docs page where you have to install Tailwind with Vite. So I'll copy this command, open up my terminal. I'll actually create a new tab and then paste it. npm install -d, Tailwind CSS, post CSS auto prefixer, and then npx Tailwind CSS init-p. This will initialize a new Tailwind config within your project. So as the second part, you'll have to override that Tailwind config by adding these two parts into the content. Again, you can just copy it and override it right here. Next, you'll have to add Tailwind CSS directives to our CSS. So let's copy it. Let's create a new file within the source folder, and let's call it index.css, within which we can import those Tailwind CSS directives. After that, you can head over to your app.jsx, and we can turn this div into a main tag and create an h1 that's going to say something like, welcome to Awwwards. I'll give it a class name equal to text-5xl to be extra large, text-orange-500, and font-bold. Now head over to your first terminal, stop it from running by pressing Ctrl-C, and then rerun it again with npm run dev. If you do that and head back to localhost 5173, you'll be able to see this large orange H1 that says welcome to Awwwards. So congrats! That means that we have set up our React application successfully and also successfully added Tailwind CSS to it. Let's continue setting up our project by first setting up the font families, which we'll use within our landing page. You'll notice that there's quite a few. We have this interesting one where some elements, like the N in this case or the A, has this very interesting element to it. Then we have this one, and overall, everything is just completely custom made, including the fonts. I took some time to gather all of these fonts, and I'll give them to you so you can put them right here instead of this empty public folder. So go ahead and delete the existing one, and also delete the assets folder, because everything will be inside of the public folder. Now head over to the description of this video and find a link pointing to a GitHub repository containing the code for this entire project. Below the code, you'll be able to see a README file, which contains all of the information about this project, as well as a link pointing to the assets. Head over there, click it, download it, unzip it, and then simply drag and drop it to the root of your directory. It's gonna look something like this, and it'll contain the audio, which we wanna use in our website, as well as the fonts, which I was telling you about, as well as some images and even videos, which are gonna make our landing page that much more dynamic. So now that we have those fonts, let's actually use them within the index.css file. Here, you can use a Tailwind CSS layer property and define the base. Base is used for defining some basic properties, like the font faces. So we can define the first font face by specifying a font family and making it equal to circular-web. This is the name of one of our fonts. Once you define it, you also have to pass a source pointing to URL where it's contained. In our case, it's gonna be under /fonts/circular-web-book.woff2, which is the format. And you can exit the URL and define the format by saying WOFF2. You might get a red squiggly line saying that the file doesn't exist, but don't worry about it because it's right here under fonts. And make sure you have a double and not a triple F right here, because that's the correct name of the format. Let's also add all of the other font faces by saying add font face. This one will be a font-family of general, and it'll have a source equal to URL pointing to /fonts
/general dot and then the same type of the font, with a format being the same format. We can add one more font face, and this one will have a font dash family equal to Robert dash medium. What an interesting font name. It's going to have a source equal to URL, which is going to point to /fonts /Robert dash medium dot woof. And we're going to have a format of woof as well. Or should I say woof woof, as it's a WAF2 format. And finally, we're going to have another font face, the last one in our application, with a font family equal to Robert dash regular. That's going to be within a string. And it's going to have a source equal to URL pointing to /fonts /Robert dash regular dot woof and a format of woof. And yep, you got JavaScript mastery barking on the channel before GTA 6 was released. But with that said, now that we have those font faces right here, let's actually use them within our Tailwind config. So you can head over to tailwind.config.js and let's add them to our theme by extending it and then extending the font family specifically with all of those fonts. First, we want to add Zentry, which is going to be equal to the name of Zentry, and it's going to be a sans serif font. After that, we want to add a general font, which is going to be same thing, general sans serif. Then we want to add a circular dash web, which is going to be, once again, a similar thing, circular web sans serif. After that, we're going to have a Robert dash medium, which is going to be Robert dash medium sans serif. And finally, Robert regular sans serif. So this way, we'll be able to use these fonts within our application. Let's just make sure that we have all 5 right here. And yep, we do. Now, for just a second, let's head back over to index.css. I'll collapse this layer, and at the top of it, I'll modify my body by giving it a font family equal to general sans and sans serif, like this, just to make sure that every element, unless specified otherwise, uses this general font. We can also specify a width of the body to be equal to 100 dvw, and dvw is actually a new CSS property that is very similar to regular VW, which stands for vertical width, but it solves the classic scrollbar problem that happens when the page has a vertical scrollbar. While we're here, let's also give it a background color to make sure that our application looks great. That's going to be hash dff0. That's the color I want to use. And I'll give it the overflow X of hidden, so we don't get any unnecessary scroll bars. And I just realized that I'm in the CSS file, not in JavaScript, so we don't have to wrap it in string signs. So now, what do you say that we test out some of these fonts by heading over to our app and giving it to this H1 by saying font dash, and now you can choose any one you like. In this case, I'll go with font circular web, and you can see that it immediately changed. In the same way, you can do font dash Robert dash medium, and I think it's a bit different. Either way, let's remove this font for now because we have more important stuff to focus on, which are the colors, specifically the color theme, which we'll be using within our application. In the same way we have extended the fonts, now we want to extend colors. If you check out the finished application, you'll notice that we'll use some of the colors often, like this purple one, maybe even this black one, or this yellow one on this button. So instead of every time saying something like text dash and then in square brackets manually specifying the color, like what I'm doing here, and then imagine if one changes, it would just be a mess because you would have to change it across all the files. In this case, we'll just create a list of predefined colors, and then you can say text dash blue dash 50, which is immediately going to give you that custom variant of a color. And just recently, I dove deep into setting up a Tailwind CSS theme for every application, no matter which one it is, in my Next.js course. Here, I dive deep into telling you exactly what you have to do from scratch and even how to extract those colors and fonts from a Figma design. So if you've been wanting to dive into Next.js a bit deeper for quite some time now,
Well, I really do think now is the chance. So go to jsmastery.pro and join the course. It'll be a great thing for you to do after you watch this video. But with that said, I still want to teach you how you would go about adding custom colors. So if you go over below the font family, still within the extend, you can say colors and then specify different variations, such as blue. Within blue, you can create different shades of blue, such as a 50 version of blue, which can be DFDFF0. I used a color picker and then picked this color from another website. We have about 5 or 7 colors to add, so bear with me and let's add them together. The 75 variation of the blue will be hash DFDFF2. We have a 100 variation, which will be hash F0F2FA. Next, we have a 200, which is going to be hash 101010. That's going to be a black color. And finally, a 300, which is going to be hash 4FB7DD. That's going to be this primary blue color that we'll use throughout the website. We can also create a variation of violet, specifically a 300 variation, which is going to be hash 5724FF. And finally, below violet, we'll have a 100 variation of yellow, which is going to be hash 8E983F. And another one will be a 300, which is going to be hash EDFF66. This is going to be a bright yellow, as you can see here on the left side, where we can open up the color picker. Great. Now let's test out this violet color by going back to our H1 and saying text-violet dash, I believe it was 300, right? And there we go. That works like a charm. This means that you have successfully set up both the fonts and the color theme, which are the two most important parts of a Tailwind config. So with that in mind, immediately in the next lesson, we'll be able to dive into the hero section. So let's do that next. Exciting stuff coming up. To get started with the hero section, let's go ahead and create a new folder in the source folder, and let's call it components. Within the components folder, I can create a new file, which I'll call hero.jsx. And within it, I'll run RAFCE, a React arrow function component. Now that I have it, I'll simply import it at the top of the app. So let's go over here. And within the main, instead of this H1, I will now render the hero section. Don't forget to import it from /components/hero. And while we're here, let's also give a class name to this main tag, which is going to be equal to relative min-h-screen. So this way, the minimum height of the screen will be 100% of the view height. We can do the same thing for the width, w-screen, and overflow-x-hidden, so we don't get those ugly scroll bars. Now I can head over to the hero, and we can start implementing it. But first, I've opened up my browser on localhost 5173, so we can see the changes that we make in our editor live on the right side. Let's start by giving this div a class name equal to relative h-d vertical height. And once again, if this dv height or dvw are a bit weird because they're completely new, well, the D stands for dynamic. The sizes of the dynamic viewport percentage units are not stable even while the viewport itself is unchanged. Using these can cause the content to resize. In this case, this is exactly what we want, which is why we're using them. I'll also define a W screen, which is going to give it a full width. And finally, the overflow X of hidden. Within it, I'll create another div, and that div will play the video. Remember that huge video which plays on full screen? Well, yes, this is the div that'll contain it. So let's give it an ID equal to video-frame. And let's give it a class name equal to relative z of 10, so it appears above other content, h-dvh, w screen, overflow-hidden, rounded-lg, and bg blue of 75. Within it, we can display another div, and within that div, we'll have another div
that'll have a class name equal to mask-clip-path. Now, what is this? Is this some kind of a Tailwind property? Is this a Tailwind CSS class? Well, not really, because we cannot see anything if we hover over it or select it. So this means that this is a special class name which we have to write. And to be able to reuse some Tailwind CSS classes, for example, see how we type the same thing here and on the homepage. It's very similar. Imagine if you could just say something like max width, and this would automatically apply all of these classes both here and here. We can do that by expanding our index.css file. So if you head over here, right below the base, you can actually define another add layer, but this time for utility classes. And within it, you can say something like dot absolute dash center, and then you can say add apply, and you can apply whatever class name you want, like absolute, top dash 1/2, and so on. And then you can use this class name within your code. There's going to be plenty of classes which we're going to write throughout this video, so I want to provide some of them to you to make your life a bit easier. So in the same GitHub repo where you found the assets, you can also find a complete index.css. So simply copy it and override whatever you have here. You'll notice that it includes some class names for images, headings, and even some fonts, as well as the fonts we wrote at the start. Now, if you hover over the mask clip path, it'll actually know that it is a special class within the index.css, which applies a specific polygon. I'll explain exactly how I got to this later on. But for now, let's get something showing within that div. We can continue by giving it another class name of absolute-center, which will center it. We can give it a position of absolute, a Z of 50, so it appears on top, a size of 64, a cursor of pointer, overflow of hidden, and rounded-LG. Within it, we'll create another div, which will actually be a mini video player. There we go. You can see it here in the middle, and it is clickable. What this actually is this video player that allows you to change the background or the video playing in the background just by clicking on it. It's a pretty cool feature, and I'm so excited to show you how it works. So let's first get that video playing, and then once the user clicks on it, we can show it in the background as well. To do that, we have to start adding some functionality. So I'll define a new function, const handle mini vd video click. So this is going to be the mini video player click. We have to know when a user has clicked something, and we also have to keep track of which video is playing or the index of that video. So let's define a couple of use state fields. I'll say use state, and I'll use the use state snippet to quickly create it. I'll call the first state current index, as well as set current index, and at the start it'll be set to 1. Let's not forget to import use state from React. Alongside the current index, I also want to know whether the user has clicked anything. So at the start, I'll create another use state snippet, which will have a name of has clicked, and set has clicked at the start equal to false. By the way, see how it actually tells me what this variable here does? Like it says use state's first parameter is actually for its initial state. In the last video, many of you asked me how did I add that? What kind of package is it? Well, this is actually a feature built right into WebStorm, so I didn't have to do anything to add it. I'll also add another use state snippet, and I'll call this one is loading, and set is loading at the start set to true, because the video typically does take some time to load at the start. And finally, I'll create another use state for the number of videos that has loaded. So I'll say loaded videos, which at the start will be equal to 0. We can also define the number of total videos which you want to play. In this case, I'll set it to 4. And we need to define a reference which will allow us to then switch between those videos or to target the player within which will play the videos. To do that, we can say const next vd video ref is going to be equal to use ref, which we have to import from React. And at the start, it'll be set to null. In React, you use a ref whenever you want to target a specific DOM element, like the iframe or like the div within which we want to play that video. You can see here, this div has an ID of video frame. Now, once we click on this mini player, we want to set has clicked to be equal to true. And we also want to set the current index to be equal to a function where we get the previous index. And then we simply say prev index plus 1. So we're always incrementing that index with a new one. Now we can handle this mini video click right here once we click this div. Now, to actually be able to see what's happening, let's continue implementing this div by giving it a class name of origin-center. But before I start adding more classes, let's actually implement the video right within it. I will render an HTML5 self-closing video tag and give it a ref equal to next video ref. And you know what? I actually don't like shortening things like VD. Who knows whether that's a video or something else. So I will rename it to next video ref. Always a bit better to be a bit more descriptive than to shorten it out. And now I will say next video ref. And a video component also needs a source to the video to be played. So right here above the return, let's create a new const get video source equal to a function where we get the index, and then it automatically returns a path of videos / hero dash dynamically render the index .mp4. And let's properly spell videos. Again, this is pretty cool. Even though this is not an error, notice how WebStorm noticed that there's a typo in the word videos. So I will definitely fix that. And this is giving us the path of each specific video source. So let's say source is equal to get video source, to which we can pass the current index plus 1. So why is it plus 1? Well, because we have this large video, and then once we click on the inner one, it actually is going to play it on the big screen. So this smaller one always has to be one in front of the main video player. Next, let's make sure that this video loops. So we're going to give it a loop as well as a muted property, and the ID equal to current-video. And we can give it a class name of size-64, origin-center, scale of 150, object-cover, and object-center. Finally, we can also render the onLoaded data, which is a special handler that allows us to call a function once the data loads. And here we can call a handle video load function. This is a new function which we can create right here at the top. Let's call it const handle video load. And it's going to be equal to an arrow function that will simply set the loaded videos to be equal to prev loaded videos plus 1, like this. Now we can scroll down and we can provide additional class names to this div containing this video player. So let's give it a class name of scale of 50 to make it a bit smaller at the start. Let's give it opacity of 0 because at the start it should not be present, but transition all, meaning that we can animate some properties throughout a duration of 500 milliseconds, ease in, and we're going to animate it on hover. So on hover, we're going to change the scale back to 100 and the opacity to 100. Now, if I hover over it, check this out. It appears as if we're trying to get into this video. So it's similar right here. There we go. What is missing is that once we click it, we actually show it in the background. Now, if you click on this video, it'll actually switch it to the next one, and the next one, and the next one until it breaks, because we're always going one more right here. But once we pass the number 3, then we're lost. We have no 4, 5, 6, or so on. So we can use a special trick. We can be very smart about it, and we can only try to go up to 3, but then if it's more than that, we need to go back to 0 and start all over again. That is the perfect use case for the modulo operator. It returns the remainder of the division of one number being divided by another. So for example, if you divide 5 by 2, you're going to get 1 because 5 divided by 2 will be 2 times 2, and then the remainder will be 1. In our case, if you try to divide 1 by 4, which is the total number of videos, you're going to actually get 1 because you cannot divide it. So let me show you how we can implement it in our case to make sure that we can only go up to the last video and not any further. I'll create a new variable called const upcoming video index, and that's going to be equal to current index modulo total videos, and then I'll wrap it in parentheses and give it a +1. So what this will do is it will try to divide 1 by 4, or rather 0 by 4 at the start, where the remainder is going to be 0. To that 0, we will add 1. So 0 plus 1 will end up being 1. After that, it will try to divide 1 by 4, which will leave us the remainder of 1. So it's going to go to 2. And in this case, I should actually be putting the modulo operator instead of the division because it's a remainder operation. After that, we'll try to divide 2 by 4, which is going to leave 2 plus 1 is 3. And finally, it's going to do 3 by 4, which will give us 4, which is the last index. So finally, once you do that last modulo operator, the remainder will be 0, and we once again start from 1. Isn't that beautiful? That's just some math right here. So now we can set the current index to be equal to upcoming video index. Great. Now, if we reload, you can keep pressing, and we actually have 3 videos, so 1 is extra right here. So for now, I will just put the total number of videos to be 3. If we do that, you can naturally switch between all of these videos. This is great. Now, let's continue right below this video and below 2 more divs, because now is the time to create another video component, which will be our primary background video player. It'll have a ref equal to next video ref, and a source equal to get video source. But this time we're not passing the upcoming index, we're passing the current index. Oh, and here we no longer have to use the current index +1. We can just use the upcoming video index because we have created a variable out of that. So check this out. You can click it and it actually changes on this top video player. This is pretty amazing. Like, check this out. We have this scene with this rock and buildings. I click it, it shows up here. We have this scene with this boy, and we click it, shows up at the top. We have this woman right here. We click it, shows up at the top. I mean, this is pretty cool, I gotta say, but it's gonna be so much cooler once we actually implement the video player so that it shows up and you go into the scene, you enter it. So to continue working on this amazing hero section, let's give this video a loop property. Let's make it muted. Let's give it the ID equal to next video. And let's give it a class name equal to absolute-center. Let's also give it invisible. I'll give it the absolute positioning, z index of 20, size of 64, object-cover, and object-center. And on loaded data, I'll give it the handle video load. So right now, you cannot really see the big video just yet, but you will be able to see it soon. We just have to animate it. The reason why this video is initially hidden is because we have to apply the animation where we have that zoom in effect. As you can see, it slowly zooms in. So just below this video player, which will have that zoom in effect, we can go below and we can create another video player, which will have a source equal to get video source. And to it, we'll check if the current index is triple equal to the total videos -1. That means that we're at the last index, and in that case, we want to reset it to 1, else we're gonna set it to the current index. Now you can see that again. Let's give it a property of autoplay. I'll also give it loop, muted, and a class name of absolute, left-0, top-0, size-full, object-cover, and object-center. And there we go. Now we're starting to dive into the world. And check this out. I click it, and now it actually plays. This is pretty crazy, I gotta say. Looking great. Again, we must not forget that this looks even better on desktop. And I mean, this video on its own is looking amazing. These designers and animators have done such a phenomenal job. But again, keep in mind, we will turn this into an actual high-performing website as well. So for the time being, I'll go back to mobile view, and I will also give this video an onLoaded data property to handle video load. Finally, we can go one div below, and we can create an h1 with a class name equal to special-font, hero-heading, and we can say something like gaming. I think that's what it says right here at the bottom of the original website as well. But check this one thing out. The A in gaming is special. It has this line in between. So we can change it by putting it in bold signs like this, gaming. Let's also style it further by giving it a position of absolute, bottom of 5, right of 5, Z of 40, and text-blue of 75. And check this out. We have this gaming text right here at the bottom right. Right below the H1, let's create a div. And this div will have a class name equal to absolute, left-0, top-0, Z of 40, and size of full. And right now we're creating this top part of the website with a redefined title, a subheading, and a call to action button. So within it, let's render another div that's gonna have a class name of margin top of 24, padding X of 5, and on small devices, padding X of 10. Within it, we can finally render an H1 that'll say redefine, and then I'll put the N in the bold signs, and then I'll say E at the end, because this will make sure that the N has that special flair. So I'll give it a class name equal to special-font, hero-heading, and text-blue-100. There we go. That's much better. Right below the H1, let's render a p tag that'll have a class name equal to margin bottom of 5, max-w of 64, font-robert-regular, and text-blue-100. And it can say enter the metagame layer. I'll put a break right here because we want to show something in a new line, and I'll say unleash the play economy. Okay, that's pretty cool. We have some kind of a subheading right there. And below it, we want to render a button. Now, this button will be a completely custom component, which we'll reuse in many other places within our application. So let me actually cover this video for the time being, as the video can be a bit distracting while we're coding. And let's create a custom button component by going to components and creating a new button.jsx. I'll run RAFCE, and I'll import it right here within the hero below the p tag by rendering a new self-closing button component. And if I go back here, you should be able to see a button. For the time being, I will stop the video from playing by heading over to videos and remove the autoplay from one of these videos. So if I reload, it will not autoplay. Later on, we can uncomment this to just be amazed at the great animation. For now, let's pass some props into this button so we can differentiate it from some other buttons. I'll give it an ID of watch-trailer, a title of watch trailer, a left icon equal to, and now this is the first time we're ever using icons in this application. So we actually want to install a package that allows us to use many different icons. And that's of course React Icons. It allows you to pick any icon library you want and immediately use icons from it. We can install it through npm by simply saying npm install react-icons. So this is exactly what I'll do. And once it gets installed, I'll simply call it ti location arrow coming from React Icons. There we go. And finally, I'll pass some container class to this button of bg yellow 300, flex-center, and a gap of 1. If I do that and go back, I can now go into this button, accept those props, and then create this reusable button component so that we can reuse it across the page. To accept the props, you can just get the props here and then say something like props.title, I think it was. That's now going to say watch trailer. What you can also do is destructure the props. By destructuring the props, you don't have to say props.something every time. You just use it like this. It still works, but it's a bit easier. So let's destructure all of the other properties as well, such as ID, right icon, left icon, and the container class. Once you get them, we can start creating our button by first wrapping everything in a button component. We can give it an ID equal to ID, a class name equal to group, relative, z of 10, w of fit, cursor of pointer, overflow of hidden, rounded dash full, background of violet 50, padding x of 7, padding y of 3, and text dash black, and it'll render the left icon. There we go. You can see it right here. And we can also make this class name dynamic by turning it into a dynamic template string, just like so. And then we can render the container class as well, right at the end of the other classes. If you do that and continue writing the text, it'll also apply these additional class names such as bgyellow300, flex center, and a gap of 1. So let's create a span within this button with a class name equal to relative, inline dash flex, overflow dash hidden, font dash general, text dash extra small, and uppercase. Within it, we can create a div that'll render the title that says watch trailer. And right outside of the span, we can render the right icon if there is any. This is looking good to me, but it looks like the bgyellow300 class name is not actually getting passed. Container class right here. That's interesting. What if I remove this bgviolet? Will it be passed then? Oh yeah, it is passed. So that means that this class, for some reason, is taking over. What we could do is use something known as a CLSX, which will allow us to more appropriately mix different classes. But we could also just add an exclamation mark at the start of this one, which will make it more important. So this is looking good to me. Now we can go below that button and below 3 more divs. 1, 2, 3. Here, we're going to put a replica of the H1 that says gaming. This one right here. So let's copy it, paste it right here, and instead of text dash blue 75, we'll put a text black. Now, why are we doing this? Right now, it seems that it's completely hiding this one, right? Well, not really. On this one, I will remove the Z40 because it doesn't have to appear on top. It's actually going to appear at the bottom. Check this out. As I'm scrolling, see how when the video is moving, there's this new gaming that appears below the video. I mean, this is just amazing. So we'll implement that animation very soon. But with that in mind, we have a fully functional video player. And if you click in the middle, sometimes it skips. You notice how I clicked, but it didn't actually play that video. But other times it is working incredibly well, especially if I turn on the autoplay. So now if I move over and keep clicking, it's going to keep switching the videos. Again, one time it doesn't do it, but don't worry about that. We'll fix that very soon together. But for now, what do you say that we go ahead and implement some animations? It feels like we don't need them, right? But check this out. Animations will be happening on scroll. This is pretty crazy. Like the video shows up as it's a part of the screen and then it animates. That's not the only animation we want to add though. It's this one that we want to add first. Once you click on the video, it zooms in and it looks like you're entering into that different world. On our version of the application, that's not really happening. It just immediately jumps out. Of course, and we have that bug as well. So what do you say that we implement that animation where you slowly dive into that world?
To implement it, I'll scroll up right here and we'll want to start doing the animations. But wait, how can we actually animate stuff on the web? With GSAP, of course, a widely robust JavaScript animation library built for professionals. And as you can see, they have been a site of the day as well. But in this video, you're rebuilding a site of the month, if I'm not mistaken. So GSAP allows you to effortlessly animate anything JavaScript can touch, delivering silky smooth performance and unmatched support. I like what they're saying. I'm already sold. So what do you say that we start adding GSAP to our application? I'll show you how simple it is to install it. We'll just head back to our code base and run npm install add GSAP /React and the GSAP library itself. Once you install it, you'll be able to use the use GSAP hook. That looks something like this. Use GSAP, which you have to import to the top from @GSAP React. To it, you have to pass a callback function, and then you have to pass some dependencies on when that function will run. That has to be done as the second parameter to the function, where you can say that it'll be executed whenever the current index changes. And we can also add another property called revert on update and set it to true, because we want to revert it to the start every time. And current index will actually be set to dependencies like this. There we go. So now we can start defining the function. So we can say if has clicked. That means that we have entered this new world. And if that is the case, we can call the GSAP, which is the base library, which you have to import from GSAP, dot set. And as the first parameter to the set, you pass the ID or the identifier to the element which you want to animate. So we can say animate the next video by setting the visibility to visible. Next, we also want to set GSAP.to next-video. So we're animating the next video to the following set of animations, also called tweens. We can set the transform origin to be equal to center. We can give it a scale of 1, a width of 100%, a height of 100% as well, duration of 1, ease of power 1 dot in out, and on start, we want to call a callback function that will set the next video ref dot current dot play. So it'll actually play the next video. We also want to animate from. So right below, we can say GSAP.from current video. So what are we going to animate that? Well, we can give it a transform origin of center as well, with a scale of 0, a duration of 1.5, and the ease of power 1 dot in out. I found this one to work the best. And since we're inside of an object here, you have to close it with a comma, not a semicolon. If I do this and reload and press right here, you'll notice that something seems to have broken. Why is that? Well, it says GSAP is not defined. So let's make sure to import GSAP from the GSAP library at the top by saying import GSAP from GSAP. That's going to look something like this. Now, if you go back, click, and then click again, you'll start noticing the animation appear. And this time, it actually fixed the error that we had. It's animating. You see now we are in this world. If I click on this boy, now we can see the boy, it animates. And here we have this woman walking. If I click it, we can see it right here. So this is a beautiful animation that I'm so glad to see in action. But now we have just this single hero section. And I mean, just ending the video right here and calling it a day would be, I think, already pretty good, right? If so, drop a like and leave a comment down below as well. But of course, we want to take it a step further and replicate a couple more sections, such as when you scroll down, we actually want to show this gaming text in this very cool way, and this video will actually collapse into some kind of a rectangle right here at the top, as you can see. Pretty cool effect. So I'll teach you how to replicate that as well. So to achieve that, let's add another use GSAP hook
where we have a callback function. And within this one, we don't have to add the dependencies. I can just call gsap.set, and we're going to set a video frame to a specific clip path. Now, bear with me. This is going to be pretty cool. You see the clip path in this final application? You see how it's some kind of a rectangle right here. Well, you can generate your own clip path by using this CSS clip path maker. I think using a trapezoid might make sense, but you can choose whatever shape you like. And then you can simply copy this clip path code. Go back and add it right here. Clip path is going to be equal to, in this case, a string of polygon with these specific values. And check this out. Even though we didn't yet scroll, we have this effect. You can try playing with percentages a bit. I found 14 to work very nice, and then 0, and then we can have something like 72, and maybe we can have a bit less on the bottom as well, like 90, and then 90 here as well. There we go. I think this is looking pretty cool. Now this bottom text is actually visible. But now we only want to apply this on scroll. So let's actually give it a border radius to round the borders a bit of 0, 0, 40%, 10%. There we go. This is giving it a pretty cool effect. And now I'm going to animate the GSAP from. So this is the starting animation from where we want to start. It's going to be the same video frame element. And we want to start from a clip path that is actually a full polygon. So we don't have any cut corners yet. So to achieve that, you can just copy this polygon, paste it here, change the first percentage to 0, and change all of the other ones to 100, at least the ones that have some values. This will actually turn it into a square or a rectangle. Now we can also reset the border radius right here by setting it to 4 zeros. We can give it an ease of power 1 dot in out, and we can also give it some kind of a scroll trigger to know when the animation should happen. So we can say scroll trigger is going to be equal to an object where the trigger is the video frame, the start is the center, the end is the bottom center, and the scrub will be set to true. So it'll animate as we scroll through it or scrub through it. Now you can notice at the start, if you reload, it kind of goes from this full screen to this smaller rectangle. But of course, we want to implement that on scroll. So how can we actually mock that? Well, if I head over to the app, below the hero, let's try to add a section. A self-closing section with a class name of Z0 min age screen and a BG blue 500. If I save this and go back, we're going to get a full blue screen, which kind of allows us to scroll to test our animation. So far, it seems that the animation isn't actually animating. So let's see what else do we have to do to make it happen. First of all, I noticed that we didn't yet put our loading or loaded videos to use. Sometimes it might take a bit longer, so it's always good to handle that at the start, just so we don't forget. So I'll go to the top of our JSX part, and right here above the video frame, I'll say if loading is true, so if is loading is true, in that case, we can render a div. This div will actually be a loader div. So within it, I will render another div with a class name equal to 3body. You'll see soon enough why we're calling it that way. It's going to be 3 little dots that are spinning around each other. And I can also create 3 divs with a class name equal to 3body __ dot and duplicate them 2 more times. If I do that and turn the loading to true right here by default, which it is, we can see the loading right here at the top left corner. But of course, we want to be able to position it a bit better. So let's give this outside div a class name equal to flex-center, absolute, z of 100, h of dvh, w screen, overflow dash hidden, and bg violet of 50. If I save this, now we have a nice looking loading, which actually takes over the entire screen until our videos load. But how are we going to know if they have loaded successfully? Well, we can create a use effect. So right here above this use GSAP, I'll create a use effect where I'm going to check for the dependencies of loaded videos. So whenever loaded videos change, we can then recall this use effect and check if loaded videos is triple equal to total videos minus 1, then we can set is loading to false. And of course, use effect has to be imported from React. So this is the third React hook that we're using in this hero section. So now if you reload, you'll see the loading for a second, but then immediately the video will appear. Oh, but I just remembered. You know why our animation is being triggered immediately and not on scroll? Scroll trigger is actually a plugin within GSAP. So you have to enable it right at the top to be able to use it. You do that by saying gsap.register plugin, and specifically we'll use the scroll trigger plugin. This scroll trigger is gonna come from import scroll trigger from gsap/all. There we go. Now if we save it, we have a full screen video, which is looking amazing. And if you scroll down, check this out. We're actually animating it. Again, you don't really notice it because you're already all the way down once it happens, but still it is there, right? These animations or micro animations don't have to be big, but once you see them in action, they really change the way that you experience this website. And in this case, it's still super, super optimized. So this is looking great and gets a big pass from my side. And with that, I think we're more or less done with the hero section, which is looking amazing. We have the text on top left and bottom right just to make some space for the video that's appearing in the middle and for users to discover the ability to enter into the world of a different video. So we have this one and this one, as if there are 3 different stories. Oh, but wait, it seems like we currently only have 2. Do we have to update the total videos to 4? 1, 2, 3. There we go. Yeah, that's it. We had to have 4 to actually show all 3 videos. This is looking amazing. Now, what do you want to do next? I'm asking as if I can hear you or as if you can tell me what to do next. But we have 2 options. We can either design the navbar, which is looking pretty simple at the start, but then actually disappears and then reappears once you scroll up because it means you're lost and you want to find something. So it's pretty cool. Or the next section you want to do is this one, a piece of text and an image that animates into a third section. To be completely honest, I would wait on the navbar just a tiny bit more to implement this second very interesting section. This is technically an about section. Typically about sections on different websites look boring, but here, hey, we're diving into a whole another world. So we can start implementing it by creating a new component in the components folder, and let's call it about.jsx, run rafce right within it, and then import it and use it right here instead of this blue section. We will no longer need it because now we will have our about section. If you add it and go back, for now you will just see a simple about text right here, but we will turn it into the whole about section. So let's start with the JSX part first, and then we'll focus on the animations. Let's give it an ID equal to about, just so we can scroll to it and animate it, as well as a class name equal to min-h-screen and w-screen, so it takes the full height and width. If we do that, you can now see that all of this blank space is our about screen. And for the time being, I will put it to mobile view just so we can see what's happening. Within this div, I'll create another div that'll have a class name equal to relative, margin bottom of 8, margin top of 36, flex dash call, items dash center, and a gap of 5. Within it, I'll render an h2 and give it a class name equal to font dash general, text dash sm, uppercase, and on medium devices, text dash 10 pixels. So now inside of there, we can say welcome to Zentree. There we go. That's looking cool. Right below this h2, we'll render a div with a class name equal to margin top of 5 to divide it a bit from the top, text dash center to center it, text dash 4XL, so it's going to be super large, uppercase, leading dash 0.8, like this, and on medium devices, text dash 6 rem. Within it, we can render a piece of text, such as discover the world's largest shared adventure. There we go. This is looking pretty amazing. But if we go into the finished website, and if you zoom in, you'll notice that the O here and a couple of other letters like the A have that special character design. So we have to wrap them in bold characters. I'll do that with this O right here. So that's going to be B for bold. Same thing here. And we'll do that with the A right here near the end under largest. There we go. This is looking good. And let's also add a break tag after worlds. So we put that in a new line. There we go. For now, it's looking like this, but trust me, soon enough, it will look much different. Below this div, I'll create another div with a class name equal to about dash subtext. They'll render the p tag and say the game of games begins. That sounds exciting. And then we can say your life, now an epic MMORPG. This Xora game really sounds amazing. I might even give it a try after we code this website out. And I'll leave the link in the description anyway to credit them for such an amazing design and development of this app. Right below it, let's create another p tag. This p tag will say something like Xora unites every player from countless games and platforms. I think this is going to be good. And now we can see that text right here. Let's go a bit down. So that's going to be 2 divs down and create another div that'll have a class name equal to h-dvh and w-screen, as well as an ID equal to clip. Within it, we can create another div with a class name equal to mask-clip-path. And it's going to have a class name of about image, within which we can render a self-closing image tag with a source of img/about.webp. It's going to have an alt tag of background, as well as a class name equal to absolute, left-0, top-0, size-full, and object-cover. Now you cannot see it just yet, and that's because we have to animate it. So I'll scroll up a bit and use the use GSAP hook. We'll have a function right here, a callback function, and within it, I'll say const clip animation is equal to gsap.timeline. So this is the first time we're creating a timeline, which allows us to more precisely create a trigger, a start, and an end. We're going to work with triggers right here, as you already know. So we can do a scroll trigger. And we're going to trigger it once a user reaches a clip, which is going to be this part of the page here. Once it reaches that part, we can define the start of the trigger, which is going to be center, center. We can also define the end, which is going to be, this is pretty interesting, so pay attention, plus equal to 800 and center. So it'll trigger 800 pixels after it passes the center. We can also do a scrub of 0.5, and scrub simply refers to how we're moving through the animation on scroll. We can also do a pin to true and pin spacing to true as well. And if you want to learn more about any of these properties, just go to GSAP and maybe search for pin or pin spacing. If you do that and go to the docs of the scroll trigger animation and search for pin or pin spacing, you can immediately see what it does. Now, with that said, let's try to apply this animation by going a bit down and saying clip animation dot to mask clip path. And we're going to give it a width of about 100 VW, a height of about 100 VH, and a border radius of 0. What is this mask clip path? Well, I think we have it right here. See? Mask clip path. So this will actually show that image that I was telling you about. Now, of course, we have to import use GSAP, and we also have to import the GSAP library itself by saying import GSAP from GSAP. And don't forget, we also have to turn on or register the plugin for scrolling. So we need to say import scroll trigger coming from GSAP all, and then we can say GSAP dot register plugin of scroll trigger. Now we're back in action, and if we scroll, check this out. We have discovered the world's largest shared adventure, and if I scroll, the image actually does something, like it animates to the bottom. This is pretty cool. Not yet what we want, but we're getting there. And how does it look like on desktop? Oh, it's kind of jumping around, as you can see. We'll definitely fix that. Oh, no, I reloaded and now it's better. So you can see how it goes right here and then it expands. I'm noticing some characters right here, VH. So it means that I didn't properly write the style somewhere. Oh, here it is. Looks like I took it out of the class name. It was supposed to be HDVH W screen. So now it's a bit better. So now you can see how first it looks like this, and then as you scroll down, it actually expands to the full width. Now, even though this is looking great for the About section, we have to do something about this piece of text. It definitely doesn't look like this. And the text itself, in some cases, can be animated. Now, it's not in this section, but later on, we're using similar pieces of text, and we'll be able to animate what it does, as you can see here. So it's better to turn it into a reusable component immediately, so we can then animate it, as you can see here, and reuse it across other sections. So let me collapse this, head over to our working version of the application, which doesn't look that good, and we can create a new component called animated title.jsx, run RAFCE, and we can import it right here where we have this div. So I'll import the animated title, and for the time being, I will copy this div and put it into the animated title. So far, it might look like the same thing with some extra steps, but trust me, we'll soon turn this into a properly animated title, which we'll be able to reuse across many different sections. So let's do that next. To get started creating our custom animated title, let's actually expand on this div. Let's first make it dynamic and reusable through props. To these props, we can pass the title and the container class. So now you can take this discover the world's largest shared adventure, copy it, and we'll pass it into the animated title as a title string. That's gonna look something like this. And we can do the same thing with the container class by saying container class is equal to margin top of 5 and exclamation mark text dash black and text dash center. Now, if you head into the animated title, instead of rendering the text right here, we can say title.split, and we're gonna split it based on the break tag to create some space. That's gonna look like this, and then we can map over all of these pieces of the title by getting each individual line and the index of that line. For each line, I will return another div, and this div, of course, we have to close it. I'll give it a key equal to index since we're mapping over it, and a class name equal to flex-center, max-w-full, flex-wrap, gap of 2, padding x of 10, and on medium devices, a gap of 3. Within it, we can simply render the line, but I'll also split it by spaces. So I'll say line.split based on spaces like this. And of course, let's make sure to properly close it right here. There we go. Once we split it, we're going to get each individual word. So we can say .map word and the index, we can call it just I, and we're going to map over each word itself by giving it a span with a key equal to I, a class name equal to animated word, and we're going to call a dangerously set inner HTML, where we're going to set the underscore HTML variable, where it's going to be underscore HTML, to be equal to the contents of that word. And we can make this span self-closing.
I know this might be a bit weird right now, but you'll see how great it looks when you can animate each word on its own. You can see it right here. So for now, it looks like I didn't properly close all those divs. So I have to end and close right here. There we go, we're good. I will indent this a bit more so we can see it better. And now we should be able to see some kind of a title right here. At least we will when we add a container class to this class name. So let's actually fix these class names by giving it a class name of animated-title. And we can also render a dynamic container class like this. But of course, to do that, we have to wrap it in a template string. So that's going to look something like this. If I do that, we cannot see the title just yet. And now we have to actually animate it. So scroll a bit up and create a new ref. Const container ref is equal to use ref coming from React. And at the start, it'll be set to null. Once we have this ref, we can actually attach it to this container div by saying ref is equal to container ref. And this will now allow us to start animating it. So let's create a new use effect hook, which allows us to perform some actions whenever things on the page change. Specifically in this case, we want to make it happen initially as soon as the page loads, not on any kind of changes, which is why we'll leave the dependency array empty. Within here, we can define a GSAP context to ensure the animations and selectors are scoped to this instance of a component. So let's say const ctx, short for context, is equal to gsap.context. And we can define it within a callback function. And then as the second parameter, we can pass the ref. In this case, it's going to be container ref. Now, we first have to import GSAP from GSAP. So let me say import GSAP from GSAP. There we go. And now we can start creating some animations and timelines of animations within this context by saying const title animation is equal to gsap.timeline. So we're creating a new timeline with a scroll trigger as before. The trigger will happen once we reach a container ref.current, and it'll start on 100 pixels and the bottom of that container. And it'll end in the center of that container and the bottom of that container when it comes to top and bottom. Finally, we can toggle some actions such as play, none, none, reverse. You can look into these actions. And of course, this is something we can look into by GSAP docs. So if you head over to toggle actions GSAP, scroll trigger, and then search for toggle actions, you can see that it says, if you want an animation only to play once when scrolling forward and never get reset or replayed, then you can set it to once, but you can also set toggle actions to play none, none, none. In this case, we have play none, none, reverse, but it approaches a very similar thing. And there we go here. It says toggle actions control 4 distinct toggle places: on enter, on leave, on enter back, and on leave back in that order. So in this case, we say on enter, play, on leave, none, on enter back, none, but on leave back, reverse the animation. You'll see what cool effect this will give us. With that in mind, let's animate the title now by saying title animation dot to dot animated word. So we're going to animate to this class by setting the opacity to 1, by setting the transform to translate 3D 0, 0, 0, rotate Y to 0 degree, as well as rotate X to 0 degrees as well. So we're kind of resetting the animation right here. We can also put an ease of power2.in/out and a stagger of 0.02 in between the different words. And finally, since we're within a use effect, at the end, we have to clean that use effect up by creating a new callback function where we say context ctx.revert, which will clean it up on unmounting of this component. Now, if you scroll down, you can see something appearing right here, but it's not really in position. It's not really in place. Same thing if we go here, this isn't really looking good, is it? Let's try to fix it together. If I head over here, I think my rotation X is not getting applied, or the transform for that matter, because I have this comma here. We should just have an empty space in between all of these properties. So if we do that, you can now see discover let's fix that double D right here. I think it's going to be in the about. There we go. Discover the world's largest shared adventure. This is much better. And check this out. If I scroll down, it will slowly start animating. And again, take a look. It's animating as you're barely seeing it. So it's not the goal that you're seeing the white screen while it's animating. Immediately you're here and it appears. It shows up for you, so you don't have to wait at all, but you still see it. And then as we scroll back, it is still here. This is great. So now we have an animated title right here, and then we scroll down and enter a new world. Perfect. With that in mind, you have developed the animated title. So let's go back to the about. And with it, I think the about section is now done. Before we continue with the upcoming sections, I think it's about damn time that we implement the navigation bar. Right now, it's looking a bit empty right here, and we don't have the ability to quickly scroll to another section on the page, which is always welcomed. So let's head back to the app, open up the components folder, and create a new file called navbar.jsx, run rafce, and then import it right here above the hero section by calling a self-closing navbar functional component. You should be able to see it right here at the top, which means that we are ready to start implementing it. Let's get started with implementing our navbar. To do that, I'll put my browser to the left side and my code editor to the right. That way we can better see what's happening here. And I'll also head over to our home and stop the autoplay of the video, just so we don't have to see it repeat every time, and then I'll reload. Great. This is better. We can turn it back on later on. And just so we can see the nav links, because they're going to be white, for the time being, I will just add a background color to our main, BG Zinc of 600. It's a darkish color that will allow us to see our navbar elements. Great. So with that said, let's get started with creating it. First things first, I'll wrap everything in a div component, and this div will actually later on be animated, so I will immediately create a ref for it by saying const nav container ref is equal to use ref at the start equal to null, and of course we'll have to import it from React by saying use ref. Now we can give it that ref by saying nav container ref, as well as we can start giving it some class names. In this case, let's give it a fixed, because it'll be fixed to the top, inset x of 0, top of 4, z of 50, so it appears above other elements, h of 16 for the height, border dash none, transition dash all, duration of 700 for the animation, and on small devices, inset of x of 6. Now you cannot see it just yet because we have nothing in it, but within there, we can add a header component. This header will have a class name equal to absolute, top dash 1/2. This will give it a top 50%, w full for full width, and minus translate dash y dash 1/2. Within it, we can develop a nav element. This nav will have a class name equal to flex, size dash full, items dash center, justify dash between, so they show on the left and the right side, and a padding of 4. And within it, we can start creating the left side of our navbar, where we're going to have our logo and the product button. So let's create a div with a class name of flex, items dash center, and a gap of 7. And right within it, I'll create an image with a source equal to /img /logo.png with an alt tag of logo and a class name of w10. And now we can see the little logo on the top left. Right below it, we can also render a button coming from our reusable components. It'll be a self-closing button component to which we can pass a couple of props, such as the ID of a product button, a title equal to products, right icon, in this case will be TI location arrow,
So it can be a self-closing component. There we go. And we can also pass some container classes, such as container class is equal to BG blue of 50. That's going to change its color. Next, we can do on medium devices flex. So it nicely looks like this. Typically, it's going to be hidden. Items-center, justify-center, and a gap of 1 in between the elements. And this is going to make it look very nice. Now we're moving to the right side of the navbar, so below this div, where we're going to have another div for the navigation links and the audio button. Yep, we'll be able to play music within our page. We can give this div a class name of flex, age-full, and items-center. And within it, we can create another div. And this div will typically be hidden on smaller devices. So we can give it a class name of hidden, but on medium devices, it'll be block, meaning visible, on medium and larger. Within it, we can map over our nav items. What you could do is just declare an array of different objects with title, home, link, but you can see that this can start getting messy very soon. So instead of doing that, we can define our nav items just at the top by saying const nav items is equal to, and then here you can have home, about, services, products, and so on. But in the case of our great gaming application, we can have something like Nexus, or we can have Volt, or we can have Prologue. And finally, we have the about as well as the contact. These are some different items. Again, feel free to change them as you will. Now, if we go down, we can say nav items dot map, where we map over each individual item, and we can automatically return an anchor tag for each one. Make sure to put just a regular parenthesis here and not a curly brace, because we're doing an automatic return. Now, within this anchor tag, we can simply render an item. If you do that, you can see those different items appear right here, and on small devices, they completely disappear. But on medium, we can see them. Now, let's style this anchor tag by giving it a class name of nav hover btn, just like so. And now, as you hover it, we have this little effect happening right here. If you want to check this out in action, you can search it and then check it out within index.css. Basically, we're applying a margin inline start of 2.5 rem, so it basically has enough space in between other elements. We're changing the text to small, to uppercase, to changing the text color, and then what we're doing is applying the border bottom, and then we're animating it by a couple of pixels and changing its color. So if you check this out, you can see that this border animates. I think I found this little animation in the web, and then I just put it here. You can find many of these animations on the web. You don't necessarily have to code everything. Sometimes it's good not to reinvent the wheel and basically grab these cool little animations whenever you can. With that in mind, we also need to give each anchor tag a key. In this case, it'll be equal to item because each item is different. And finally, an href too. Href will point to hash item dot to lowercase, like this. So if you click Nexus, it'll point to Nexus, Volt, Prologue, and so on. You can see about already works. It points us to the about section. This is great. Now, I think I can remove the background color from the app because it's no longer needed. There we go. So if I go here and click about, it nicely scrolls to about. Now, with that in mind, we can go back to the nav and we can scroll a bit down below this div that's wrapping the navigation items, but still within this div. And there, we can create a button that allows us to play the audio. Yep, you will be able to play some music, believe it or not. So I'll create a new button. This time we'll just use a regular button. And I'll give it a class name equal to margin left of 10 to divide it a bit from the nav items, flex, items-center, and a space x of 0.5 to just give it a bit of extra space. Now we need to create a new function that will allow us to play music. So let's create it by saying const toggle audio indicator, and that's going to be equal to an arrow function.
And we can also create a new ref that will allow us to attach audio to this element by saying const audio element ref is equal to useRef, and at the start set to null. Make sure to call it audio element ref. There we go. Now, if I scroll down to this button, we can give it an on click equal to toggle audio indicator. And within it, I will render the audio element. I'll give it a ref equal to audio element ref, a class name of hidden typically, with a source equal to /audio/loop.mp3. So this is an mp3 file that I provided for you in the source. And then we can give it a loop property, which will loop the audio once it finishes playing. And now this is a pretty cool feature. While it is playing, we also want to show some audio lines move up and down to indicate that the audio is playing and that we can stop it. So you can achieve that by mapping over 1, 2, 3, 4. These are just numbers, but they will act as our line bars. And then we can say .map over each individual bar. And for each bar, we will return a div. This div will have a key equal to bar, and it'll also have a class name equal to indicator-line. And then we can also give it another class, which is going to be dynamic. So you have to turn this into a template string. And we'll have to check whether the audio is playing. So for that, we can create a new use state at the top by saying const is audio playing, set is audio playing, and that's going to be equal to the use state element at the start set to false. Of course, we have to import the use state right here from React. Once you do that, based on this is audio playing, we can also define another use state, and that'll be is indicator active. So we can say is indicator active and set is indicator active at the start set to false. So now if we scroll down right here, I can check if is indicator active, then we will apply an active class, else we will apply just an empty string. Now you cannot see it yet as we're not yet playing music, but we'll do that soon. And we can also give this div, which is by the way a self-closing div because we won't put anything in it, it's just going to be a line. We can give it a style property where we can define an animation delay and say the delay will be dependent on the bar we're on. So if we're in the first bar, we want to multiply that by 0.1 seconds. For the second bar, it's going to be 0.2 seconds, and so on. Hopefully this makes sense. You'll see it in action very, very soon. And I think this is a good chance to put our editor to the left side and the browser to the right so we can see what's happening. Now we can scroll up and we can implement the logic for playing the music. We have all the states and all the necessary refs and functions to be able to play it. First things first, in the toggle audio indicator, I will set is audio playing to be equal to a previous version of that state, and we're just going to toggle it off or on. So if the previously it has been set to true, now we're going to set it to false. And I want to do the same thing with is indicator active. So set is indicator active is going to be the previous version of that specific state. Now that we have that, we can create a use effect. As you know, to use effect, you have to pass a callback function and a dependency array. And we want to recall it every time that the is audio playing variable changes. So let's say if is audio playing is true, then we can set the audio element ref .current .play. And else, if it's not true, we can set it to pause. Great. But now, how can we actually toggle the music on? Like, there's no button that we see. Well, if you scroll down right here, you can see that we are hiding the audio field. And typically we have to hide it because it looks very bad. We don't want that MP3 bar to show right here. We just want some very nice song indicators. So to achieve that, we can actually close the audio property right here and then show these indicators after the audio prop. So they're completely divided. First we have this, and then we have the indicators, which act as the button to play it. Now on the top right, you should be able to see these 4 different line indicators. I think I can zoom it in a bit more. There we go. So you can see it right here. And now if you click it, they should start playing the music. There we go. I can hear it in my headphones. The recording is not picking it up, which is totally fine, but it should start playing for you as well. We have some very uplifting music right here. And if you click it, it stops. I just found a copyright-free music which I thought would work very well. But of course, you can put any kind of MP3 right here that you want in public audio loop.mp3. That's it. Super simple. And then the music plays, and these 4 different lines jump around very nicely. Beautiful. So with that in mind, I'll zoom out. I'll check how it looks on mobile. Currently, we're hiding all the elements and we're just letting the users enjoy the actual website on mobile. But on desktop, we have a top nav. But now what's happening if I scroll down? But as you can notice, some of our background sections are completely white, which means that the elements get lost right here, which is exactly why we'll actually turn it into a black rectangle that appears when you scroll. Basically what we'll do is this. If you scroll down, the navbar is going to be hidden, but then let's say you're scrolling, you're enjoying the website, right? But then you start scrolling back. That typically means that the user is lost and that he's trying to find something. When you start scrolling back, the navbar will slowly appear in its black form, and then it will allow you to go to whatever section you want to go to. Great. So let's implement that animation, allowing you to visit different sections of the site. To implement that effect, where we figure out when we want to bring the navbar back, when the user scrolls back, we'll have to know the scroll position of the user. And for that, I'll use the React Use library, which has more than 41,000 stars on GitHub. It is super simple to install. npmi React Use. So I'll simply add it to my second terminal. And once you do that, we can import something out of it. And that something will be import use window scroll, coming from React Use. Next, we can actually get the Y property of the user's current scroll. And we can do that by saying const destructure the Y and rename it to current scroll Y and make it equal to the use window scroll hook. Once we have that, we can define a new use effect that's going to change depending on the current scroll Y, but we also have to keep track of the last scroll Y, right? This is pretty cool. So let's actually create a new use state snippet and call it last scroll Y. This will allow us to know when a user starts going back. And at the start, it'll be set to 0. And we can also create another state. So use state snippet, and it's going to be called is nav visible, because we have to toggle the visibility of the nav on or off. And at the start, it'll be set to true. I'll expand this just a bit so we can see it a bit better. And I'll start implementing this use effect, where at the start, we want to check if the current scroll Y position is equal to the 0, which it most likely is if we're at the top. That is the topmost position, and there we want to show the navbar without the floating bar element. What is the floating bar? Well, the dark screen. Let me show you. If I go here, we have that dark screen that allows you to see the white text elements on the white background. But at the top, we completely remove it because the elements are still visible as we have this video playing right here. So here, we can set is nav visible to true, but we can say the nav container ref dot current dot class list dot remove floating dash nav. Pretty cool, right? We can remove a specific class based on a position of the scroll. Very useful. Now, we can also have an else if and check if the current scroll Y is greater than the last scroll Y, which means that the user is just scrolling down, okay? So they're not scrolling up, which means they're lost. In this case, we can completely hide the navigation bar, and we can add the floating nav class. Else if the current scroll Y is lower than the last scroll Y, in that case, we want to set is nav visible to true, and we also want to add the floating nav. So not remove, rather add. And how are we going to keep track of the last scroll? Well, we're going to set it right here. Set last scroll Y is equal to the current scroll Y. Finally, we can apply a slight GSAP animation by saying useEffect, and it's gonna change whenever the navbar visibility changes. So if is nav visible, in that case, we can call the GSAP, which of course we have to import from the top by saying import GSAP from GSAP. And then we can say GSAP.to. So we want to animate to nav container ref, and we want to give it specific variables of y. If is nav visible, then we're going to set it to 0, else we're going to set it to -100. You'll see why soon. Then same thing for opacity. If is nav visible is true, then it can be set to 1, else it'll be set to 0, and we can set the duration to something like 0.2. Now, if you save this, you can see that exactly what I said was true. Here, we only see the text elements. If you start scrolling down, you can start seeing the dark element right here. But at some point, it should actually disappear, right? And then if you start scrolling up, it should appear. But for us, it is always visible, which is not necessarily a bad thing. You can keep it like this, but I prefer to hide it just so we can enjoy the full screen assets of this beautifully designed website. So let's see why we're not hiding it. I think that's because we're not recalling this use effect whenever the last scroll position changes. So it cannot properly decide when the last is lower than the current. So if I add it right here, we can see it. It appears. Oh, no, that didn't do it. That makes me think that this use effect is to blame. We're properly changing the Y position and the opacity. Oh, but here too, we have to say nav container ref dot current to properly point to that element. If you do that, you notice it gets hidden. It's nowhere to be seen, but as we start scrolling up, it appears back, and then it gets to its first initial position. This is working wonderfully well. It is such a great looking navbar with those added additional functionalities of hiding it, showing it, and then even it has multiple shown positions, such as this initial one where it's very minimal, and then we have this one where it appears if we scroll up, where you can very clearly see different elements where you want to go. And then not to mention that we have the ability to play the music. That's great. And I like that the music is not actually playing at the start. You can actually maybe ask the user if you want to turn it on at the start with some kind of an alert or something. Feel free to implement that functionality because sometimes it might be easy to just miss this button at the top right. But with that said, the navigation bar has been implemented, which means that we're ready to implement a section below this one. And that's going to be this dark section where we're going to have some sort of a bento grid with these different animated elements, which look amazing. So let me actually collapse the browser to the right side. There we go. It looks amazing. Can't wait to start implementing this. I will close all of the currently open files, and I'll create another component called features right here below the source. Run RAFCE, and then render those features right here below the about. If you do that and go back to the website, you'll notice that now it says features right here at the bottom, which means that we are ready to start developing it. I think this is maybe the second most interesting section after the hero, of course, even though the navbar was pretty cool, you gotta admit. So take a bit of a pause and we can continue right away. To get started working on the features section, let's first turn it into just that, a section. Section is an HTML5 semantic div, which denotes that something new is happening in this part of the screen. Next, we can give it a class name equal to bg-black and padding bottom of 52. If you do that, we get this nice black rectangle. Right below it, let's render a div, and that div will have a class name of container, margin X of auto, padding X of 3, and on medium devices, padding X of 10. Within it, let's create another div just used for some positioning with a class name equal to padding X of 5 for horizontal padding and padding Y of 32 for vertical padding. Within it, we can create a new p tag, and this p tag can say into the metagame layer. You cannot see it just yet as it is dark, but we can now style it by giving it a class name of font-circular-web, text-lg, and text-blue 50. which is basically a white variant. Below this p tag, we can create another p tag that can say a bit of a longer text, maybe something like, immerse yourself in a rich and ever-expanding universe where a vibrant array of products converge into an interconnected overlay experience on your world. It's a long one, I know. You don't have to type it exactly like this one. You can just type any kind of a longer piece of text so we can see it on the screen. You could also come to the finish site right here and then copy it from there. I think that's going to be the easiest way to do it. I'll link it somewhere below. We can then give it a class name equal to max-w-md, font-circular web, text-lg, and text-blue 50 with an opacity of 50. And now we have this piece of text right here. Let's go below this p tag and below one more div to create another div. This will be the start of our bento grid. Yep, this part right here. So let's give this div a class name equal to border-hsla. If you search for this, you'll see that it simply applies a border white property, which you can immediately see right here. And then we're going to also give it a relative positioning with a margin bottom of 7, height of 96, which is going to basically turn it into its own section, W of full, overflow of hidden, so we don't have that ugly scroll, rounded-MD to round up the corners, and on medium devices, H of 65 VH. Within it, we want to render a bento card. Now, as you know, we're going to have a couple of these bento cards, like this one, this one, this one. They're all different bento cards. So instead of simply recreating a card from scratch every time, what do you say that we develop a bento card reusable component? That's going to be much, much better. So let's render the first bento card right here by calling it like this, bento card, as a self-closing component. And to it, we can pass a couple of props, such as a source in terms of which video will it play. So it can be videos, feature-1.mp4. We can also pass a title, which is going to be an empty React fragment, inside of which we can say radiant, like this. But in this case, we can make the N bolded, which is going to look something like this. You're already used to doing that, right? Perfect. And alongside the title, we can also give it a description. And this description can maybe be copied from this finished website. I'll copy this description from here by saying a cross-platform metagame app, turning your activities across Web 2 and Web 3 games into a rewarding adventure. Finally, some of these features will be coming soon. So if it is coming soon, we can apply this is coming soon prop. By default, if you don't provide an equal sign and then value, it'll be set to true automatically. So this is coming soon is equal to true. Now that we have this card, let's actually create it above this section. And why are we creating it above and not in a custom component? Because this is the only place where we'll use it. So I'll say const bento card is equal to, and I'm going to accept all of those props, such as a source, title, description, is coming soon. And we can open up a new functional component. For now, I will simply return a div, and I will render the title. If I do that and come back, you should be able to see, well, something that looks like this bento card, but there we go, it is hidden because the text is actually dark on the dark background. We actually have to turn it to white. So let's continue styling this bento grid by giving this div a class name equal to relative and size-full. Within it, we can immediately play the video by saying video, and it'll be a self-closing component. To it, we can pass a source equal to source. We can also pass loop. We can make it muted because we don't need the sound. We can make it autoplay, and we can give it a class name equal to absolute, left-0, top-0, size-full, object-cover, and object-center. If you do this, you can see this beautiful video playing right here in between the card. And believe it or not, when you're seeing these highly animated websites, in many cases, they just have very good video assets. So basically, web development and web design are sometimes a combination of art with these 3D artists or illustration artists that produce for you these assets that you can then put onto your websites. It's not necessary, but it sure as hell helps. Below this video, let's create a div, and that div will have a class name equal to relative, z of 10 to appear above the video, flex, size dash full, flex dash call, justify dash between, padding of 5, and text dash blue of 50. And within it, I will render an empty div, within which I'll put an h1, which will then render the title. So we no longer need this fake title right here. And now we can actually style this h1 by giving it a class name of bento-title. There we go, that's a bit better. And we can give it a special-font. So now it applies that N to it right here. Beautiful. Finally, some cards will not have a description and some will. So if a description exists, only then do we render a p tag that renders the description. Let's style it by giving it a class name of margin top of 3 to divide it from the title, max-w of 64. We can give it a text extra small, and on medium devices, text-base. There we go. So this is now looking like a real card, and some of these cards will have this is coming soon button. But considering that most of these features are coming soon, and we have a card right here that says more coming soon, I don't actually think we'll need it. So for now, I will just remove the is coming soon prop, and I'll also remove it from here when we're passing it to it. This is already looking good enough for me. Not even good enough, it's looking amazing. Now you can see how on the final application, there is some additional space on the left and on the right. So the card is more in the middle, whereas here, it seems like almost it's touching the corners. Well, I think I made a small mistake right here. I closed this div right here too soon. So actually, I should have closed it here after the second paragraph, which is going to push it a bit up. And then the other div can be closed all the way at the bottom, right here. There we go. So now this is going to make it look just a bit better. It's going to give it some more breathing room. Now we can go below this first bento card and below this div as well, and we can create another div. This div will have a class name equal to grid h-135 vertical height, VH, with a grid of calls 2 and grid-rows-3 with a gap of 7 in between the elements of that grid. This will allow us to create a very interesting UI, such as if you go on the finished website, it's going to look something like this, where we have one big one on the left and two smaller ones on the right. Now, within this div, we'll create another div, and that div will have a class name equal to bento-tilt_1 row-span-1 on medium devices call-span-1 and on medium devices row-span-2. So now we're working on dynamic positioning dependent on different screen sizes. And within it, we can render another bento card. Because now it's going to be super simple. The only thing we have to do is pass the right props, such as a source of videos feature-2.mp4, and immediately we can see this video playing. We can also give it a title. In this case, it'll be equal to an empty React fragment, within which we can put a test of Sigma. I think that's what they have on the final website. There we go, Sigma. And then we can copy this description text as well by saying description and make it equal to this thing right here. It looks like the M is a special character in this case. So I will just wrap the M in a bold tag to give it that special effect. There we go. That's much better. And you'll notice that on desktop devices, this will actually take 2 rows, which is perfect. And then as you collapse it, notice this, it's going to drop to a single column and a single row for that matter. That's because of this grid that we implemented. Now we can go below this div and create another div that'll have a class name equal to bento-tilt underscore 1, row-span-1, ms of 32. And this ms is not something that we often used, but basically it applies a margin inline start of about 128 pixels. On medium devices, call-span-1, and on medium devices, there's going to be no inline start, 0. So you can see that this will actually push it a bit to the right to create this interesting visual effect, but it's going to be even more apparent once we add the bento grid within it. So let's render another bento card by indenting it properly and giving it a source equal to videos/feature-3.mp4. There we go. This is a pretty cool one, minimalistic yet effective. I'll give it a title equal to, again, I'll make it a React fragment, and within it, we can say something like Nexus, with the E this time being the special letter. So let me render E within the bold tags. Nexus, there we go. Pretty cool. We can also give it a description by copying it from the finished site. It's going to look like this. So if I go back and give it a description, it is looking great. This text is a bit harder to read sometimes. We can definitely tweak that later on, or apply some kind of a background over the text so it's a bit easier to consume. That is one thing that you have to keep in mind with these highly animated websites, and that is just overall usability. You don't want to make everything so flashy that it's hard to get to the gist or to the primary point of your website. The website is only there to serve a specific purpose, like getting the user to play the game or getting the user to purchase a product. If you flash your game or flash your product too much to the user, they're going to be lost and they're not going to do what they came up here to do. Instead, they're just going to simply start sharing this website to all of their friends because how cool it is, but nobody will be playing the game as all of them will be just watching the website. With that in mind, we can duplicate this entire div with the bento card, and I'll just paste it right here below because we're going to implement something very similar for the next card. We're going to have the same thing, bento-tilt1, but I'll remove the rest of the classes and I'll add me of 14, which is actually going to apply a margin inline end this time. On medium devices, call-span-1, and on medium devices, me of 0, which is going to push it at the start. Bento grid will render the feature for videos, and it's going to say something like Azul, which is the name of, I guess, one of the games that they have, with the U being a special character. So I'll put it within the bold characters, like this. Perfect. We can also copy its text right here and modify it. And with that, we can move to the two last cards, which are not really cards, they're just little elements. One that says more coming soon, and another one which plays the inline video. So we can do it by going below the card and below one more div, and we'll create a final div with a class name of bento-tilt_2. That'll render another div inside of it with a class name equal to flex, size-full, flex-call, justify-between, bg violet, 300, and a padding of 5. There we go. So now we're creating this card right here. It's going to have an H1 right inside of it. That's going to say something like more coming soon. And you can choose to make whatever characters you want special. Like, let's go with the O right here. I'll make it bold. And we can go with some other characters. Maybe M in the middle. That's going to be bolded as well. And maybe one of the O's at the end, coming soon. There we go. If I do that and save, we have to properly close all the bold tags. I think this one is wrong. There we go. And now we can see more coming soon, which looks awful. But once you apply a class name to it, equal to bento-title, and then apply a special font, now you can see the differences. And max-w of 64, as well as text-black. If you zoom it in or if you get close to it, you can start noticing how cool these custom characters look like. Right below this H1, we can have a TI location arrow to which we can pass a class name of M of 5 for margin, scale of a number 5, and self
end, so it can align itself to the end. Looking good. Now we can go 2 divs down and we can create that additional card with a class name equal to bento-tilt_2 that'll render a video with a source equal to videos feature-5.mp4. It'll loop, it'll be muted, it'll autoplay, and it'll have a class name of size-full, object-cover, and object-center. There we go, that's more like it. So now this is looking great. And just by itself, this section is already looking amazing, especially given how we get into it. Like we are on the light section, we see this image, and we don't think anything of it. But then we start diving into that image, which is pretty cool. We get turned into a new dark world where we can see this bento grid right here. Already it is looking amazing with these mini videos playing within each one. Of course, fully mobile responsive, but we're gonna take it even a step further by adding a tilt effect to these cards. Check this out. If I move this cursor over the card, it's gonna tilt as if I'm hovering over it in different places. Same thing for this one too. They're kind of like interactable. You almost feel like you can take it in your hand, which is a perfect effect for collectible card games, but it looks great here as well. So let me show you how you can implement it. I'll go back to the mobile mode. You'll see how great it looks like on mobile as well. And I'll create a new component right here at the top above the bento card, and I'll call it bento tilt. It's gonna take in the children, which we wanna tilt, and it's gonna take in a class name, which by default will be set to an empty string. Finally, we can return the tilt. So for now, let's simply return a div, and this div will render the children. So we don't want to do anything yet. We just want to show the cards themselves, and then later on we'll add additional functionalities here. So what I want to do now is replace all these divs that wrap the bento cards with a bento tilt component, like this. This is the first time with these, bento tilt. There we go. Then we have another one which wraps the card, bento tilt. Then we have another one, bento tilt. We have another one right here, bento tilt. And finally, we have this one, bento tilt 2. And the last one is the bento tilt for the video. Now, this completely broke the view because we lost all of the class names we're passing to it. So to fix it, we just have to pass the class names to the div by saying class name is equal to class name. And everything is back to where we were, but now we can start implementing the tilt itself. Let's do it by creating a new use state field, which is going to be called transform style. And set transform style at the start set to an empty string. We also need a ref to be able to move those elements around. So I'll say const item ref is equal to use ref coming from React. We'll also have a function const handle mouse move, which will give us the move event like this, and it'll be executed once we move our mouse on top of that element. And we have to have the same thing for handle mouse leave, which will happen once we leave the card, which is when we want to set the transform style back to an empty string. Now that we have all of these elements, we can pass it to this div, such as a ref equal to item ref. We can pass the on mouse move to be equal to the on mouse move function we created. We can also pass the on mouse leave, which is going to be equal to the handle mouse leave. And I should have done the same thing here, handle mouse move, on mouse move. That's generally a good practice to have the handler attached to the specific on event functionality. So on mouse move, you handle the mouse move. And finally, we can pass it a style, which is going to be equal to transform, is going to be set to the transform style, which is at the start set to nothing, an empty string. So now if I hover over it, nothing is happening. But check this out. If I go into the handle mouse move, I want to figure out which card we're interacting with. So if there is no card, so if no item ref.current, I'll just exit the function and not change anything. But if we are modifying something, I can then set this new transform style to be equal to a new style. Like maybe I can apply whatever Copilot is assisting with me here. Okay, this is interesting. So by itself, it applied some kind of a tilt right here, but it doesn't work very well. But you get the point. Once we go into the card, we can play with it like this. I will not take this. Rather, I'll teach you how to create a much better tilt on your own. And keep in mind, there's some packages that do this. So you could technically go to NPM and find a package that does it for you. But in this case, I'll teach you how to do it from scratch. First, we want to get the properties of the position of the card by saying const destructuring the left, the top, the width, and the height by saying equal to itemref.current.getBoundingClientRect. How does this work? Well, it works because it finds the current reference to the element we're clicking, and then it gets us its positions. Once we have the positions, we want to get the relative x and relative y properties. I mean, the card relative to the cursor, right? So we can say event.clientX, which is the position of the cursor, minus left divided by the width. So this is going to give us a relative position of our mouse to the position of the card. And we can repeat the same thing for the Y positions. I call the event in this case just the E, so we can switch it over to E. And we want to do the same thing with the tilt. So now that we have the relative difference between our mouse cursor and the card itself, we can say const tilt x is equal to relative y minus 0.5 times 5. I found this value to work the best. And you can do the same for the tilt y by setting it to relative x minus 0.5 times minus 5. I'll show you how we can switch those values later on. But for now, we can set this new transformation by saying const new transform is equal to a string where we take in the perspective of 700 pixels, and then we rotate the x position. I have to turn off this autocomplete because it's not doing me any favors. Okay, I think I at least decreased the number of suggestions being given. So on the rotate x, we want to actually set it to be equal to the dynamic property of tilt x, and then give it deg, as in degrees. Of course, we need to turn this into a dynamic template string for these degrees to be counted, which is going to look something like this. Perspective is 700. Rotate x is set to tilt x degrees. And then I think you can guess it. We can then set the rotate y to be set to tilt y degrees. And we can also change the scale of the card a bit to allow us to rotate it. If we set it to 111, it's going to be the same, but we can maybe decrease it to 0.95 to make it a bit smaller to allow us to move it around a bit. And we can set the transform style to be equal to new transform. If I save this and reload, nothing is happening just yet. And I think that's because I missed the closing parenthesis right here on rotate x degrees. If I add it, now this is considered a real transformation and it'll actually be applied. So now we can see it moves. If you want to increase it, we can change this maybe over to 10 times, which will make it much more pronounced. Or maybe we could go with something like 50. And now we can see that it really moves a lot, but this is starting to look a bit trippy. So I prefer to keep it at a lower level at like 5. There we go, just little and subtle. And we also don't have to decrease the size that much. We can maybe just decrease it a bit by setting it to 98 maybe, but still give us a bit of space to move it around. Like if we reduce the size of it once we enter it, it feels like we can do something. You see that? There we go. And then we can start moving it around to explore the screen. This is looking great. And with that, we have added those hover animations and tilt animations to those cards. And of course, this is looking so much better on a larger screen because you have so much more space to actually move it around. This effect is actually designed for larger screens because if you go all the way to this corner, the card will be very tilted, as you can see. But on mobile, you cannot actually move around within each card a lot, so you don't have a lot of tilt. What you could do is play a bit with those values, and then if we're on mobile, you could then increase the tilt amounts. But for now, I'm more than happy with this. And with that, we came to the end of the feature section, one of the very exciting sections of this project. I mean, I know that I keep saying that for every single one, including the navbar,
But that's just because I'm so excited for this project and all of these sections are indeed very cool. Now for the next section, we're going to focus on this one right here, where we have this title, which you might already remember from before. It is the animated title we have created. And then we have this card that you can move around a bit and explore inside of the realm. Again, the whole idea of this site is to go inside of different worlds, portals, and realms and explore them with your mouse. So let's do that next. The story of a hidden realm. The story is exactly the next section we'll implement. So let's go back to our application, head over to the components folder and create a new file called story.jsx. Run rafce, import it right below the features, and let's head into it to start implementing it. I'll collapse the browser, and damn is it looking good here as well. And let's turn it into its own section with an ID of story, a class name equal to min-h-dvh, w-screen, bg black, and text-blue of 50. There we go, that's better. Let's also within it render another div that'll have a class name equal to flex, a size of full, flex-call so the elements appear one below another, items-center to center it, padding y of 10, and padding bottom of 24. Within it, we can render a p tag that'll say the multiversal IP world, whatever that means. And we can give it a class name set to font-general, text-small, uppercase, and on medium devices, text-10 pixels, like this. That's gonna look something like this, and within it, we can start creating the animated title. So let's go below the P, and let's create a div that's gonna have a class name of relative with a size-full, and right within it, I'll create an animated title to which we can now pass a title equal to the story of a hidden realm. There we go. That looks amazing. But let's also make some of these characters bolded, like the O in the story, just like this. Let's also add a break after the of, and let's make the M right here bolded as well. And we can also give it a section ID of #story so we can scroll to it, and a container class equal to margin top of 5 to divide it a bit from the rest, a pointer -events -none so we cannot interact with it, mix, blend, difference, this is to blend it with the image that's going to come below it, relative, and a Z of 10. Now, as you scroll, it simply says the story, but if you reload, it'll say the story of a hidden realm, and it will very nicely animate as you scroll through it. Now, just below it, still within the same div, we can render the container for the image that will appear right here. So it'll have a class name equal to story-img-container. And we'll have another div right here that'll have a class name of story-img-mask. And finally, the last div that'll have a class name equal to story-img-content. And within it, we can put the actual image. This image will have a source equal to /image/entrance.webp. If I save it, you can see it right here. It has been pre-cut to properly fit the screen right here. I'll also give it an alt tag equal to entrance and a class name equal to object-contain. But now, of course, we have to animate it on hover. So for that reason, I'll give it a ref equal to frame ref. And I'll create that frame ref right here at the top by saying const frame ref is equal to use ref coming from React at the start, set to, of course, a string of null. We can also define a new function, const handle mouse leave, which is going to be a function that's going to handle the event once the mouse leaves, but in our case also enters into this image, because on mouse leave,
we're gonna call the handle mouse leave, but we're gonna do the same thing on mouse up and mouse enter. So let's say on mouse up is equal to handle mouse leave, and the same things goes for on mouse enter. We'll also call it the handle mouse leave. The only one that will be different is gonna be on mouse move. So while we're moving, we can actually implement the handle mouse move functionality. So let's create that function right here at the top, right below the handle mouse leave, const handle mouse move. And the effect we're trying to achieve is something like this, similar to the tilt of the card that we had before, but a bit different because it moves a bit less on this side and a bit more on this side, and it also goes over the text. It'll be very, very similar to what we have implemented in our bento cards once we move them, but with just slight differences. So let's implement the handle mouse move first. First, we want to destructure the client X position and the client Y position from the event, meaning our mouse. Then we can get the element by saying frameref.current. That is the element we're hovering over. Then if we don't have an element, so if no element, we're going to simply exit out of the function. But if we do have it, we'll try to get its rectangular properties by saying element.getBoundingClientRect, and then we can extract the X position and the Y position by saying const X is client X minus rect left, and Y position is client Y minus rect top. We're doing that to calculate the center of the image by saying const center X is equal to rect.width divided by 2, and center Y is rect.height divided by 2 as well. Finally, we can calculate the rotation values based on the mouse position relative to the center by saying const rotate X is equal to Y minus center Y divided by center Y times, and then you can put any kind of a magnifier, like -10 in this case. And we can do the same thing for rotate X. That's going to be X position minus center X divided by center X times 10. Finally, we can use GSAP to animate it by saying GSAP.to. Of course, you want to import GSAP from the top by saying import GSAP from GSAP. And then you can say GSAP.to. We want to pass it the element in this case and pass the properties, such as duration is going to be set to 0.3. And then we want to pass the rotate X property set to rotate X, rotate Y property set to rotate Y. Also the transform perspective property set to 500, which is going to give us a 3D effect. And finally, the ease, which is going to be power1 dot in out. If I do that, we get this beautiful effect, like we're moving within a 3D realm. And you can also notice that it goes right here below the text. Well, of course, we'll have to change the text as it interacts with this image. Now, if we leave the element, we want to reset the positioning, which we can do right here on handle mouse leave. So I'll say gsap.to, and I'll paste it here. We also need to get the element from the frameref.current. And instead of setting it to new rotation values, I'll simply set the rotate X as well as rotate Y properties to 0 and remove the transform perspective. That's it. So now if you enter, we're there, we can move it. You exit, it gets back to normal. Great. Now notice how we have these very pointy corners in our case that then move, which doesn't look that good. But in the final website, it's looking much more organic. It seems more like a card than like a rectangle. We can achieve those rounded corners by using an SVG filter. Within components, you can create a new file called rounded corners.jsx. You can run rafce, and within it, you will paste an SVG that I will give to you. You can find it in the description of the code repository of this video. Here, we're applying the invisible to the corners of this element. Don't worry, I didn't write this code by myself. I just found it on the internet. So now we can add it right here 2 divs down below the image, and I'll call it rounded corners. and just call it like this. If you do that, you can notice that now the corners are going to be completely rounded. This is a very cool 3D effect. It feels like we're in there. Now, when it comes to this text, we want to mix it with the image. And right now it's not getting mixed. It is just white. Here, we're applying a mix blend difference, and I think I misspelled the difference right here. So if I spell it properly and go back, you can see that now this makes it even better because you can properly read the text, given that it's completely white on the black background, giving you maximum contrast, but it's also contrasting the image so you can still see it. And this even adds to the effect that we're trying to make. Great. Now we can go a bit below right here and add this piece of text and a button. We can do that by heading below these rounded corners and going 2 divs down. So we're almost at the last div. I'll create another div that'll have a class name equal to minus margin top of 80, flex, w-full, justify-center, on medium devices, minus margin top of 64, on medium devices, ME of 44, and on medium devices, justify-end. We're just creating a position for where this element will appear. Next, we can render another div right within it that will act as the container for the text. That'll have a class name of flex, h-full, w-fit, flex-call, items-center, and on medium devices, items-start. And there we can render a piece of text that's going to be a paragraph. I can copy the text from the final code. Oh, I cannot get to it because of the image. It's actually below the image. But if I start a bit down, I can get to it. There we go. And I will paste it right here and remove what we don't need. That's going to be where realms converge, lies Zentry. Oh, that sounds exciting. So now if we go back, we can style it further by giving this p tag a class name of margin top of 3, max-w of small, text-center, font-circular-web, text-violet 50, and on medium devices, text-start. There we go. That's more like it. And below it, we can render a button, the button that we have already created. That's a reusable button component. That'll have an ID of realm button, a title of discover prologue, and a container class equal to margin top of 5. There we go. We have our button right here. Now we're almost done with this section, but it seems to me that it's not exactly the same as what we have here. Here it has a bit more rounded corners even on the right side, whereas ours right now is kind of going all the way out right here. It's jumping out. So let's see where we messed up some styles. Right here where we had the image. I think it's just right here where I said story image content instead of content. If I fix this, the right styles will be applied and this will look so much better, providing more space for this text right here to come. And of course, we must not forget that this is completely tablet as well as mobile responsive. On mobile, we have this effect right here as we don't want it to go over the text. And then we nicely show the subtitle in the center. But again, even on tablet devices, we have this cool effect here and on all sizes in between. With that in mind, the next section we'll implement is this one right here. It looks great even on mobile where the image jumps across different sections. It's a contact us section where we have a call to action button and right below it, we have the footer. So let me head back over to the app and create another section called contact.jsx, run arrayfce. And you know what? I'll immediately do the footer as well by creating a footer.jsx, running arrayfce. And now we can add the contact as well as the footer right here to the bottom. And they should immediately appear on the page. If we do that, go back, you can see the contact and the footer, which means that we are ready to start implementing it. Great job coming this far into this video. The last two sections are definitely a bit simpler than the previous ones, so you won't have any problems coming to the end of this amazing build, and soon enough, you'll be able to deploy it.
To get started with implementing the contact section, let's first give this div an ID of contact so we can easily scroll to it from the navigation bar. And let's also give it a class name equal to margin Y of 20 to give it some space, min-h of 96 to give it much more space, as well as a W screen for full width, and a padding X of 10 to create some space on the left and right sides. Let's also create another div right within it with a class name of relative, rounded-lg, bg black, and a padding weight of 24 with text blue of 50, and on small devices, overflow of hidden. There we go. Now we have this inner dark rectangle. Let's have another div inside of here, inside of which we'll have images. So I'll give it a class name of absolute, minus left dash 20, top 0. Typically it'll be hidden with a full height, W of 72, overflow of hidden, but on small devices it'll be block, meaning we'll show it, and on large devices we're gonna do a left of 20, and on large devices a W of 96. This is to make it responsive. Finally, within it we can render an image. Specifically, it'll be a div that'll have a class name equal to contact-clip-path-1, and within it, we can render an image with a source equal to image contact-1.webp. Now, we cannot yet see it here, but if we expand, you'll be able to see this image, which will make more sense on the final version of the application. We're now creating these right here. On mobile, only the big one will keep showing. Now, we actually have to create another image clip. So what I'll do is I'll copy this part right here and turn it into a reusable component called image clip box, which is going to be a function with an immediate return that's going to return the same div, but we will actually destructure the source and the clip class. So now when we call it here, the image clip box, we can pass the clip class equal to this class right here, clip contact clip path 1, and we can pass a source equal to this source right here. Then we can just get the source from the props, and we can also get the class name from the props as well by referring to the clip class property. If you do that, it's still here. But now that allows us to duplicate it very easily right here below, change the contact clip path to 2, give it a property of on large devices, translate by 40 in the Y direction, and translate Y 60 typically. And let's change the image to contact 2. If you do that, you cannot see it just yet, but we will be able to see it once we add the text. This will add this second image right here. Now we can scroll a bit down and exit this div, but we can create another div to absolutely position a second image. So what I'll do is copy this initial div that we had, paste it, properly close it, and we can change it from minus left 20 to minus top 40, and left dash 20. We'll remove the H full and the hidden property, make it W of 60, remove all of these overflows, and I'll apply some additional properties to make it look good on other devices. Like on small devices, top will be 1/2. On medium devices, left will be auto. On medium devices, right will be 10. On large devices, top will be 20. And on large devices, W will be 80. And I think right here in this one, I forgot to provide the top value. This right here was supposed to be top 0. There we go. Now it looks a bit better. Now within this one, we can apply 2 new image clip boxes. So let's copy it. And let me put the source first so it's easier to see what we're rendering, and change the image path to swordman. Swordman-partial.webp, and change the class name to absolute. On medium devices, scale of 125. There we go. You can start seeing it right here. And I will duplicate it below. I'll change the image to swordman
This one will not be partial. And I'll enter the class name of sword-man-clip-path, and on medium devices, scale of 125. So now we'll be able to see it even on smaller devices where it will appear as a full image. Great. Now we can go below this div, wrapping these two image clip boxes, and we can render another div which will contain the text. So let's give it a class name equal to flex, flex-call, items-center, text-center, and within it, I'll render a p tag with a class name equal to font-general, text-10 pixels, and uppercase. And within it, I'll say join Zentry. So this is the final call to action. There we go. Below it, I'll render another p tag, which will say, let's build the new era of gaming together, like this. But of course, we can make it much more exciting. So let me put it here and give it a class name equal to special-font, margin top of 10, W-full, font-Zentry, text-5XL, so very large, leading-0.9, on medium devices, text-6 rem, like this. And now it's huge. We can also apply some breaks. Like right here after the word the, we're gonna add a break. And maybe also before the word gaming, we can apply another break. This is looking good. We can also use those special characters. It would be a shame not to use them because this text is so big. So let's do it on the U in build. There we go. I'll add a bold. Let's also do it right here under A in gaming. Not too much, just on a couple of different characters. And we can add it on O in the word together. So as you know, I'm just bolding the characters in order to achieve that special character look. Let's build the new era of gaming together. Great. Finally, below the p tag, we can have a button that'll have a title equal to contact us, a container class of margin top of 10, and a class of cursor dash pointer. There we go. That's much better. Now, if you check this in full screen, it's going to look absolutely amazing. And if you collapse it a bit, you can see here we are going a bit over the text. I agree. You could do some additional fixes, but if you collapse it further, you can notice that it looks great on mobile as well. And the last thing we have to do is implement the footer section. So I'll close this one and head over into the footer. And trust me, this will be the simplest section of them all, where we'll turn this into an HTML5 semantic footer tag with a class name equal to w-screen. And we'll use a bit of a different color here, BG of violet 300 with a padding Y of 4 and text-black. There we go. We see it at the bottom. Within it, I'll render a div that'll have a class name equal to container, margin X of auto, flex, flex-call, items-center, justify-between, gap of 4, padding X of 4, and on medium devices, flex of row. And then we can render a p tag that's going to say something like, well, we can copy it from the final website, at Nova 2024, all rights reserved. And I think you can do that copy by saying the and copy sign. That's a bit of a more proper way to do it. So you use the and copy and then semicolon, which will render the copyright sign. We can give this P a class name of text-center, text-small, font-light, or no, let's keep it normal. And on medium devices, we want to left align it. So text-left. Great, but now what matters more are the actual links that we want to show, pointing to the socials of all of our different platforms. So I'll create a div that'll act as the container for those links. So I can give it a class name of flex, justify-center, gap of 4, and on medium devices, justify-start. Now we need to create an array with all of these different links, which we can do by saying const links is equal to an array of objects where we have an href pointing to that link, which for now can be something like https:// discord.com. And then we can say something like icon is going to be FA Discord, coming from React Icons, FA. And then we can duplicate this over for different social platforms that you like. For example, we can do it for, let's do another href for maybe Twitter. All kind of platforms have different Twitter icons, have different Twitter socials. So we can say icon is going to be FA Twitter, coming from React Icons FA. And you could do GitHub if you want to. So I'll add FA GitHub and maybe one more. Let's see what our AI comes up with. Now it's saying GitHub again, but we're going to change this over to maybe something like Twitch, as this is a gaming platform. So FA Twitch. Perfect. Now we can map over these links by saying links.map, where we get each individual link. And for each link, we can automatically return by just putting an anchor tag and properly closing it. It'll render the link.icon. So now you should be able to see 4 different icons at the bottom. But to make them clickable, we have to give it a key equal to link. We have to give it an href equal to link.href. We have to give it a target of _blank, which will open it up in a new screen. And whenever you add that, you also need to add a rel of no opener and no referrer. And we can give it a class name equal to text-black, transition-colors with a duration of 500, ease in, out, and on hover, we can change the text to white. So this will give us this cool effect that when you hover, it appears clickable. Great. Finally, below this div, we can create a final anchor tag that'll have an href pointing to our hash privacy-policy, and it'll have a class name equal to text-center, text-small. On hover, we're gonna do an underline, and on medium devices, we'll position it to the right side. And here we can simply say privacy policy. There we go. Looks great on mobile devices, but as I expand it, everything is nicely positioned and aligned with the start of this rectangle and the end of the rectangle. That's exactly what you want to do. And with that in mind, believe it or not, we are done with this amazing, unique, almost one of a kind, I would say, build. We can scroll to the top, and I think it's the right time to start playing the video. Remember that we turned it off at the start. So I'll head over to the hero section, and I will uncomment this autoplay feature right here and reload, and we get a new video playing. We have a great looking navigation bar, which if you want to, you can make it point to different sections like it is right now. And as you know, we have this great portal, which if you click into it, you will dive into another world or another video. As you scroll, this container will kind of get smaller. And then we have this animated title where you enter into another world that is completely dark. I think this was supposed to say radiant, not radiant. So if I head over to features, to our first bento grid right here, or bento card, I'll say radiant. There we go. That's better. We have this beautiful section that allows us to kind of tilt the cards around to make it feel like we're holding them in our hand. And finally, we have the story of a hidden realm section. Then there's this very prominent call to action button that just invites us to contact them. And finally, a simple footer. And I don't have to show you how it looks like on mobile because you've seen it many, many times so far. And we have developed it mobile first by first developing the mobile UI anyway. So with that in mind, we are ready to get it deployed. So let's go back to our code base one more time, open up an empty terminal and run npm run build. This will allow us to create an optimized production build of our application. Immediately, you'll see a new folder called dist appear right here at the top. So right-click it and click Open in Finder or in File Explorer if you're in Windows. Once you do that, head back over to your hosting or dashboard, to the hosting that you bought for this project, and head over to the file manager. Once you're here, enter the public HTML folder and delete the default PHP. Finally, open up the dist and then drag and drop all the files within the dist folder right here. It's gonna say uploading 30 files, but trust me, it'll happen in a matter of seconds. So let's pause for a second and I'll be right back once the files are uploaded. And there we go, the files are here. Head back over to your dashboard and click on the domain name you chose. That'll open it up in the browser, but this time on the web. You can see the nice loading that happens for the first time when you run the application, and then we see this nice video play with all of the great features that we previously explored, such as entering different scenes, scrolling down to see these great animations, this little car tilt effect, and more. This was such an interesting build, where we got a chance to explore the intricacies of micro animations. So with that said, huge congratulations on coming to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed teaching it. What if I told you that the websites you're building today might become obsolete tomorrow? Sounds scary, right? The future is 3D. With the rapid development of AR and VR headsets like Apple Vision Pro and Meta Quest, you'll get to see more websites like Space, an innovative website that uses 3D aspects to showcase different cursor effects, lighting, and fireworks, with the stunning scenes of an astronaut traveling through space. Or Junie, a crazy website where this hippo-like animal flies in, breaks the screen, jumps around, and catches your attention, demonstrating the realistic physics powered by Three.js. Or the iconic Apple iPhone website, visited by millions of people, that uses a 3D model by letting users customize their phones. Or even Next.js, with a cool 3D game they created for their upcoming conference, where people from anywhere in the world can arrange the 3D blocks across the screen. So why wait? Now is the perfect time to explore the third dimension and develop things that even AI cannot. Hi there, and welcome to a new video where I'll teach you Three.js so that you can build any 3D app you can imagine. You'll also develop and deploy your own modern 3D portfolio to showcase all your future apps and get a job, just like this guy who commented on my last 3D video. The video you're watching right now is even better, making it the ultimate curriculum for learning Three.js. First, I'll teach you the theory through interactive graphics and visuals. Second, we'll go through the demos to ensure that you fully understand what's happening and why. Third, you'll develop your ultimate 3D portfolio to put your skills to the test. And fourth, you'll be able to use these skills to build any 3D app you can imagine. I'll teach you what Three.js is and how it works, and then you'll learn about the 3D world and the concepts it's made of, such as scenes, geometry, materials, cameras, lights, and more. We'll start with the basics, plain HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then we'll transition those skills to building a 3D portfolio in React using React 3 Fiber. And I'll even show you a special tool that converts any 3D model into JavaScript code instantly. Just keep watching. Oh, and I'll make complex concepts super simple to understand by providing you demos you can build and even interactive graphics and visuals. Alongside this video, I've also prepared the ultimate Three.js guide, which covers a step-by-step roadmap, tips and tricks, and cool project ideas to take your 3D skills to the next level. The link to this completely free guide is in the description. You'll also have access to an open source code base, a custom Figma design, and a Discord server with a dedicated 3D portfolio channel to help you if you get stuck. All those things are free, so grab them from the links below while I tell you more about the modern 3D portfolio you'll build in this course, featuring a cool hero section with the main 3D desktop model that shifts direction as you move your cursor, multiple mini 3D models floating around through the section. Next, we have a bento grid layout, which you can see on many popular websites such as Clerk, Supabase, or Authkit, which displays your info, tech stack, time zone, passion, and email. It's amazing how everything fits together. Next, we have an incredible project section, and as you switch between them, each appears within an interactive 3D model. The best part? You can also include a video there. I'll show you how to do that later. Next, we have a client section and another 3D area highlighting your work experience. As you hover over each experience, the model responds. Pretty cool, right? Finally, we have a contact form with a terminal design. Through it, you can receive emails from people who just admire your portfolio or that want to hire you. They'll just type a message,
get a success notification, and you can check your email, receive it, and celebrate. You'll also notice a short and sweet footer section where you can link your socials. Everything is fully responsive and works seamlessly on mobile devices. I've also prioritized performance to ensure your portfolio runs smoothly anywhere. So, now that you're all powered up and ready to go, let's dive right in. Everything begins with dimensions, which allow us to define the space around us. This concept goes back to ancient geometry and the work of great mathematicians. But don't worry, I won't turn this into a math lesson. I know you're here for the Three.js course. Still, it's important to understand the basics because Three.js uses some math and some physics you maybe didn't like in school and wondered why you needed them. Honestly, you don't need to know much, only some of it. So it's good you're here, as I'll teach you only the most essential things you need to know without any extra fluff in the simplest possible way so you can build any 3D app you can imagine. So let's dive into dimensions. While Doctor Strange might know many, we, mere humans, still only recognize 4 different dimensions. The 0th dimension is a point with no size, like a single dot on a map. The 1st dimension is a line with no width or height. The 2nd dimension is a shape with length and width but no depth, like a sheet of paper or those 2D games like Super Mario or Street Fighter we used to play as kids. The 3rd dimension is a space where shapes or objects have length, width, and depth, giving them volume. Humans are 3D shapes. We have height, width, and depth. Unlike 2D graphics, 3D graphics provide a much more realistic and immersive experience with many more elements. And finally, there's the 4th dimension. Can you guess what it is? It's time. Time is the 4th dimension we use alongside length, width, and height. Examples are animation and video games, where a 3D object changes shape or position over time, or Loki using the Tesseract. That's it. There are no more dimensions at this point. Maybe new ones emerge in the future, but for now, we're good. Talking about 3D graphics, they're fairly new. In the 1980s, CGI, or computer-generated graphics, was first used for 3D renderings in movies and simulations. A decade later, the graphics industry advanced 3D technology by creating APIs like OpenGL, which offered a more standardized way for rendering 3D graphics. In the early 2000s, 3D graphics became so popular that there was a strong push to integrate them into the web browsers. Then, WebGL's revolution in rendering 3D objects on the web began in the early 2010s. It allows us to render 3D graphics directly in the web browser using JavaScript. WebGL is super impressive, but developing applications requires immense 3D graphics knowledge and many lines of code. You'd need hundreds of lines of code just to create a simple 3D cube in WebGL. I mean, just look at this. It feels like a nightmare. But then, Richard Cabello, better known as Mr. Doob, must have felt the same way, which led him to create Three.js, a JavaScript library built on top of WebGL that simplifies the development of 3D objects. I spoke with him at a recent dev conference, where he shared how the 3D development field will advance and its immense role in the future of the web. But more on that later. In simple words, Three.js is an extra layer that spares us from dealing with the complexities of WebGL while still achieving the same results. It's similar to what Tailwind CSS is to CSS, providing utilities that compile into pure CSS code. In the same way, in Three.js, we use a specific syntax that gets converted into WebGL code. This code is then translated into OpenGL and interacts with the GPU to render scenes on your screen. So, what exactly is Three.js? As we said, it's a JavaScript library and an API built on top of WebGL, enabling us to create 3D graphics for the web. But what exactly does Three.js offer? What are its main building blocks? And in technical terms, what kinds of APIs does it provide? How can you use it? That's a lot of questions. So let's break them down one by one. Have you seen Doctor Strange? A doctor turned sorcerer who manipulates different dimensions while battling enemies. In the movie, there's a concept of a mirror dimension, where the hero and enemies battle without the rest of the world being aware. Three.js works much like that. You create an environment and a scene through code, shaping it with your own rules. It's your virtual world where everything you want to visualize comes to life. But don't mix up the environment and the scene. They're similar, but not exactly the same. The scene refers to the overall container or space where all the action happens. For example, our planet is a big scene where we live and do all sorts of things. The environment refers to the surrounding atmosphere or backdrop within the scene. It's like the sky that surrounds us. As Doctor Strange moves between different dimensions, you can create distinct scenes that separate 3D worlds or sections within your application. For example, you could have one scene for the hero section and another for the footer. Each scene is like its own dimension that is typically rendered separately. We can have multiple changing environments within a single scene. For instance, you might want to switch from a day to a night or from a sunny to a rainy environment. While the scenes remain the same, the environment gives it a different feel. This concept can further be extended into AR and VR. With AR, you can overlay 3D objects onto the real world, while VR immerses user into a fully virtual environment using a VR headset like Apple Vision. And Mr. Doob, the creator of Three.js, sees a lot of potential in that technology when it comes to 3D development. Now that we are in a Three.js scene, we need to make it our own with the help of objects, just like we do in the real world. Take a look around yourself. What can you see? A table, a laptop, the chair you're sitting on, the keyboard you're typing on, and even the walls forming the room you're within are all objects. These objects are the building blocks of our 3D scene. We can place cubes and other shapes with different colors and textures, or even better, leverage community-built models in the scene and play around with them. With a scene in place and elements added, the next step is to make it interactive and dynamic. And that's where animations come in. We can transform an object's position, making it animate from one position to another, or change its size or angle by rotating it or adding cool textures to objects through colors or images. To make these even more realistic, Three.js allows us to add lights and shadows. You can add them either on the entire 3D scene or individual 3D elements. We'll cover lights in detail later on, so make sure to continue watching. But none of the scenes, objects, or lights matter if we cannot see the scene. And that's why we have cameras, our eyes in the 3D world. Without a camera, you wouldn't be able to see the scene that you've created. The camera in Three.js decides which portions of the 3D scene are visible to the viewer. Much like a director chooses the angle and perspectives the audience sees in a movie. Like in the real world, in Three.js, you can choose from multiple cameras that offer different perspectives on your 3D scene. For example, in a game, you might want to use a first-person camera for one section and a third-person camera for another. Or you might want to switch between a wide-angle view and a close-up view to show an object within the same scene. Sometimes you can use the main camera to provide a bird's eye view of the entire scene and another to zoom in and make the object appear larger. Think of Three.js cameras as your eyes. They allow you to see the world around you. Okay, you with me so far? But then, what do we do with the information that our eyes give us? We pass it over to our brain to process it. So what would be the brain in Three.js? It's the renderer. In Doctor Strange, after all the special effects and CGI work, a renderer brings everything together into the final product you see on the screen. Similarly, in Three.js, the renderer takes the 3D scene, the environment, objects, lighting, everything we discussed so far, and based on the camera's perspective, calculates how everything should look like when projected onto your 2D screen. It processes every pixel and determines its color, lighting, shadows, and more to produce that final image. Without the renderer, all the objects, lights, and cameras wouldn't make a difference. They must be translated into the pixels on our screen, which is exactly what the rendering engine does. So, to sum it up, we start with a scene to define the space where everything happens. Then we use a camera to determine the viewpoint and the perspective of the scene. Then we use objects to populate the scene with shapes, models, and other 3D elements. With lighting, we illuminate the scene so objects can be seen and appear as real. Then we update objects over time for dynamic behavior or movement. Finally, we render the scene by calculating it from the camera's viewpoint that can be turned into images to be displayed on your monitor. Then we display those images and we continue to update and render the scene to make the animation smooth. Now that you know the basics of Three.js and 3D rendering, let's dive deeper into the foundational concept, 3D objects. A 3D object is anything you can see or interact with in a 3D space. There are many different types of 3D objects in Three.js, each with its own purpose. A mesh is the most common type of 3D object. It's made by combining geometry and a material. For example, a cube in Three.js is created by combining a box geometry with a material and turning it into a mesh. More on this later, as it's super important. Points are another type of 3D object, and they're a collection of small dots in a 3D space, often used to create effects like stars or particles. A line represents a simple connection between points in a 3D space. It's often used to draw shapes, grids, or wireframes. A group is a collection of multiple objects. Think of it as a div in HTML, which acts as a container to organize different elements. It allows us to transform many objects together. Sprite, a 3D object, not a drink, is an object that always faces the camera. It means it'll always be visible, no matter where we look. You can use it for billboards, icons, or particles in a scene. You might think that lights and cameras are also 3D objects, but they're not. They're more like separate entities or tools that influence how 3D objects are seen. And you know how everything in JavaScript is an object? Well, that's because everything inherits some basic properties. It's the same in Three.js. All elements I've mentioned, like meshes, points, lines, and more, start from the base JavaScript class called Object3D and extend its properties. Provides a common set of properties and methods for performing transformations, such as changing position, rotation, and scale for all types of entities in the 3D scene. Let me show you the most common properties. Position refers to where an object is located in the 3D world. It's described using three numbers, x, y, and z. X-axis moves the object left or right. Y-axis moves the object up or down. And z-axis moves the object closer or farther away from you. Rotation refers to how an object is turned or spun around in the 3D world. You can rotate 3D objects around the X, Y, and Z axis, like stretching your head. X-axis tilts the object forward or backward, like nodding your head. Y-axis turns the object left or right, like shaking your head no. And Z-axis spins the objects clockwise or counterclockwise, like turning a steering wheel. Scale refers to how big or small an object is in the 3D world. Scaling an object along the X, Y, and Z axis can make it larger or smaller. X controls how wide the object is. Y controls how tall the object is. And Z controls how deep it is. You can combine position, rotation, and scale to place an object exactly where you want it in the 3D scene, orient it in the desired direction, and size it appropriately. Now, which elements do we want to position, rotate, and scale to place on the screen? In most cases, it'll be the most common type of 3D object, a mesh. So let's explore it in detail. It's a core 3D object. When you think of a mesh, imagine it as a physical object with a specific shape and appearance. It can be a simple 3D geometric shape that Three.js provides, or a model created by merging different 3D shapes. A mesh is made up of two main parts, a geometry and a material. So let's break them down. Geometry defines the shape or structure of a 3D object. It can be further explained by its three properties: vertices, edges, and faces. Vertices are the corner points or positions in 3D space where edges meet. Each vertex is a point in a space defined by its coordinates, x, y, and z, determining where it's located in the 3D world. For example, a corner of the cube is one of 8 vertices, one at each corner. And if I had to put it in simple words, vertices are like the dots or pins you place to mark the corners of a shape. Edges, on the other hand, are the straight lines that connect two vertices. They help construct the shape and connect the vertices of a 3D object. For example, a cube has 12 lines representing edges that connect different corners or vertices. In simple words, edges are like the lines you draw between dots to outline the shape of an object. And finally, we have the faces. Faces are flat surfaces that connect vertices to form the geometry of the shape. They're made up of multiple vertices and define the visible surface of the 3D object. For example, each of the 6 sides in a cube is a face, which is technically a square formed by connecting 4 vertices. Another important concept in the 3D world regarding geometries is the triangle. Everything in the 3D world is made up of triangles. A cube might seem like it's made of squares, but in most 3D graphic systems, including Three.js, even squares are represented using triangles. Explaining this further would definitely go beyond the scope of this crash course, but I'll make sure to provide a detailed explanation of the importance of triangles in my upcoming Three.js course. But if you quickly want to learn a bit more about that triangle thing, I'll include a page about it in the free Three.js guide linked below. And now that you know the foundations of geometry, let me show you how you can use them within Three.js. It allows you to implement different geometry types straight out of the box. If you visit the official Three.js site, you'll see 21 types of geometries. The most popular are box geometry, which creates a rectangle with 6 faces like a cube, but it can have different dimensions for width, height, and depth. Sphere geometry creates a sphere or a globe where we can control the radius and the number of segments that defines the sphere's smoothness. And here's a pro tip. Adding segments increases an object's detail and flexibility, allowing for smoother surfaces and more realistic lighting. So why wouldn't we always do it? Well, if you add too many segments, they can impact performance, so use them wisely. Cylinder geometry creates a cylinder with a circular base, where you can adjust the height, radius, and the number of radial segments. Plane geometry doesn't create a plane that flies, but creates a flat 2D plane that extends infinitely into the x and y directions by specifying its width and height. A torus geometry creates a donut, and then there's a dodecahedron geometry. What a beautiful name. It creates a polyhedron shape with 12 pentagonal faces, which is helpful for more complex shapes and 3D modeling. And there are many other types of geometries, but there's no need to know them just yet. That's because you don't have to be limited by these predefined shapes. Three.js doesn't stop you. You can create custom geometries by defining objects' vertices, edges, and faces directly in the code. You can define them however you want and create a whole new shape. You have full control over every aspect of geometry, deciding how it looks, deforms, and interacts with the rest of the scene. Creating these custom geometries is different from 3D modeling, which refers to creating the objects in a dedicated 3D modeling software like Blender or Maya, and then importing these models back into Three.js. More on that in the Ultimate Three.js course and the guide linked below. But for now, enough with the geometries. Let's move to the second part of creating a mesh,
Now that we have a shape, we have to wrap it with a nice material. A material determines how the surface of the geometry looks. It defines the color, texture, transparency, shininess, and how light interacts with the mesh. It's like the skin of your 3D objects, deciding whether they look metallic, glossy, matte, transparent, or textured. Three.js provides many types of materials we can use depending on the visual effect you want to achieve. Here are a couple of the most common ones. The simplest material, as its name suggests, is the Mesh Basic material. It is so basic that it only applies a flat color to an object, but it does not interact with light. This means that no matter how much light is in the scene, the object will always appear the same. Mesh Phong material adds shininess and reflections. It simulates glossy surfaces with special highlights, making objects look more polished and reflective. Mesh Standard material is a physically based rendering material, which means that it more accurately simulates real-world lighting and reflections. It has become a standard in many 3D applications, such as Unity or Unreal. It offers both metallic and roughness controls, giving you the ability to create realistic materials like metals, plastic, and stone. Mesh Physical material is an extension of Mesh Standard material with additional features like clear coats for shiny finishes like on cars, sheen for fabrics, and transparency effects. It's used when you need to do some more advanced surface effects. Mesh Toon material gives an object a cartoon-like appearance with flat shading and solid colors. Instead of a smooth gradient of color and light, it creates bands of colors, giving it that comic book look. Think of characters in animated films or video games who have solid shading and don't look photorealistic. I mean, they don't have to. It's just a specific look you can go for. And there are many others like Mesh Normal material, Metcap, and Depth material, and many more. But on top of these materials to which you can apply color and lights, you can also apply textures. In Three.js, a texture is an image, like a JPEG, PNG, or GIF. And yeah, it's GIF, not a GIF. Or pattern applied to the surface of a 3D object, such as a mesh, to give it more visual detail and realism. The texture is like a wrapping paper that covers the geometry of a mesh to make it look more interesting or lifelike. There are different types of textures, such as diffuse, normal map, spectral map, bump, displacement map, and so many more. Of course, covering all of these will go beyond what a crash course is supposed to be, but of course we'll cover them in the Ultimate Three.js course. So that's it. Now you know the two main parts of a mesh. When we create a mesh, we can combine a specific geometry with a material to create a final appearance. But how can we see the objects we've created if they're in the dark? So, let there be light. In Three.js, light illuminates the 3D scene, making it more realistic and clearer. Without lights, your 3D objects would be completely dark. Think about it. Even in real life, you don't really see anything around you. You see the light that bounces off of the objects and then back into your eyes, giving your brain the information to process their size, shape, and color. Different types of lights provide different effects. For example, some light shines everywhere, like a light bulb, while others focus on one spot, like a stage spotlight, or shine in a specific direction, like the sun. So, let's learn about different types of lights. First, there's the ambient light, which provides uniform lighting to all objects in the scene without casting shadows. We played around with some ambient lights on a mesh material a few minutes ago. A real-life example of an ambient light would be a cloudy day. On such days, sunlight is scattered by the clouds, so everything around us is lit evenly with no strong shadows. It's soft. Point light emits light from a single point in all directions. It can create bright spots and shadows around the source. Think of a light bulb in the middle of the room. The light spreads out evenly in all directions, making things close to the bulb appear brighter and things farther away dimmer. Direction light simulates parallel light rays coming from a specific direction, like sunlight. It's used to create the effect of a distant light source.
It's like the sun on a clear day. The sunlight comes from one direction, and objects cast sharp shadows because the sun is so far away and the light rays are parallel. Spotlight emits light in a cone shape similar to a flashlight. It's useful for focused lighting effects or creating dramatic illumination. In real life, it's similar to a spotlight on a stage during a performance. It shines in a cone shape, focusing on one actor or object to create a dramatic effect with clear shadows. Hemisphere light provides lighting from above and below the scene, simulating light from the sky. I hope that makes sense. If not, no worries. It'll make much more sense when we dive into the code. We'll do that soon after we discuss the last missing piece of the puzzle: the camera. Everything we see on the screen in the 3D world comes from the camera's perspective. It determines the view of the 3D scene. Without a camera, you wouldn't be able to see any objects in the scene because there would be no viewpoint from which to observe them. It's pointless, like having a stage without an audience. There are two main types of cameras in Three.js. A perspective camera mimics how human eyes see the world. Objects closer to the camera appear larger, and objects further away appear smaller. This is called a perspective projection, and it is the most commonly used camera for 3D games, simulations, and realistic visualizations. An orthographic camera removes the perspective effect, which means that objects appear the same size no matter how far from the camera they are. This is called an orthographic projection, and it's useful for certain visualization styles, such as 2D games or architectural blueprints. There's also a stereo camera, which creates two views of the scene, one for the left eye and one for the right eye, to simulate 3D depth. This is often used in 3D movies, 3D games, and VR applications. There are also other types of cameras, such as cube, array cameras, and others. You can explore all of these on the Three.js docs, but in most cases, you'll use the main ones. But to truly understand how a camera works in Three.js, you must know its main properties. The first one is the field of view, often shortened to FOV. It refers to the extent of the observable world, visible through the camera at any moment. The angle of the camera's vision, measured in degrees, determines how wide or narrow the view is. Imagine holding a camera in your hands. If you zoom in, your field of view becomes narrower, showing a smaller part of the screen. But if you zoom out, the FOV becomes wider, showing more of the scene. Field of view is about how much of the scene the camera can see at once, how wide your view is. A point of view, POV, refers to the specific position and angle from which the camera looks at the scene. It's like where the eyes of the camera are located and what direction they're facing. Imagine a first-person shooter, an FPS game. There, the point of view equals the character's vision and depends on the direction they're facing. In a third-person shooter, the camera is behind the character's back. In simple words, point of view is about the camera's position and direction. Where are you looking from? The aspect ratio is the ratio between the width and the height of the camera's view. It ensures that the objects in the scene aren't stretched or squashed when displayed on the screen. When you watch a movie on a widescreen TV versus a square TV, the aspect ratio changes, affecting how the content is displayed. In 3D, this property ensures that objects look natural regardless of screen size. And there's also the near and far clipping planes, which define the boundaries of the camera's view, determining how close or far objects can be for the camera to see and render them. It improves the performance and controls what part of the scene is shown. It's a camera's viewing range. The near clipping plane is the closest distance from the camera at which objects are visible. Any object closer to the camera than this distance will not be rendered. The far clipping plane on the other side is the farthest distance from the camera at which objects are visible. Any object beyond this distance will not be rendered. Think of it like a tree on a hill in a game that's far away. As you get further away, it becomes invisible. These were the most important camera properties. But while learning the foundations of Three.js, we learned that the camera and other 3D elements also extend the Object 3D class, which lets us position,
rotate, and scale it. But sometimes that's not enough. And that's where camera controls come in. Instead of manually setting the camera's position and rotation, controls allow us to rotate, zoom, and pan the camera dynamically, often using mouse or touch inputs. These controls are commonly used in interactive 3D scenes, such as games, simulations, and VR experiences. Three.js offers a few built-in controls, each designed for different types of interactions. Let's dive into the main ones. Orbit controls are the most commonly used camera control. They allow us to rotate around a target point, zoom in and out, and pan the view, which means move side to side. Orbit control is great for exploring a 3D scene from different angles while keeping the camera's focus on a central point. An example of that is the Apple's website, where when you look at the 3D model of an iPhone or a MacBook, you can spin it around to see it from every angle, zoom it in to check out the details, and move it slightly to examine it more closely. This control lets you interact with the product as if you were holding it in your hands. It's fixed and you're orbiting around it, like the Earth orbits around the Sun. There are also trackball controls, which allow for more flexible and free-form movement than orbit controls. We can rotate around the camera freely, zoom in, and pan. For example, in BioRender, a platform used by scientists, when working with 3D models of cells or molecules, you can rotate around them freely, zoom in or out, and shift around them without being fixed to one point. It's like floating around a model in space to look at it from all sides. Flight controls simulate movement like that in first-person exploration games, where the camera moves forward, backward, and side to side, and rotates as if the user is flying through the 3D world. We mainly use flight controls in exploration games, VR environments, or simulations where users can fly through the scene. For example, in Google Earth VR, we can soar over cities, mountains, and oceans. This control lets us move as if we're flying like a bird, smoothly gliding through different locations and zooming in to explore areas up close. There's also pointer lock control, which locks the cursor on the screen and allows the user to look around as if they were in the scene themselves. It's often paired with keyboard controls to move the camera forward, backward, or side to side. In games like Call of Duty, the mouse controls where we're looking. As we move the mouse, our character's view shifts left, right, up, or down, just like turning our heads in real life. We use this to aim, explore, or react quickly in the game. And there's also the first-person controls, which offer a more traditional first-person view where the camera moves in the direction the user faces. It mimics the controls in first-person video games, where we use the keyboard to move and the mouse to look around. The pointer lock controls, which we explored before, are focused primarily on the rotation of the camera using the mouse, but additional code is required to make it work with the keyboard as well. But that's not the case with first-person controls, which combine camera rotation and movement in one package. It doesn't require locking the mouse pointer, offering more flexibility and controlling the camera. In many real estate websites, you can now virtually walk through a house or a building. It's as if we're moving through the rooms ourselves, turning our heads, stepping forward, and exploring the space from the first-person perspective. You can also check out Three.js docs for more camera controls, but I think this is more than enough. Now that we've covered the essentials of Three.js, let's put it into practice by creating a simple project using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and infuse it with 3D. If you check out Three.js.org, go to Documentation and Installation, you'll notice that there's a couple of different ways to create a Three.js project. The first one is to install it with npm and a build tool. And the second one is to import it from a CDN. We'll start with that one first, so you can quickly put Three.js to use, but then soon enough, we'll transition over to the better approach, which is to install it with npm. But for the time being, let's open up a new project in our code editor. In this case, I'm actually using an IDE called WebStorm, and I've just created a new empty folder. Within that folder, create a new folder, and let's call it Basic, as this is the most basic version of our Three.js project. Within it, let's create a new HTML file. I'll call it index.html. Within there, you can simply copy and paste the index.html from the installation structure. As you can see, we're importing a main.js file right here. So let's create a new file called main.js, which is going to be a JavaScript file. And we don't need a separate style sheet. Rather, what we can do is just reset the margin to 0, set the padding to 0 as well, and also set the box sizing to be equal to border box. And we can set that on all the elements in our code. Also, remove this / so it points to the right main.js file. Now, to infuse our application with Three.js's functionalities, we have to add it via a CDN. So simply copy this script, and this will add the code needed to run Three.js. So let's add it just before the closing body tag and save. Now let's head over to our main. Let me show you how to use Three.js. First, let's import everything as 3 from 3. This is the Three.js package. Next, I'll add a list of steps we have to perform to show something on the screen. And you already know these because we explored them in detail not that long ago. But now we're exploring them in code. So how do we create a scene? Well, you say const scene is equal to new 3.scene, and you call it as a function. Next, let's also modify the background of a scene by saying scene.background is equal to new 3.color, and that's going to be a hash of F0, 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 just a random hexadecimal color. Now you can see some warnings right here, such as module is not installed, the scene doesn't exist, and the color doesn't exist either. Well, it's completely normal that our IDE doesn't know that these actually exist because we're not using a regular package, we're just using a CDN. So for the time being, I will just remove those warnings. Later on in our React applications, everything will work perfectly and you'll know exactly which properties Three.js exposes for us. Now, with that in mind, we cannot quite yet see the background color of this scene, not until we add the renderer. So let's continue with the next few steps. The second step is to add a camera, and we can do that by saying const camera is equal to new 3.perspective camera. As you know, there's many different types of camera. In this case, we'll be using a perspective one. And this is the first time that you can see that we can pass some props into the camera. So this is what differentiates theory from actual implementation and hands-on learning. The first property that the camera expects is an FOV. And now we know what that means, a field of view. So for now, I'll set it to 75. Next, we need to provide the aspect ratio. And here, I'll set it to window.innerWidth divided by window.innerHeight. This will make the aspect ratio be exactly the same as our window. And the next two properties are near and far planes. For near, we can set it to 0.1, and for far, we can set it to 1000. We can also modify the camera position by doing something like camera.position.z-axis is equal to 5. So just z right here. Once we have a camera, let's also create something to show, an object. So first, we need to define a geometry for that object by saying const geometry is equal to new 3.box geometry. Of course, you could have used any other predefined geometry provided to you by Three.js. And next, we can use a material. In this case, I'll use a new 3.mesh Lambert material. And to it, you can provide a color. Let's do something like hash 468585. I think that's going to look good. And we can give it a property of emissive, which we're going to set to be the same color that we added, 468585. By default, emissive is set to black. And if we don't add it, then the color of our material won't react with light as we want it to. Next, let's use the geometry and the material to create a cube. Const cube is equal to new 3.mesh. Remember what you learned about? Mesh is simply consisted of two things, a geometry and a material, which we can pass as first and second property to this function. Next, let's add this cube to the scene by saying scene.add cube. Of course, we wouldn't be able to see anything quite yet, so we also need to add the lightning to the scene. We can do that by saying const light is equal to new 3 dot, and now we can choose the type of lighting you want to use. There are many different types. In this case, I'll go with directional light. The directional light accepts two properties. The first one is the color. And in Three.js, you can pass a hexadecimal color by saying 0x and then provide it. Let's use 9CDBA6. I found this one to work very well. And we can also provide the intensity as the second parameter. So let's set that to 10. Finally, let's position the light by saying light.position.set. And we can set it to 1, 1, 1. Do you know what these 3 ones mean? It's the X, Y, and Z axes. Finally, let's add it to the scene by saying scene.add light. Great. We have our scene, we have the camera, we have our object, and now we have the lighting. So let's just add the renderer. We can do that by saying const renderer is equal to new 3.webgl renderer. Make sure that both G and L and R are uppercased, and you call it as a function. Next, we can set the size of the renderer so it knows what it has to render by saying renderer.setSize to window.innerWidth and window.innerHeight. So it'll render the full height and width of the window. Finally, let's call the document.body.appendChild, and let's add the renderer.DOM element to our DOM tree. Now, this should be enough to see what we created in the browser. So you can go to your file tree and then right-click index.html and then open it up in your browser. WebStorm makes it even simpler. I can just open the file and then immediately preview it. But before we open it up, we must switch the order of the scripts. First, we have to load the Three.js CDN, and then after that script, we can add the script pointing to our main.js. And one thing we must not forget is to add the version of Three.js that we want to use. So back in the browser, here they tell us don't forget to add the version, and we can check the versions from the npm version list. The most recent version with a lot of downloads is 0.167.1, so let's copy it, and let's add it right here, Three.js at 0.167.1, and we can do the same thing right here. Great. And just quickly going back to the main.js, make sure that everything coming after 3 starts with a capital letter because we're working with constructors such as mesh, box geometry, perspective camera, color, oh, and even this scene right here. And finally, to see the scene, we have to render it. We have just set up the renderer, but now we need to call renderer.render, pass it the scene, and pass the camera from which we want to render that scene. Once you do that, we can go to our index.html and you can open it up in the browser. I have my preview right here on the right side, and within our scene, we have a camera looking directly at a teal box. Now, this isn't as interesting on its own, but once we add the animations, it'll be so much better. So let's animate that scene by creating a new function called animate. Within it, we can request animation frame to which we can then pass animate. So this will request for the animation. And next we have to define what will the animation do. And here we can just rotate the cube by saying cube.rotation.x plus equal to 0.01. And we can do the same thing for the y-axis as well. Finally, we can move the renderer.render within the animate, indent it properly, and call the animate function at the bottom, which will then call the renderer.render. As soon as you save this, the cube should start rotating right in your browser. And I mean, look at this. You have a 3D element seemingly flowing in this empty scene, which has different lights pointing to it. This is great. But of course, this is just the start. The goal of this demo was to give you step-by-step instructions for creating a scene, adding a camera, using geometric materials and lights, and then rendering them with animation. The key to mastering Three.js is hands-on exploration. So please take the time to explore different geometries, materials, lights, and more. In other words, have fun playing with the code. Open up the docs and try switching a property that we animate. Try using a different light or a different geometry. It's completely up to you. Only by practicing will you be able to better comprehend what the changes that you make to your code change in the 3D environment. We explored creating a simple Three.js scene using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript through a CDN link. Now, let's explore an alternative approach using the Three.js package directly. This time, we'll build something more exciting by incorporating additional geometries, materials, and lights. So, let's get started. Similar as to in the previous demo, we have to somehow get access to the Three.js library. Instead of using a CDN, which is a bit of an outdated approach, we'll now install Three.js as an npm package, alongside 700,000 other people that installed it just this week. To do that, we'll set up a project using Vite. So head over to vite.dev, click Get Started, scroll down to scaffolding your first Vite project, and copy the command. Next, back in our IDE, I will create a new folder, and I'll call it Vite. I'll open up the terminal, and I will cd into Vite, and now we can paste the command that we just copied. npm create vite add latest. First, it's gonna ask us to install the create vite CLI, so let's press Y to do it, and it's gonna ask us for the project name. In this case, I'll just say / to create it in the current directory. Next, we need to choose the flavor of our Vite. I'll just use vanilla, so we're still on basic HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We'll do React soon, but for now, let's just stay on vanilla. Let's choose JavaScript and run npm install to install all the necessary dependencies, and as soon as it is done, we can install the Three.js package by copying the installation command. It's pretty simple. It is just npm i3. It's a pretty lightweight package, so it gets installed instantly, and we can run npm run dev to run it in our browser. It's running on localhost 5173, so let's open it. And there we go, hello Vite. Now we need to clean it up a bit. So let's delete this counter file, and let's clean up the main.js. The only thing we want to do in there is import everything as 3 from 3. I'll zoom it in so you can see it a bit better. And then we can create a new canvas by saying const canvas and getting it by targeting our DOM, so document dot get element by ID, and we'll target the one with the element ID of canvas. After that, we have to do all the other things to make our scene work, like we did in the first demo. And it never hurts to repeat the most important stuff. So let's do it once again together. First, we need to create the scene. So number 1, scene. We can do that by saying const scene is equal to new 3.scene. By the way, notice how WebStorm autocompletes this immediately well for me. And now, if you highlight it, we have information on what this 3 actually is. And what the scene is. It is a constructor which we can visit and see exactly how it works. Also, you can see that the WebStorm adds this inline hint that lets us know that this scene is of a type scene, which results in something like this. If you start typing it and press dot, it will automatically know what kind of properties does it have. Specifically, we'll use the background here. Let's set it to be equal to a new 3.color, and let's use some kind of a grayish color like hash F0, F0, F0. What is the second step? It is to add the camera. So let's say const camera is equal to new 3.perspective camera. And maybe you know what kind of properties does it accept. First, it accepts the FOV, and I love how WebStorm automatically lets me know the name of this property. Next, it's the aspect. So we can give it the window.inner width divided by window.inner height to make sure that it takes over the full width and height of the screen. Next, it takes the near number, meaning how near does the object have to be to still be visible. I'm gonna put 0.1, and then for far, I'm gonna put 1000. And this is our camera. Of course, we have to position the camera somewhere in the space. So we can say camera.position.z and set it to something like 5. What is the third step? Well, it is to add some kind of an object in the space. So what do we need for an object? Well, we need a geometry and a material. So let's define a geometry, which is equal to new 3 dot, and now you can choose whatever geometry you need. It can be a capsule, a cone, a circle, cylinder. In this case, let's be crazy and let's use a dodecahedron geometry. We can also choose its material by saying const material is equal to new 3 dot mesh Lambert material, and to it we can pass color of hash 468585 and emissive 468585. That's a nice teal color. And now that we have the geometry and the material, we can create what? A mesh. So we can say const dodecahedron is equal to new 3 dot mesh, and we need to pass the geometry as well as the material. Oh, I misspelled 3 right here, so let's fix this very quickly. And we have a type warning here saying that Lambert material is not assignable to basic material, so let's quickly make this a basic material as well. Great. Now for this demo, I want us to create 2 objects. So we have a dodecahedron, and just below, I want to create another one. I'll call it box geometry equal to new Three.js box geometry, and we can also pass some props into it, such as the width, the height, and the depth. I did 2, 0.1, and 2 for the values. We also need to define the material, so let's duplicate the material from above and just rename it to box material, and let's just change the colors to something like hash B4, B4, B3. With the basic material, I believe we don't even have the access to the property emissive, so we can just remove it and keep the color, just to keep things very simple. Finally, we can create that box by saying const box is equal to new 3 dot mesh, to which we pass the box geometry and the material. Let's position this box in a space, something like box.position dot y is equal to -1.5. And now we can add both of these objects to a scene by saying scene.add dodecahedron, and let's also do scene.add box. We know that we cannot yet see those elements without lights. So step 4 is to add lights. We can do that by saying const light is equal to new 3 dot, in this case, let's use a spotlight. We can pass it the color of 0x006769. I found this color to look good, and an intensity of 100. I'll use the light.position.set to set it at 111 coordinates, and I will add it to the scene by saying scene.add. Finally, as the step 5, we have to set up the renderer. So let's say const renderer is equal to new 3.webgl renderer, and to it, we'll pass the canvas that we previously created. It is this one right here, the HTML element. Why are we adding the canvas? Well, so we can add some controls so we can interact with the scene. But for now, we just want to see it. So let's simply say renderer dot set size. We'll set it to window.inner width and window.inner height. And finally, renderer dot render, where we have a scene and we're looking at that scene from the camera's viewpoint. Now we have to head over to our HTML file, which is right here, and we have to add that canvas. We can add it right here instead of this div by renaming the element to canvas and giving it an ID of canvas as well. And we can say v-app with Three.js. Let's also quickly modify the CSS by going over to style.css, and we'll say all elements will have a box sizing of border box, a margin of 0, and a padding of 0 as well, just to reset things and make it easier for us to interact with the 3D world from scratch. Now, if you check out the browser again, you should be able to see something that looks like this. Doesn't look like much, right? It's just a dodecahedron, which looks like some kind of a polygon, and then a box right below it. But what do you say that we make this canvas interactable? We can do that by using something known as orbit controls. So that's gonna be step 6, add orbit controls. And right here at step 5 for the renderer, We can also set the pixel ratio. So we can say renderer dot set pixel ratio, and we can set it equal to window dot device pixel ratio. This is very useful for mobile devices, so the controls work on there as well. So now let's add those controls. We can do that by saying const controls is equal to new orbit controls, which you have to import at the top. We need to pass it a couple of props. The first prop is the camera, which thankfully we have already defined. And the second one is the DOM element of the renderer. Once we have that, we can modify our controls just a bit by saying controls.enable damping, and we can set that to true. This will make our controls smoother. We can also play with controls.damping factor, and we can set that to 0.05. We can also modify the controls.enable zoom, which we're going to set to true, so we can zoom in and out. And finally, we're going to play with the controls.enable pan, so we can also pan the screen. Before we check out those controls in the browser, let's just make sure that our import is good. It looks like for me, it auto-imported it from 3 add-ons. Actually, it should be coming from 3 add-ons controls, orbit controls.js. Now, before we put it to use, let's scroll down. I noticed I have an unused box material here, so let's actually put that to use. We'll use it within the box mesh. And finally, we can add the animations. So let's say 7, add animations. And we can do that by adding the function animate, which we can immediately call right here below. This function will request animation frame, to which we can pass animate. And here we can play with the rotation. So let's say dodecahedron dot rotation dot x plus equal to 0.01. And we can also change the y rotation in the same way. And let's do the same thing for the box by saying box dot rotation dot y plus equal to, let's do something less drastic, 0.005. We also need to update our controls so that the dampening takes effect. So controls.update. And finally in here, now we can call the renderer.render scene. So let's use it right here a bit below. Great. Now if you go back, you can see that the rotation is being applied on its own. But now we also have the power of orbit controls, which means that we can orbit this scene and view it from all the different angles, from bottom, from top, left, right, front, and center. But since we're using a basic material right here, the scene doesn't look that good. So as I told you before, play with it a bit and see how you can change the colors, the lighting, and more. If we replace this basic material with the Lambert material, and if we gave it that emissive property like we did before, even though I'm getting a type warning right here, you can see that this now looks much more realistic. The light is actually bouncing off of it. And if we orbit, we can even get to the exact spot where the light is coming from. You can see it's kind of hitting it at this corner. Similar thing for the box. Let's try to change it to something like mesh standard material. And we can also give it that emissive property by saying emissive is equal to this color. There we go. Now you can see something beautiful. And that is that the teal color of this dodecahedron object actually reflects into the box. And of course, deeper in the course, we'll explain every little detail, such as why this mesh is complaining about this being a standard material and not a basic one. But for now, we're good. Finally, let me give you a pro tip. We also want this animation, as well as the orbit controls, work if we resize the window size. So to make that work, we can do a step 8 of handle window resizing, where we can say window.add event listener of resize. And when we resize, we want to call a callback function where we can reset the camera aspect to be the new window.inner width over the window height. We can update the camera projection matrix. It sounds tough, I know, but it basically just resets the camera position. And finally, we can reset the renderer size by setting it to window inner width, window inner height. Of course, let's spell it properly. And we also need to initially set the size, which I believe we are already doing. That's great. So now if you resize this window, you can see that everything still works perfectly. And this wasn't a lot of code, right? Just enough to add 2 different objects. But even with just 2, there was a lot of duplicated code. So you can imagine how things can quickly get messy as we add more objects. Without knowing the best practices or JavaScript patterns for reusability, you could quickly find yourself in a 3D nightmare. So be mindful when you're working with Three.js on a vanilla JavaScript project. There's also something else I wanted to show you. First was the way that I fixed this import at the top. How can you know that these orbit controls are coming exactly from this place? Well, it all comes down to reading the docs. Alongside playing with the code that you have here, in the last demo I told you that the best way to learn about Three.js is to play with the code and see what happens. Well, the second best way is to read through the docs and explore some examples. You can see exactly how you can use each one of these properties. Not only that, you can see every single property that it accepts, as well as every event that it fires. And the best way for learning Three.js, or any other coding concept for that matter, is to combine the theory and reading the docs with modifying the code and seeing what happens. So if you haven't already downloaded Codium at the start, you can do so now by clicking the link in the description and getting it for your own IDE. In WebStorm, you can press Command-Shift-P and then search for plugins. And right here, we can search for Codium. Let's install it and restart my IDE and create an account. I'll just log in with Google. And then you can select a block of code or the entire thing that you want explained and just click Ask Chat or press Command-Shift-L. And just look at that. This code sets up a 3D scene using the Three.js library, rendering a rotating dodecahedron and the box with a spotlight. The scene is interactive, allowing the user to orbit, zoom, and pan using the mouse. The scene also responds to window resizing. Well, this is exactly what it is. And of course, you can continue asking it questions about the code, such as, we're using a perspective camera. What other camera types there are? And it's gonna read both the code and the docs, combine the two, and say, hey, perspective camera is used in your code. It simulates the way the human eye sees the world. The orthographic camera does this, cube camera that, and so much more. It's a super useful tool for explanations. So that's it for this demo and the pro tips that came along with it. So far, we have reviewed many Three.js foundations and tested most of them in code. While writing that Three.js code, you may have felt like, whoa, this is so much better than writing WebGL code for a cube. But as you start to add more features to your 3D app, you'll notice that the amount of Three.js code grows and becomes harder and harder to manage and maintain. Do you know why? When working with Three.js, you typically write a lot of imperative code, meaning you're telling the computer what to do step by step. You're in control of everything, from initializing and positioning objects, handling rendering loops, updating the camera, and managing interactions. While having a lot of control is great, it also means you have to be very mindful of every detail. This can make your code messy and complicated as your project gets bigger. That's the challenge of scaling with Three.js, which coincidentally is the name of one of the important lectures of our upcoming Ultimate Three.js course. One small mistake and things can go wrong. And this is where React 3 Fiber, or R3F for short, comes in. It takes a whole different approach by using the power of React.js. Instead of writing imperative code, you write declarative code. This means you have to describe what you want your scene to look like, and the React 3 Fiber handles the details of making it happen. With R3F, you don't need to worry about the step-by-step process of updating the scene. You simply declare how you want things to be, and the React does the heavy lifting. Instance, if you want a cube to rotate when the user clicks a button, you can just update the state in React, and the React 3 Fiber will automatically update the 3D scene for you. Since R3F is built on React, you can use React's features such as components, hooks, and state management to break down your 3D scene into reusable components. Along with R3F, there's also React 3 which is a collection of useful helpers, components, and abstractions built on top of React 3 Fiber. It provides ready-made tools like cameras, controls, and environment setups, which can significantly speed up your development by handling common tasks and simplifying complex setups. In short, Dre acts like a toolbox that extends R3F, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel for common 3D features. Think of it as ShatCN. We use ready-made 3D features to build applications faster. We've been experimenting with vanilla JavaScript demos up to now. So let's try using Three.js in React with the React 3 Fiber and see how it compares to the imperative approach we've used. Once again, we'll create another folder and I'll call it vite-react. I'll cd into vite-react and run npm create vite add latest. Once again, we'll do the / for the project name, and this time we'll use React as the framework. Let's use just React with regular JavaScript. And once again, we'll have to install the Three.js package, but this time we'll also use a React Three.js library called add react -3/fiber. So we'll be installing that as well. And you can see how my terminal smartly auto-suggests to install React 3 Dre too. So let's add react-3/Dre, which is a utility library to make Three.js work with React even better. So let's press enter, and let's run npm run dev. On localhost 5173, we have another Vite starter running, but this time with React. Now let's clean it up a bit to give us a clean slate for turning this into a 3D-powered React application. We can start by going into the source and then app.jsx. We can clean up everything that is in there and just say const app is equal to a functional component where we can simply return a div that says hello Three.js. And of course, we can do an export default app. Going back to the browser, we can see hello Three.js. Now I'll show you how to use Three.js within React. It all starts by utilizing some of the things that React 3 Fiber provides us, such as a canvas. So let's turn this div into a canvas, and let's import it from React 3 Fiber. To it, we can provide some inline styles by saying style is equal to, and we can give it a height such as 100 VH. We can also give it a width of 100 VW for the width, a display of flex, justify content is equal to center, and align items is equal to center as well, just to make sure that everything is nicely centered. The reason we're adding a canvas is to turn everything within it into a 3D rendering context. That's what the canvas does. It's a DOM canvas which accepts Three.js elements as children. So whatever you want to add to the scene, you can simply add it here. Maybe you want to add orbit controls from React 3 Dre. It's super simple. You just add it here, and you provide different functionalities such as enable zoom to true right here as a prop. We can also enable pan, and finally we can enable rotate. If you simply want to set it to true, then you can leave it as it is. You don't even have to explicitly say true, just to make it like this. Next, how do we add a light? Well, you can simply say directional light, and you can pass it a position, intensity of 10, and then a color as well. Maybe something like 0x, and let's do 9CD-BA6. That's a nice looking color. And if you want to color the canvas, you can also just say color, make it a self-closing tag, and say attach is equal to background, and args will be equal to an array where we only have one color, F0, F0, F0. So I think now you can see the difference between declaring literally everything and then just using it within the code, where you're referencing components and variables from
React 3 Fiber and React 3 Dray. Of course, now we want to show a specific element right here, maybe a rotating cube. So let's just call a component rotating cube, which is going to be a self-closing component. So let's declare it right above. Const rotating cube is equal to a component where we'll return a mesh. This mesh has to have a reference so that we know what we're interacting with. So we can say const mesh ref is equal to use ref, which is a hook coming from React. Now we can say mesh has a ref equal to mesh ref. This is some React specific functionality. And why are we using it? Well, we're using it because then we can leverage a use frame hook coming directly from React 3 Fiber. The use frame hook executes a callback before render in a shared frame loop. So it'll loop and it'll do something to our object. So let's declare a callback function. And here, if we have a meshRef.current, meaning if we can access this cube, then what we can do is whatever you want to do. Something like meshRef.current.rotation.y plus equal to 0.01. And you can do the same thing for the x-axis as well. So now that we're applying some kind of a frame, let's actually render this mesh. You know how before we had to declare everything, like a geometry and then a material? Well, here it makes so much more sense. You have a mesh, and within the mesh, you can use any kind of geometry. In this case, let's use a cylinder geometry, and you can provide some arguments to it. This is going to be the size. So let's say 1, 1, 1, and specifically, these point to the X, Y, and Z axes. Next, we can provide a material. In this case, I'll use a mesh Lambert material, and then you can provide a prop with the color. Let's say color is something like hash 468585, and we can also apply the emissive property equal to the same color. But you might wonder, like, where are these properties coming from? The mesh, the cylinder geometry, the mesh Lambert material, we're not really importing them from the top. The only thing we are importing is this canvas right here. Well, since we're within the canvas, it allows you to call all of these components. Let me show you. I'll go to React 3 Fiber's documentation, and you can see an example for the first scene. We have a canvas, and then here it says how you can add a mesh. To actually see something in our scene, we'll add a lowercase mesh native element, which is a direct equivalent to the new 3.mesh. Remember that? And here's an important note, pointing to exactly what I was telling you about. We don't need to import anything. All Three.js objects will be treated as native JSX elements, just like you can write div or span in regular React DOM. The general rule is that Fiber components are available under the camel case version of their name in Three.js. A mesh is a basic scene object in Three.js used to hold geometry and the material. So we can create a new mesh using the geometry and the material, which automatically attach to their parent. So this is exactly what we have done. So if you wanted to pause for a moment to know exactly what is happening here, this code right here is equivalent to this part in native Three.js, which is what I taught you how to do in the first two demos, so now we can truly grasp the benefits of using React 3 Fiber. Another question you might have is what kind of things are we passing to it? Well, if a native Three.js element like box geometry is accepting 3 props, you can pass those props in the same order through a prop named args. You can add the lights in the same way that you add all the other elements. And when it comes to props, if a native Three.js element has some props, like light has the intensity, here you can add it as a prop. How convenient is that? And that's it. We're at the end of this documentation page. So you can see that React 3 Fiber docs are pretty short. There isn't a lot of stuff here. And these are all tutorials. And that's because they're not really changing too much from base Three.js. They're just making it easier for us to work with Three.js within React. So if you're wondering about which geometries exist or which materials or what you need to do to form a mesh, you would still go here to the original Three.js documentation, search for a different component or a property, and see exactly which properties does it accept. And then you know that you can pass them as args to our React 3 Fiber alternative. Great. Now, if we check out our local host, you can see a spinning cylinder, and you can also use your mouse to move across it. This is great. You can see how simple it was to add orbit controls using React 3 But let me show you one more cool thing. Like, React 3 and React 3 Fiber are all about making your life working with Three.js within React and Next.js applications easier. So let's say you wanted to add some sparkles here. You can just say sparkles, import it from React 3 and then give it a couple of properties, such as a count is equal to 100, scale is equal to 1, size is equal to 6, speed, let's make them very slow, 0.002, noise can be 0.2, and color can be orange. If you save that and go back, now this object is actually sparkling, and you can zoom in and see the sparkles that you added in just a single line of code. Imagine if this was some kind of a fire where you can easily add sparkling fire elements to it. The possibilities are endless, and this code, super simple to understand. We can use Codium once again to explain this app, and you can see that it is a 3D scene using Three.js, where the scene is rendered within the canvas element, and then we add orbit controls to enable user interaction, directional light to add lighting, and then we set the color and add a rotating cube. So whenever you're unsure about something, it's always nice to use the explain functionality here. And there's also this docstring thing, which if you click it, it'll start generating docs in form of comment right above this code. So you can see it is super simple. You can accept it or change it or reject it, where it says that this is a canvas component that renders a rotating cube in the center of the screen with interactive camera controls, and it returns a JSX element representing the canvas. Super useful. So, isn't this easy? It's just like writing regular React.js code. The logic is more or less the same as in regular Three.js, but React 3 Fiber and React 3 simplify the process. They help us write more maintainable and manageable code through components, and they offer built-in functions right out of the box. Now, a developer portfolio is not like any other project. It is a career asset designed to showcase everything you're capable of, making you an attractive candidate for any job. And that's why I'll teach you how to go a step further. See, hosting your portfolio on a personalized domain makes you more professional, memorable, and improves your credibility and search engine visibility. So, before we dive into coding, let's get that domain name. I highly recommend Hostinger for hosting your modern portfolio. And right now, they're offering a great deal which you don't want to miss. When it comes to hosting this modern portfolio, I personally go for the premium plan. And here's why it's perfect for this and many other projects. You can host 100 websites with the same account. You get a free domain name, which gives you a professional touch. You get a free SSL for HTTPS security, which creates trust with anyone visiting your portfolio. This deal won't last forever, and because I've partnered with Hostinger, you get an even bigger discount. Once you click the link in the description, click Claim Deal, and Add to Cart. Here, we'll have to choose the period of our hosting. With a crazy discount going on right now, I'll definitely choose 48 months to save the most money. Down below, you can choose your payment method and enter your JavaScript Mastery coupon code, which will give you an even bigger discount on your hosting package. And once you buy it, we are ready to set everything up and get started with building out our portfolio. We are building a new website, so you can choose Create, and we're building a completely custom website, so we can choose Skip at the bottom. Next, we need to choose our domain. As you can see, I use Hostinger for my jsmastery.pro platform. So here you can type out your domain name. I would recommend something like your first name and last name.com. Something like johndoe.com. And if you purchase the hosting for more than 1 year, you'll get the domain completely for free. Choose it and click next. The domain is registering. And while that is happening, I quickly want to point your attention to our improved Discord server, where now we have dedicated forums for each video. So if you're building this portfolio and you get stuck, you just go to the forum and ask a question. This is the best way to get help. Now already we are the next step, where you can choose where your audience is located at, and you can see there's a lot of options. Click next, and the setup will initialize. With that in mind, we are redirected to the dashboard of our hosting project. So finally, let's code it out, and we'll deploy it at the end of the course. Before we begin developing our app, I want to show you how you can set up a new IDE that I tried and loved so much that I decided to use it to replace my VS Code. I know making a switch is not easy, but just try it and you won't be disappointed. JetBrains' tools are trusted by Google, Tesla, Visa, Shopify, Citibank, and even NASA. So they'll suit us just fine. The link in the description will give you a free 90-day WebStorm license, so you have nothing to lose. Open it, fill in your information, click redeem, and follow the instructions in the email. Once you click the link you got in your email, you'll be redirected to your account dashboard and just click download. Then select your operating system and click download. Keep in mind, this is a full IDE and not just a code editor, so it's gonna take some time to download. Let's leave it be, and I'll be right back. And if you're not ready to choose WebStorm yet, that's totally okay. You can still follow along with the entire video without any problems. I just want to say that I've been trying it on our internal projects for the last couple of months and found it to be the perfect IDE for web and mobile applications. I'm still discovering new features as I go, but I'm already so impressed that I won't be going back to VS Code anytime soon. Once you install it, it's going to ask you whether you want to import your settings from VS Code. So you can do that or start completely from scratch. In this case, I will import the settings. You can choose the theme, the key maps, plugins, and even the recent projects. This was super quick. And now we can create a new project. Instead of just creating a new empty project, WebStorm allows us to start from a specific framework or library. So if you want to, you can continue with Next.js or choose React. But I like this note right here saying that Create React App is not the advised method for creating React apps, so instead you can switch over either to Next.js or Vite, which I'll be using for this video. And if you're using some other code editor, the only thing you have to do is run npx create Vite and then choose React in your console once it asks you. I'll show you how that looks like later on. And I can rename this project to something like Three.js_portfolio. Great, let's create it. Okay, that was super simple. WebStorm created the entire project for me, and it even asked me whether I want to install all the specified packages. This was super quick. And if you're still using something like VS Code, no worries, you can still follow along just fine by running this command in your terminal. npm create vite add latest /. Then it'll ask you a couple of questions, you can choose React, and it'll spin up your project in the current directory. Once that is done, let's run our project to see what we have here. npm run dev. It spun it up on localhost 5173. So if you open it up, it'll look something like this. Just a base boilerplate for Vite and React. So what do you say that we clean it up a bit? But before we do that, you might want to clean up your IDE to make it look a bit more like mine. You can press Command-Shift-P and then choose Theme. As you can see, I'm using a Katpuchin Mocha theme, which you can quickly install from a plugin library. And another package that I'm using are material icons. So you can install it as well, so yours look like mine as well. With that said, let's clean up our file tree. First, we have the main, where everything starts. We don't have to touch that. The index CSS has a lot of the styles that we won't necessarily need. But what we will need instead is Tailwind CSS. So let's go ahead and remove this and add the imports for Tailwind CSS right here. You can get them by clicking the link down in the description, scrolling down to the README, and then searching for snippets, code to copy. And here you can see an index.css file that you can copy and paste right here in your code. You'll notice that this contains just some repetitive code for rotations. The imports for Tailwind CSS, which we need, changes the body background color,
And then it has some utility classes for navigation or for sidebar and buttons that we can reuse within our code. But more on that later. Next, let's actually install Tailwind CSS with the library that you chose to build this project with. It can be Next.js or in this case, Vite. Just Google this and you'll stumble upon this documentation page. So let's simply copy this npm install command and paste it in our second terminal. So I'm gonna open up a new one. First, we're installing some dev dependencies denoted by the -d flag, and then we can initialize a new Tailwind CSS setup within our project. So let's paste it right here. And you'll be able to see a new Tailwind config.js file appear. Right now, it is completely empty. So the next step is to actually modify it and do the imports of Tailwind CSS directives. This one we have already done, and now we have to update the template paths. You can find that under snippets in this README as well, under tailwind.config.js. Just copy it and override whatever you have in here. You'll notice that this is a pretty short file where we simply modify some font families and create shortcuts for using a couple of different variations of black. Great. With that in mind, we can go to our app.jsx and we can remove everything to start with a clean slate. I'll press Command-Shift-P and open up plugins. That'll allow me to switch over to the marketplace and search for React snippets. And I'll install this modern React snippets plugin that'll allow me to quickly spin up React components. So let's click OK. And I'll start typing RAFCE. That is a React arrow function component with an export. How simple was that? Next, I'll turn this div into a main section. And within it, I'll create an H1 with a class name, text-2xl, text-white, and underline. I'll also give our main a class name equal to max-w-7xl, which will give it a maximum width and margin X of auto. Finally, I'll make the H1 say, hello, Three.js. Back in the browser, we can see a big underlined hello Three.js text. If this didn't work for you, you might need to reload your terminal for the Tailwind changes to take effect. But after that, it should be there. Now let's put our browser and IDE side by side so that we can see the changes that we make live on the other side. There we go. And since I know that many of you will be wondering which browser it is, it's the Arc browser. And I would highly recommend it. With that said, let's start focusing on the navbar. I'll delete our existing assets as we won't be needing it, as well as the app.css. All the styles we need are going to be within the index CSS and then within the class names that we add to our elements. In the source, I'll create a new folder called sections. And within sections, I'll create a new file called navbar.jsx. There, we can run RAFCE, and we can import this navbar right here instead of our H1. So that's going to be just a self-closing navbar component automatically imported from the top. And of course, if we want to actually see it, for now, we can give this div a class name of text-white. There we go. Now we can see navbar at the top right. So let's clean this up and let's go ahead and code this navbar together. To get started, we can turn this div into an HTML5 semantic header tag and give it a class name of fixed, since it'll be fixed at the top. So it makes sense to say top 0. We're going to also say left 0 and right 0, as it'll take the full width of the screen, and we can give it a z index of 50 so it appears over other elements. We can also give it a background of black over 90, which is just a variant of the black color. And it looks like WebStorm automatically recognizes the exact background color being applied. Within it, we'll create a div just to create some spacing that'll have a class name equal to max-w-7xl, which is a width of about 80 rem or 1280 pixels. So you'll see me use this quite often, and typically you always want to have consistent spacing on the left and right side. So no matter what the section, we'll always be using this measure to put the content within. And we can also give it a margin X of auto. Next, we'll have one more div right within it. And that div will have a class name of flex, justify dash between to center the elements horizontally, and then items dash center to center them vertically. I'll also give it a padding Y of 5 to apply a bit of padding on top and bottom, margin X of auto, and C dash space. Whenever you notice that a specific class is not being recognized once you hover over it, that means that most likely it is a class that we have defined within our classes. And if we quickly search for it within the index CSS, you can see that indeed this is the first utility class we have defined. And this one simply, on smaller devices, applies a padding X of 10 and usually a padding X of 5. So whenever you notice that we're using a non-native Tailwind CSS class name, you can quickly go to the index CSS and see exactly what that class name does. For example, the navul does everything from centering elements, providing a gap, and then making sure that it is all responsive. Great. So now let's add an anchor tag right here within it. And let's make it have an href pointing to /, meaning homepage. I'll give it a class name of text-neutral-400, font-bold, text-XL, hover of text white, and transition-colors. So that means that it'll nicely transition from neutral to white once we hover over it. And there you can put your name. I'll say Adrian, and now you can see a nice hoverable Adrian name. If you want to, you can also create some kind of an icon with the first letter of your name and then put it right here next to your name, acting like a logo. Right below this anchor tag, I'll place a button. This button will render an image, and that image will have a source, and it'll render a menu icon. You know those 3 lines, often called a hamburger icon as well? Well, where are we going to get that icon from? Of course, you could use some kind of an icon library like Font Awesome to search for different icons, but sometimes it'll be hard to find the exact icons we're looking for. For example, these technology icons, or this earth, or these dots right here. There's many different kinds of icons that we want to have on our design, and we want to stay consistent with using them. So that's the exact reason why I'm providing you with this complete Figma design. So if you want to, you can go here and then immediately download each one of these specific icons. But I went even one step further, and in the same GitHub README that I showed you before, I've also added the assets right here. So you can click here, which will lead you to a Google Drive link, and you can just press download at the top right. Sometimes it says that there might be some viruses, but don't worry, it's just the assets. And once you unzip it, it'll look something like this. It'll be a public folder containing the assets, models, textures, and everything else you might need. So simply go here, remove the existing public folder, and then drag and drop the new one in. There we go, here it is. Now that we have all of those assets, you can simply say assets/menu.svg. And of course, that has to be within a string. If you save it and go back, the error will be gone, but let's also give it an alt tag of toggle and a class name of W-6 for the width and H-6 for the height. And there we go. You can see the menu icon appear on the top right. Now let's change that icon depending on the state of the menu. Of course, this is for mobile devices, and yeah, I'm on a mobile view right now since I've collapsed my browser to see the code. So right at the top, I will create a new use state. I'll call it isOpen and set isOpen at the start equal to false. And a very cool thing that WebStorm does is it shows me here that isOpen is of a type Boolean. For now, I will disable those type annotations, but I like these ones even more. These are super useful. Whenever you call a specific function, it automatically populates the type of the property that you're typing in. Sometimes you might not know what is the first field that you pass into the use state. And here, as soon as you open it, it tells you this is the initial state of that field. Super useful. So now that we have this isOpen state, let's actually modify the source depending on it. So if isOpen is currently turned on, then we'll show the asset for the close. So assets/close.svg, and else we'll show the menu. That'll look something like this. If I turn it to true right here, you can see that now it becomes an X. So to make this happen on the button click, I will give this button an onClick property equal to toggle menu. And now this is a question for you. How can we toggle a menu? Well, let's declare that function right above by saying const toggle menu is equal to a callback function where we will simply set isOpen to be equal to not isOpen. This is a simple way to do it, but sometimes it leads to issues. So you can see even though it works right now, I can click it. The preferred way is to open up a callback function where you get a previous state, or in this case, we can call it prev isOpen, and then you say not prev isOpen. Because sometimes when you're changing the state using the value of the previous state, things can go wrong. So this is the preferred way to do it. Great. Let's also give this button a class name equal to text-neutral-400. On hover, text-white. Focus, outline-none. On small devices, hidden. Typically, flex. And we'll give it an area label equal to toggle menu. So people with screen readers can still know to open up that menu. There we go. Now, right below that button, we can say nav with a class name equal to, on small devices, show it, else make it hidden. And here we can create a new component right at the top, which I'll call nav items. That's going to be just a regular return that'll return some nav item. You can see how smart our system is. It automatically recommends things to add, but for now, I'll just make it a div. And I'll make sure to render the nav items as a self-closing component right here. Now, what was the reason that I want to add nav items as a separate component? Well, it's because we'll reuse the same nav items both in our desktop navigation bar and our mobile navigation bar. So let's turn this into a UL, or an unorganized list, and give it a class name equal to nav-ul. Right within it, you can show many different list items, like this. But nobody wants to see something like this. Too much duplicated code. So instead, we can create a new object and then create an array within it with different elements that we can then map over and simply create an li for. There we go. And this was too fast, I know. But I just wanted to go a step further to show you how this looks like, because we'll optimize it even further. Instead of declaring all of our logic here, such as home, projects, about, and more, what we'll do is create a new file where we'll keep track of all of this data. We can do that by going to project and creating a new directory within the source. And I'll call it constants. Within the constants folder, I'll create a new file called index.ts. And if you head back over to our GitHub README, you can find a constants index.js file right here. Copy it and paste it right here. You'll notice that there's a lot of stuff right here, but none of it is code and logic. What this contains is simply some content that you might want to change within your portfolio. So here we have a list of predefined links for our navigation bar. If you scroll down, you can see some client reviews. For example, Emily gave me a review and Mark, but for you, these are going to be some other people working at different positions, telling different stuff about you. So it's always nice to extract the content from the logic. And how do we use it within the JSX? It is super simple. You just say nav links, import it from constants, and map over them, where we get each individual item. And for each item, we automatically return an li. By automatically return, I mean put a parenthesis right here and not a curly brace. That means instant return. Give it a key, since we're mapping over it, of something like item.id. Or instead of saying item every time, we can automatically destructure the ID, the href, and the name, and simply say ID right here. Why can we destructure these things? Well, because if you check the nav items, each one has an ID, name, and an href. Our li will also have a class name equal to nav-li. So let's go back to our app and let's make sure that we can properly import it. It looks like Vite is having some issues recognizing the nav links, even though they're properly linked right here. So let me try reloading my terminal for a second and see whether that will fix it. No, it still doesn't. Oh, would you look at that? I typed TS right here. Looks like I've been working with too much TypeScript. I'll go ahead and rename this to .js. We're working with JavaScript this time. And immediately, this just works. Great. Now, within each one of these LIs, we're going to add an anchor tag with an href and a class name of nav-li _a, and we'll also add an onClick property on it, which for now we can let to be an empty callback function. If you save this, you cannot see anything on this screen size, but if we go outside of the mobile view, you can start seeing different elements such as home, about, work, and contact. So now we have created a desktop navigation bar right here, but creating a mobile one will be super simple. We just have to go a bit below, a few divs below actually, below the nav and below 2 more divs, and create another div for the mobile nav. We'll give it a class name equal to, and actually it'll be a dynamic template string. First, we'll say nav sidebar to give it some class names, and then say if is open, give it a max-h-screen, else give it a max-height 0. So this will ensure that this mobile nav is seen only on mobile devices and it takes the full height of the screen. Within it, we can render the nav HTML5 element with a class name of p-5 for padding, and within it, we can render nav items just like so. So now if you open it, you can see how nicely they appear from the top and then they go away. Perfect for mobile devices, and it works on very small screens too. But if we go larger, we can see our regular navbar. Great. So with that in mind, our simple yet quite effective navbar is now done, which means that we can move to the second section of our app, and that is the hero section. So let's create a new file in the sections folder, and let's call it hero.jsx. Run rafce, and then import it right here below our navbar. Super simple, right? You get the idea. We have a main page that'll ensure that all the below sections follow the same width structure, and then we can just put them below by creating a new section, moving to it, and adding its code. Of course, the hero section is the most exciting of them all. Here, we'll dive headfirst into creating one large 3D model right here in the center, and then even adding some smaller floating 3D objects to the sides. I hope you're ready, so let's get started. First things first, I'll turn this div into a section with a class name equal to min-h-screen, which will make sure to take the full height of the currently visible screen. So if I go back and give it a border of 2 and border blue 500, you can see that it's wrapping exactly what we can currently see, minus the navbar. So next to the H screen, I'm going to give it a W of full, flex-call, so the elements appear one below another, and a position of relative. Within it, I'll render a div with a class name of W-full, margin X of auto, flex-call, and on small devices, margin top of 36, typically margin top of 20. This is to counteract the height of the navbar, C-space, and a gap of 3. Within it, I will render a p tag that'll say something like, "Hi, I am Adrian." And you can also render a span, inside of which you can render an emoji of something like wave, By the way, I just used a Raycast macOS extension to produce that emoji, but you can just copy it from Google or use your own keyboard. And we can give it a class name of waving-hand coming from CSS. So this will make the hand slowly wave. And once again, if you're interested in how this class name works, just go for it in the class names. And you can see that we're applying a wave animation with some specific presets like 2.5 seconds. And what exactly does it do? Let's style this p tag by giving it a class name of on small devices, text-3xl, typically text-xl. Let's give it a font-medium, text-white, text-center, and a font-general sans. There we go. That's better. I think we can maybe do a 2xl, just so it appears a bit larger. Below that p tag, I'll render another p tag that'll say building, products, and brands. Here, you can say whatever resonates with you. I'll give it a class name equal to hero_tag and text-gray_gradient. There we go. So now we have this primary text and then the secondary headline. Right below it is where the magic happens. I'll create a new div that'll have a class name equal to w-full and h-full for full width and height, position of absolute, and an inset of 0. This will make sure that it takes the rest of the screen here. And for the first time, we are ready to use Three.js. So the first thing we have to do is actually install it. So let's head over to our second terminal and let's run npm install 3, which is the primary Three.js library, add react-3/fiber, and add react-3/Dray, the helper libraries. We can also install a package called react-responsive, which will help us making our scene responsive across different device sizes. And finally, there's also a package called Leva, and I'll explain what that does as soon as we use it. So press enter, wait for these packages to get installed, and let's dive right into using Three.js within our React application. Everything starts with a canvas. So right here, wrap everything in a canvas component, and that canvas has to come from React 3 Fiber. We can give it a class name equal to w-full and h-full, so it takes the full height and width of the screen. Within the canvas, we have to have some kind of a camera. So let's add a perspective camera, the camera like the human eyes, remember? And I'll say make default, which will make this a default camera, and give it a position equal to an array of 0, 0, and then 30. Still, there's nothing on the screen yet. So let's change that by adding our first model. I'll create a new component in the components folder. So let's first create that. And then I'll create a component called hackerroom.jsx. We can run rafce right inside of there, and we can import it right here below the perspective camera, hacker room. Of course, this hacker room is referring to this 3D model right here with a retro looking TV, some hard drives right here, and an old school computer. So let me teach you how to get to this model and use it right within our code. I personally use Sketchfab to find all my 3D models. They have different characters and creatures, cars and vehicles, 3D scans, weapons, and even electronics and gadgets. Let's use the search at the top. Feel free to search for whatever you'd like to feature at the top of your portfolio. In this case, I searched for Hacker Room, and we'll actually use this model right here. Stylized Hacker Room. 1,500 downloads, and it's completely free. You can move it across right here, see what it is made of, beautiful old school textures. So let's go ahead and download it, which will bring us to the authentication. So let's create an account. Once you sign up, go back to this model and download it. You want to download it in a GLTF format. So press download. Then you can unzip it and see that you have a couple of different file extensions in there alongside all the textures that this table uses. What you want to do next is something super interesting. We want to turn this over into a React 3 fiber component. And to do that, we'll use this GLTF converter that converts any GLTF file into a React 3 fiber component. The link to this website will be in one of the first pages of the Three.js guide, linked down below. So just get it and then drag and drop your scene.bin, scene.gltf, and textures right here. It'll take some time to load, but once it's there, it'll look amazing. You can zoom it in, you can change the perspective, and you can see all the code that we need right here provided to us. This is super impressive. You can also play with some stuff like the shadows, which you can turn on or off, but be careful as your browser can freeze for a second while that is happening. I'll turn them back on. And you can also play with all the other things as well to see what changes does it make. Here, if you select keep names, it's also going to keep track of all of the names so you know what's a computer mat, what's a server mat, what is a cable and a table, and then you can continue modifying and changing these elements. In this case, I will just remove the verbose and remove the keep names. With that in mind, the only thing we need to do is export it by copying it to clipboard. Oh, wait, Adrian from the future here. Actually, don't copy that one. Copy the one that you can find in the README of this video. Just go here and head over to Snippets, Code to Copy, and here, just at the bottom, you'll be able to find a modified Hacker Room model. I got my friend that works in Blender to lower the size of that model by tenfold, while still keeping the textures of the same quality. So, to follow along, copy it from here, go back to the code, and override our current Hacker Room with the one that we just copied. Now, of course, this won't work right off the bat. There's still changes that we have to make it work. First things first, let's turn this into a default export. So we can say const hacker room is equal to, we get props right here, and then we open up a function block. Then at the end, we can properly close it, and then say export default hacker room. This way we can properly import it in our other component. And I'll put this use GLTF preload right here at the top of it. And we have to point this path to the actual scene.gltf file. If you check out your public folder, you can see that I already provided some models here for you. So the hacker room GLB file is already here. I got it from Sketchfab. So you can simply change this to say /models/hacker-room.glb. Now, if you reload, this time you get a dark screen, not a white one. But there's still things that we have to do to make it work. First things first, let's wrap everything within the canvas with something known as a suspense. And this suspense has to have a fallback, which will be equal to some kind of a loader. So let's create a new component in the components folder, and let's call it canvas loader.jsx. We can run RAFCE inside of there. And here's the cool part. Whenever you're creating some components within the canvas, you have to keep in mind that you're not writing actual JSX. You are within a 3D environment. So if you still want to show some HTML within the canvas, you have to define it as an HTML tag. And this tag is coming from React 3.js. So we can say import HTML from React at react-3/Dre. There's also another cool thing that Dre provides us with, and it's a hook called use progress. And it does exactly what you'd think it might do. You say const progress is equal to use progress, and this gives you a number from 0 to 100 to indicate whether the model has loaded or not. So let's give this HTML a few more properties. I'll say as div, so we want it to appear as a div, center, and I'll give it some styles, such as the display of flex, justify content of center, align items of center as well, and a flex direction of column. Right within it, I will render a span element that'll have a class name equal to canvas-loader. and it can simply be a self-closing span. Below it, I'll render a p tag that'll have a style equal to font size of 14, color of hash F1, 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 font weight of 800, and a margin top of 40. And within this p tag, we can say if progress is not equal to 0, then we want to render a dynamic template string of progress.toFixed. 2, so we want to fix it to 2 digits, %, so from 1 to 100%, else we'll simply say loading ... Now, if we save this, go back to our hero section, and add this canvas loader within the fallback part of the suspense, and wrap our entire canvas with it so that the perspective camera and the hacker room are now within it, you can see just for a brief second that the loading appears in the middle, but some other error in the hacker room actually breaks it. So once we fix that other error in the hacker room, you'll be able to see this great loading that we just created. And just looking at my IDE right here, it seems like we have too many errors to fix. But actually, it's pretty simple. You can notice that all of these meshes are using specific nodes and materials. But these nodes and materials are coming from useGLTF scene.gltf, which is a generic scene path, which we don't actually have. So right here, we have to refer to the same path that we used right below. Models hacker room GLB. So let's copy it and let's paste it right here. Once you do that and reload, you'll actually start seeing loading and then it'll disappear. But at least now we're back on our working homepage. So this is good. Now, the next question we can ask ourselves is, why can't we see the model? It could be for many reasons, and the first one that comes to mind is its scale, position, and rotation, as you learned in the theory part of this video. So let's pass those as props. I'll pass scale equal to 0.05. I'll also pass the position equal to 0, 0, 0. And finally, I'll pass the rotation equal to an array of 0 minus math.pi over 2, and then 0 again. We use the minus math.pi over 2 to rotate our model clockwise by 90 degrees. And now if it loads, you can barely see something appear on the screen. And that's because we don't yet have lights. So let there be light. I'll add an ambient light with an intensity of 1. As soon as I save it, oh, it is just a bit more visible. So let me also add a directional light with a position equal to an array of 10, 10, 10, and an intensity of something like 0.5. Okay, there we go. That's better. What if we tried removing this rotation and just said 0? Well, now we're looking at it from the back. And I can maybe scale it a bit more so we can better see it. Oh, there we go. There it is. Let's do 0.07. We'll play much more with the rotation later on. But you can see how if you change it by a specific number of degrees, it'll change sides. So if we try doing something like 280, you can see it is facing our direction. Now, before we continue positioning it further and allowing you to pan it with your mouse, I want to get rid of these ugly warnings. When I hover over intensity or position or any other Three.js property, ESLint says it doesn't exist. But what it doesn't know is that whatever property is wrapped in a canvas inherits all the native Three.js properties. So our hacker room right now is a complete mess because it thinks that none of these exist, but they actually do. So to make it understand that, I found this great article by Chris that talks about adding React 3 Fiber rules to ESLint. If you scroll down, you can see that he mentions installing a React 3 ESLint plugin. So let's type it out together. It's npm install ath-react-3/ESLint-plugin-save-dev. Once you install it, you have to update your ESLint file. So head over to eslint.config. It is located right here at the bottom, and you'll have to add another plugin by saying add React-3, and then here you have to specify React 3 fiber. But where is this React 3 fiber coming from? It's not really being mentioned in this article. But if you scroll down, you can see that he actually refers to a complete iPhone 15 Pro landing page. And here we can see that it's being imported from React 3 fiber. So we can quickly get it imported by saying import React 3 fiber coming from add React-3/fiber. But it is so crazy seeing this out in the wild, created by Aniket 3 weeks ago, because iPhone 15 Pro landing is another one of our great Three.js courses. So seeing that people create them and help each other by modifying ESLint configs regarding Three.js based on the project that I've created is pretty crazy, to be honest. I'm looking forward to creating so many more of these projects for you, and I'm glad you're watching this video. So let's go ahead and give it a shot. I will now save this and go back to the hacker room. Unfortunately, the warning is still there, but now at least we're getting additional information about these properties. So to fix up the warnings, I can just add an additional rule of React/no-unknown-property, and I'll set it to off. There we go. If I save this, you can see that the warnings are now gone. Same thing here. So now let's position our model so we can see it better and we can rotate it around. And I'll show you a super cool way of doing that. It consists of using a package called Leva. We can just import it at the top coming from this Leva package, and we need to pass it some controls. So let's say at the top, const controls is equal to use controls. That's also coming from Leva. And the first thing you need to pass is the schema or folder name. In this case, hacker room will be our schema name. And then you need to pass the settings for that schema, or the settings for the controls for the schema. So you can have things like rotation X, and then that can be maybe a default value of 2.5 with a min slider of 10 and a max slider of 10 as well. And then we can attach those controls directly to the model. So this hacker room that currently has a scale, position, and rotation, instead of that, I will now put this in multiple lines so we can better see it. And for the time being, I will comment out this scale and add a new scale that'll have an array of controls.position X, controls.position Y, and controls.position Z. And maybe instead of controls, for now, we can simply say something like X to be a bit shorter so we can better see what's happening. Let's rename these controls to X. And here, now we can provide different positions and rotations and everything else. So let's say position X is equal to 2.5 with different values. And we can duplicate this over for the two remaining positions, such as Y and Z. Now, if we save this, you can see that everything breaks. And if you go to inspect element, you'll see that there's an error that you'll often see when working in React with Three.js. It says error R3F. Input is not a part of the 3 namespace. So what really happened is that Leva controls try to render an HTML input element within the canvas. So whenever you say something is not a part of the 3 namespace, that usually means that you need to bring HTML elements or components that create HTML elements outside of the canvas. So let's move this Leva right here outside of the canvas and save it. Once you do that, you'll see this beautiful control window that'll allow you to change the position X, Y, and Z of the hacker room. As a matter of fact, I will extend it to the full size, and now check this out. You can change its position and play around with it. But obviously, it is too big. So let's add some more controls. I will duplicate and comment out the position and rotation as well, and I will rename them to x.position, specifically position X, and now we can change it to position Y and position Z. I noticed that I wrongly named these things before. This was supposed to be x.scale, x, scale, y, and scale, z. But for the scale, we can just use one value to expand it on all sides, since we have a predefined 3D model. So I will just say scale for all three of them. And for the rotation, we can rename it to rotation x, rotation y, and rotation z. Great. So now we need to add these over to our leva controls. We already have position x, y, and z. And now we can add rotation x with the same values. That was a smart autofill right here. And we can also add a scale property with similar values, min, max, and the existing one. As soon as you save this and reload the page, you'll notice that the controls change as well. And now you can position the element a bit more down. You can lower the scale of the element as it is too big. So we can see that 0.1 actually here works very well. And you can start changing the rotation to see which rotation would fit us best. This is such a powerful tool when working with 3D models and when trying to position them better on your screen. Perfect. So let's say that we want to have the position to something like this. X can be in the middle, something like 2. Y can be right here. And Z can be something like 2 as well. Rotation is fine at about 0.8. Rotation Y is fine like -3. And you can play with it until tomorrow if you want to. So now what we want to do is get these properties, get these values, and then set our object to be at these predefined values. So let's kind of replicate them right here. The position X is 2, position Y is -8. I'm just reading them from the right side, if you can see that. And position Z is 2. Rotation X is about 8.5. Rotation Y is like -3. And rotation Z is about 0.8. Scale is just set to 0.1 for all three. So we can duplicate it and we can change it right here as well. And that leaves us with a hacker room that hopefully will fit nicely on the screen. Okay, this was a comedic element. Looks like I didn't properly copy all of the properties because it is definitely sideways. But that's not a problem. Instead, let me show you how we can use some actual math to rotate our model maybe a bit more precisely than what we have here. First of all, let's set the x and the z axis to 0, and then we can rotate vertically by minus math.pi. So this is by minus 90 degrees. And this will position it perfectly. Great. Also, there's a shorthand for the scale property. If you remove the array and just set it to one single property, it'll act as a shorthand for all of the values. But now what happens if we collapse this to a mobile size? Well, believe it or not, it's still kinda looking good. It is going outside of the screen a bit, but it's not that big of a deal. Still, we wanna make sure that it is perfect. So how would you change the position, the rotation, and the scale depending on the device size? Well, you can do that by using the package that we installed not that long ago. Its name is useMediaQuery. So you can say const is mobile, and then say is equal to useMediaQuery, and provide the max width that you're trying to calculate for. Let's say 768 is the max size for what is considered to be a mobile. And then, if you, for example, want to change the scale, depending on if this is viewed on mobile devices, you can maybe set it to 0.07, else 0.1, so a bit smaller on mobile devices. So if you reload, you can see how now it nicely fits on the screen. Of course, you could also add additional media queries for tablet devices and more. And how do you get to perfect values for each device size? Well, you can use Leva. You can play with different positions, rotations, and scales for different screen sizes, note them down, and then change them depending on the screen size. Of course, to be able to modify the model with Leva, you have to use this property right here called controls. And as we did it before, you have to say controls dot and then scale, for example, if you want to modify the scale. Perfect. Alongside making this responsive for mobile devices, we can also make it responsive for tablet. So we can say const is tablet is equal to use media query, where we'll provide a min width of 678 and a max width of 124, which I would consider to be a laptop device. And then finally, we can add the last one, which is going to be called const is small. So this is something that is very, very small device, and it'll have a max width of something like 440 pixels. We cannot really fit a lot of stuff there, but we'll try. Okay, now that we have these three properties, I will call a special function from our constants called calculate sizes. So we can say const sizes is equal to calculate sizes. And to it, I will provide the is small, is mobile, and is tablet. So how does exactly this calculate sizes function work? Well, let's check it out. You can see a lot of numbers right here, but bear with me, it is pretty simple. So using Leva, I took some of my time to figure out what is the best desk position, desk scale, and then later on figuring out what's best for the cubes and other logos floating around the desk. Then, depending on media queries, I did that 3 or 4 times to figure out which values are the best for each screen size. And then I use a double ternary operator to check. If it's small, use this. If it's mobile, use this. And then else, use this. This simply returns an object that contains different positions, scales, and rotations if need be. So what we can do now is simply pass a scale of sizes dot desk scale. Much simpler than declaring it right here. And we can do the same thing for position as well by saying sizes dot desk position. For the time being, we can let the rotation be as it is. And I will comment out Leva for now since we don't need it at the moment. And I will also remove these controls at the top. Okay, let's remove this unused Leva import at the top. And let's change the perspective camera Z-axis to 20 to make it appear a bit larger. There we go. So now this is looking great on mobile devices. And as we expand it, you can see that it is still actually looking great. It might seem a bit on the smaller side, but that's because we are yet to add additional floating elements around it. So trust the process. To add the floating elements, let's head below our hacker room and let's create a new group element. Within this group, we can render a new component. So let's go ahead and create it. I'll go to the components folder and create a new file called target.jsx. I'll run refce and I'll create a new target self-closing component. Looking good. To it, I can also pass a position equal to sizes.targetPosition. This is coming from our calculation for different screen sizes. Now we can go into this target, and if we just render it like this, it'll of course break. That's because we cannot render divs within the canvas. So let's go into this target. So where are we going to get this target 3D model from? I already showed you one cool website to get 3D models. It's Sketchfab. But check this out too. This is the official React 3 Fiber documentation examples. And under Showcase, they have so many cool models and applications and crazy stuff, to be honest. And if you click it, it leads you straight to the CodePen link. So in this case, I use a stencil mask, this one right here. It led me to a CodePen link, and take a look at this cool target. So we can just try to accommodate it and make it work with our code. So let me teach you how to do that. First, we have to get this GLTF file. that they specify here. So if you're following along with me, you can copy it from here. Else, I will link it in the README down below, so you can also copy this target GLTF link from there. Next, back in the code, we can repeat everything we've done with the hero. So you can learn one more time how to render a 3D model within the scene, but this time from scratch. We're not using that GLB to React 3 fiber component thingy. We will create a mesh from scratch. So let's start by specifying a scene by saying const scene within curly braces is equal to use GLTF, and then you can pass a path to that GLTF model. A pretty cool thing here is that you can pass a link pointing to it. So we can pass the link that we just copied, and we can import use GLTF from React 3 So let's say import use GLTF from @react-3/Dre. Great, so now we have a scene. We also need to create a ref in case we want to play with that scene. So we can say const target ref is equal to use ref coming from React. Now, instead of rendering a div, we can render a mesh. This mesh will contain a primitive within it. Remember, before we learned that a mesh has to contain a geometry, a material, but in this case, we can also pass a primitive which will act as both. So we can say primitive with the object equal to the scene we are importing. To this mesh, we can then spread out all the props that will pass into the target component. So let's get them here as well. We can specify the ref equal to target ref, and let's save it. Now, back in the hero, we have to import this target component. So let's do just that. Target coming from components target.jsx, and you can see it at the bottom left. It doesn't look that exciting right now. It's just kind of sitting there. So let's style it a bit. Or should I say, let's animate it. And for that, we'll use GSAP. I've also done a crash course on GSAP, so I'll link it somewhere below so you can check it out. But let me tell you the gist of it. When you pair Three.js and 3D development with GSAP, which is an animation library, you become so powerful because you can animate 3D objects in space and time. So let's install GSAP React using the terminal by running npm install, add GSAP/React, and add the core GSAP library as well, just GSAP, and run enter. Next, we can import GSAP from GSAP, as well as import use GSAP coming from GSAP React. Next, we can call that hook use GSAP and provide a callback function that'll determine what we want to do with a specific object. So we want to animate it to a position. So we're going to say gsap.to, which element we want to target. Well, it's the target ref dot current dot position. And as the second parameter, you can provide variables. So y-axis will be target ref dot current dot position dot y plus 0.5. So we're going to move it 0.5 above. We want to animate it in a duration of 1.5 seconds, and we want it to repeat -1. And we can set a yo-yo effect to true. So it's going to go up and down. And if we now save this, you can see that it's kind of jumping up and down, kind of like it's floating in space. Let's also rotate it a bit by giving it a rotation equal to 0 math.pi divided by 5 and 0 for the z-axis as well. There we go. So now it's kind of looking toward the center of the screen. Great. This target was pretty simple. The second one we want to add is a React logo. So let's go back to the hero, and right below the target, we want to render a React logo component. So before I declare it, let's actually create it as a component. React logo.jsx. We can run rafce, and I will import it right here. React logo as a self-closing component. And to it, I'll also pass a position equal to sizes.react logo position. Of course, this by itself will break the application because, one more time, why? Can you tell? Well, we cannot use HTML elements within the canvas because we're in the 3D territory. So we have to turn this into an actual 3D element. We can do that by downloading another 3D model from Sketchfab. In this case, you can search for React logo. You'll quickly come across it. There's also one in a circle. And then you can download this 3D model as a GLB file. Once you download it, you can go to this website and upload it right here. This one doesn't need any additional meshes or scenes or anything like that. It is pretty straightforward. So let's go ahead and copy this component and paste it right here. Of course, we can say export default React logo, and we can also declare React logo right here at the top. Const React logo is equal to a functional component that accepts the props and then returns a function block. Now, if we save this and go back, it won't work just yet, and that's because we have to update our path. Our path will actually be coming from /models/react-glb. And as you might know, we need to add it right here at the bottom as well. So that's going to be /models/react.glb. As soon as you do that, you'll start seeing a nice logo appear on the top right. Now, to make it float in space, I will rename this group to a float element coming from React 3.js, and I will move the props from the float to this inner group right here. That'll make it automatically float in space by using this great float property coming from React 3.js. I'll remove this comment just to make it clearer, the unnecessary imports, and we're left with a very simple use of a 3D model. Let's also modify its position a bit by saying position is equal to an array of 8, 8, 0. And instead of this pose right here under float, we can say float intensity is equal to 1. And this pose property of null will be added to this group. Now, we can further position it to look better on the screen. I will increase the scale of a group right here to 0.3, but I will then modify the scale under this specific mesh to something like 0.39, 0.39, and 0.5. We can also change the position to 0.079, and here we can set it to 0.181. Now you'll see a small floating React logo similar to the target at the bottom left. Also, it doesn't need the cast shadow and receive shadows as there's no shadows on this specific mesh. Great. Now, if we go back to the hero, we can add the remaining two floating thingies on the top left and bottom right. Since these two will be almost exactly the same as the target in React, I'll provide their code for you. So just create a new component. One will be called cube.jsx. And if you go to the GitHub repo under components cube, you can just copy it and paste it right here. You can notice that it is a 50 file long 3D model, which has the same properties that the React logo has. It has a floating group, and on top of it, we're applying some GSAP animations, similar to what we have done with the target. So if we go back right here, below the React logo, we can now render the cube and pass it a position equal to sizes.cubePosition. So if we go back to our repo, check this out. It looks great, and it even rotates from time to time. Finally, the last one we'll add is going to be a new file called rings.jsx. So you can copy it from here, paste it into rings, and you can notice that here, instead of downloading a 3D model, we're using a torus geometry and a specific material. So we're really trying to recreate a new model out of scratch. And then we're animating it. I found this one online. And when you start creating different Three.js websites online, you'll notice that you can often start from great, already existing examples. So let's add the rings right here. And let's give them a position equal to sizes ring position. Now, if we go back, you can see that we have floating elements on all four sides of our screen. So let's actually enlarge it a bit so we can better see it. And would you look at that? It feels much more immersive. Later on, we can play with the camera positioning a bit more and make the central model move when we move our mouse to make it feel even better. But before that, I want to teach you how to change a texture on our main 3D model right here. I'll teach you how to change what is being shown on the central and the left screen right here, so you can completely personalize it. Back in the hacker room, we can load up some of the textures. So let me say const monitor texture is equal to use texture coming from React 3.js. And as with the scenes and GLTF models, you have to pass a path of this texture. In this case, it's going to be textures / desk / monitor.png. So textures are nothing more than images, and we can actually go ahead and check it out. If I search for desk / monitor, you can see that this is the texture that we want to show on the monitor. It is just some kind of a reflection. Next, we can also create another texture and call it screen texture, which is equal to use texture. And this will be equal to textures desk screen.png. Great. So now if we check out that one, screen.png, you can see that it's actually a logo and then a code editor in the middle. You can use this image, or in case you want to change something, like use your own icon right here or logo, you can do that as well by modifying this image and then placing your own image on top of it. So how do we actually use these textures? Well, let's scroll down to our first mesh. This is a computer matte. So here we can render a mesh matte cap material, and to it we have to pass a map, a texture map, equal to monitor texture. And if we save it, and I have a small typo here, textures actually go within the meshes. Before we self-close this mesh, we're going to put this mesh matte cap material within it. That's going to look something like this. And now you can see a bit of a glare happening on the screen, making it look better. Next, let's apply our screen texture by going all the way down, and you want to go where it says materials.screens. I will expand this mesh, and within it, I will also render a mesh matte cap material, and I'll pass a map equal to screen texture and save it. And you can see this immediately rendered our code in the middle and the logo at the left side. Great. So now you know how to add custom textures to your 3D models. You just import them and then you use them as a material within the mesh. With that in mind, let's go back to our hero section and let's add the last part needed to make this section even more realistic. And that is the ability to pan this element with your mouse so that the model moves as you move your mouse. To do that, I'll create a new component in the components folder called a hero camera.jsx. I'll run rafce, and instead of a div, I'll render a group since we're working within Three.js. Next, I will get children right here as a prop to this hero camera, and I will wrap children within this group. So whatever we pass within it will still be showing. So now we can wrap our hacker room with a hero camera, just like this. We're going to put it right within it. If we reload the screen, nothing will really happen. Same thing. But now this allows us to further control how we look at this model. So what we can do is first create a ref. Const group ref is equal to use ref coming from React. Next, we can use frame. This is coming from React 3 Fiber. It accepts a callback function of a state and a delta, which is a change. And here we can declare what we want to change. So we can slowly ease the camera position. And for that, we'll need a new package called math. It is super useful for all different types of math functions. So I'll say npm install maath, math. Once you install it, you can say easing.damp3.
This is going to apply a dampening effect. And of course, we need to import this easing coming from math. You can call it as a function and pass the state.camera.position. This is the current position. And then you need to pass the target position. I'll set that to be equal to 0, 0, and then 20. As the third parameter, you can pass the smoothness time, which I'm going to set to 0.25. And the third one is the delta, the change that will happen. Finally, we can add a ref to this group equal to group ref. Now, you can notice that nothing is changing. But what happens if I change this target over to something like 30? You can see that everything got smaller. And if I change it to something like 15, it animates to being larger. So let's keep it at 20 for now. And to this hero camera, we can pass a prop of isMobile equal to isMobile. Since mobile devices are small, we cannot really do any animations on there, at least not for this big model. So we can make use of it and only animate if not isMobile. So if not isMobile, I will duplicate this easing and dampening. So let's create it right here, easing, dampening, and I will move it into this if, and we still need access to the state and the delta. So we're gonna wrap it with a use frame. All of it will be in there. One will be executed for desktop devices and the other for mobile. So what do we wanna change if we're on desktop? Well, instead of easing damp3, we can use easing damp-e and change the rotation. So we can say group dot current dot rotation. We can set the target to be equal to state dot pointer dot y divided by 3 and minus state dot pointer dot x divided by 5, and then the last one will be set to 0. Smooth time and delta can be the same, and this group is actually referring to the group ref, which contains our model. So if we now fix this typo to rotation and we save it, you can see that now as you move your mouse, the model will actually change the perspective. This is looking good. Now we can add a contact button right here at the bottom. So once we click contact, we scroll to another section. But I don't like that once we move our mouse down, we can see the bottom of the table. I would want it to be the opposite, so it actually moves up and shows more of the table, like we want to do something on the computer. So to achieve that, you simply need to add a minus right here on the y-axis, which will make sure that it goes in the other direction. So now if I go to our contact button, it kind of opens up and invites you to explore more of your portfolio. Okay, before we go ahead and add the button, let's see if there's something else we can do to make this even better. First of all, I can notice that the React logo and the target are a bit smaller than the other floating elements. So let me head over to the target component, and I'll just add a scale of 1.5 to make it a bit larger. There we go, that's good. And for the React logo, we can do something similar by making the scale maybe 1.4. There we go, that's more like it. And if you want to enlarge the actual hacker room without modifying everything else on the screen, you can go into the hero camera and attach a scale to a group, because it'll apply the scale to all of its elements. So maybe something like 1.3. There we go. So now it's much larger. I think 1.2 will do. And let's see how this looks like on different device sizes. If I collapse it, you'll notice that we're a bit too big right here. So if I change the scale to 1.1 or 1, yeah, it does look a bit better on mobile devices. So we can use the same isMobile flag right here to determine whether it's 1.1 or just 1. So we can say if isMobile, then 1, else 1.3. There we go, looks good on mobile. And also I'm disabling the easing or the rotation on mobile. That's because sometimes it's weird as you scroll that the model scrolls too. If you want to re-enable it on mobile, you just have to remove this if check. And then, as you can see, it moves as well. But since there's not too much space, I would prefer to remove it. Great. With that in mind, let's go back to the hero section and let's quickly add the button that will lead us to the next section. That's going to happen right here below the canvas and below one more div. We can create a div with a class name equal to absolute. That's because we want to show it on top of the canvas. Bottom 7, left 0, right 0, w-full, z index of 10, and c-space to create some spacing. Within it, we can render an anchor tag with an href pointing to hash contact, which will be another section of our page, with a class name of w-fit. Within it, we can render a button, and this button will be a custom component which we can create so we can reuse it in different places. So for now, let me comment it out and create a new component called button.jsx, run rafce, and now we can import this button right here by saying button. It'll be a self-closing button component, but let's make sure to properly import it first. So it's going to come from components button.jsx, and we can give it a prop of name, which can be something like let's work together. The isBeam property, which I'll show you what it does very soon, we have to implement it. And then a container class equal to, on small devices, wfit, usually wfull, and on small devices, min-w of 96 pixels. So now we can accept those props within our button component by destructuring them and getting the name, the isBeam, which by default will be set to false, and the container class. Next, we can return a regular button component that'll have a class name equal to a dynamic template string of btn, and then it'll render the additional container classes that we want to pass. Within it, we can simply render the name we're passing into that button. So if we save it, now we can see the let's work together button. But what about this isBeam thing? Well, let me show you. If isBeam is turned on, then we can render a span element. This span will have a class name equal to relative, flex, h3, and w3. So it's only taking about 12 pixels on each side. Within it, we can render one more span that's going to be self-closing, and it'll have a class name equal to btn-ping, and we can duplicate it and render btn-ping underscore dot just beneath it. So now if we save this, you can see this pinging green dot, which kind of invites the user to click it. Beautiful. With that in mind, our hero section is completely done. It was the toughest section of our portfolio and one of the most interesting ones. But don't worry, as we'll have many more interesting sections to come. The next one is this amazing bento grid, where you can display all the information about yourself and provide a quick way for people to contact you. After that, we have a beautiful work section, where we'll show this amazing 3D model, and within it, you can display your project's demos, and you can switch between them by pressing this button. Moving below, we have our typical testimonials, and then an amazing work experience section where we'll animate a model whenever a user clicks any of your work experience sections. And finally, there's a contact section. So with that in mind, the next section we're working on is the About Me bento grid section. But before we focus on that, I want to take a second and make sure that you really understood everything that is happening in our hero section. Starting off at the top, we're using a use media query hook coming from React Responsive Library that allows us to create a couple of these checks that make it easier for us to make our 3D models responsive on all screen sizes. We do that through a smartly created but a bit manually calculated function that returns an object where we're changing the scales and the positions and rotations of different elements depending on those media queries. Next, we have some regular HTML, but here is where the magic happens. We create our first canvas. A canvas is a space for our 3D scene. Within that scene, we position a camera, And then we render our hacker room. Alongside it, we also render a group with 4 different floating elements to the top left, right, and bottom left and right positions. We add the lights and make it happen. But of course, the hacker room is the star of the show. Here, we first learned how you can import 3D models from different places, such as Sketchfab. And once you download them, we learned how to use a GLTF to React 3 Fiber component website that quickly turned this model into a nice component, and we simply had to point to the GLB model. Then you also learned that you can use different images as textures, which you can then add as materials to meshes. In some of these floating elements, we also learned that you can use GSAP, which is an animation library separate from Three.js, but combining them together makes you a very powerful Three.js and animations developer. So if you want to check it out further, there's going to be a course about it linked below. Here, we also learned that you can use an online hosted path to some of these models. You don't necessarily have to have them stored in your system. Finally, we played a bit with position, scale, and rotation, making you move from theory, where we were learning about X, Y, and Z positions, to practice, where you can actually use them within your code. Hopefully, this makes sense. If not, no worries. As we start developing additional sections, we'll revisit this entire process many times so you can truly become an independent and confident 3D developer. So with that in mind, let's move to our next section of the day, which will be an About section. So let's create a new section and let's call it about.jsx, run rafce, and then import it within the app. Once you do that, you can navigate over to it. We can collapse our editor so we can see both things at the same time, and we can get started developing it. So let's start by turning this div into a section with a class name of c-space to give it some space and a margin y of 20. Next, we can wrap it in a div that'll have a class name of grid. Yep, we'll actually be using grid here. I typically prefer flex, but in this case, we really will have a grid-like structure, so let's utilize it. On extra large devices, the grid will have 3 columns, so we can say XL grid cols 3. On extra large devices, the grid will have 6 rows, so we can say grid rows 6. On medium devices, we'll have a grid of 2 columns, and typically we'll have a grid of 1 column, with a gap of 5 in between the elements and a full height. Within it, we can finally start creating one of those columns. So let's create a div with a class name equal to call-span-1 on extra large devices row-span-3. And within it, we can have a div with a class name equal to grid-container. Within this div, we can have an image that'll have a source equal to /assets/grid1.png with an alt tag equal to grid-1 and a class name of w-full. On small devices, h- in square brackets 276 pixels with an h fit and an object-contain. If you save this and scroll down, you should be able to see a beautiful image presenting our first grid cell. Below that image, we'll render another div, inside of which we'll have a P that's going to say, "Hi, I am Adrian." Of course, you would put your own name here, and we're going to give it a class name equal to grid-head text. There we go. That's better. Below this P tag, let's render a second P tag that'll have a class name equal to grid-subtext. And here we can say something like, with 12 years of experience, or in your case, you can put 1, 2, 3, however many you have, I have honed my skills in front-end and back-end development with a focus on animated 3D websites. There we go. This is looking good. Now we can properly indent all of these divs and p tags. That's going to look something like this.
and we can go below 1, 2, 3 more divs. There we can create our second span. So right now we are closing the first initial span, this one right here, and now we're opening up a second one. This span will have a class name equal to call-span-1 and on extra large devices row-span-3. Within it, we can create another div with a class name equal to grid-container. And within it, we can render another image with a source equal to assets/grid2.png. We can also start with a / so it finds this image. And we can give it an alt tag of grid-2 and a class name equal to w-full on small devices w-276 pixels. That's going to be still within the class name, so we can fix it. h-fit and object-contain. If we save it, you can see this beautiful illustration where we have JavaScript mastery in the middle and you have some other logos on the side. This is Framer Motion, Tailwind CSS, Next.js, React, Three.js, and TypeScript. If you want to exchange this image, it's pretty simple. You would just head over to the public folder and put your own image within the assets and then refer to it right here instead of assets grid2. Now below this image, not below the div, just the image, we can create a new div, and within it, we can create a p tag with a class name equal to grid-head text, and there we can say tech stack. There we go. Right below it, we can duplicate it and create a grid with a subtext class name that'll say something like I specialize in JavaScript/TypeScript with a focus on React and Next.js ecosystems. And if we save it, that's looking good. Of course, you can write this on your own to make it more personal to you. Now let's go 1, 2, 3 divs down and let's create another span element. Again, it'll be very similar. It'll start with a class name equal to call-span-1. On extra large devices, it'll be row-span-4. Within it, we want to have another div with a class name equal to grid-container. And within it, we can render a div with a class name equal to rounded-3xl, w-full, on small devices, h-326 pixels. I found that value to work well. h-fit, flex, justify-center, and items-center to center it both horizontally and vertically. So since we're on a mobile view right now, we can see all of these elements appearing one below another, but very soon you'll be able to see them in a grid that looks something like this. So looking at the deployed application, the next element we want to add is this globe right here. And adding it will be super simple. That's because somebody actually created an npm package which simply exposes this Three.js element. So we saw a couple of different ways to infuse your apps with Three.js. One is to create it from scratch by creating a mesh with a geometry and a material. The second one is to find it online or download it from Sketchfab or refer to a specific link where you can then add it to your code. And the third way is to simply install a package that uses Three.js behind the scenes. And in this course, I wanted to cover all the ways. So let's install that package by running npm install react-globe.gl. Once it gets installed, right here, you can simply say globe, and we can import it from that package that we just installed, react-globe.gl. If we save it on its own and go back to our application, you can already see some kind of a dark sphere right here. But by passing additional properties, we'll make it look better. Let's modify the height to 326, as well as the width to 326 to make sure that it is of a proper circular shape. Or maybe height should be about 10 if the earth is flat. That's gonna look something like this. Well, it's too dark to see anyway. So next, let's remove this background by saying background color is equal to RGBA we'll do 0, 0, 0, and then 0 for opacity as well, which will completely hide it. Next, we can change the background image opacity, and I'll set that to 0.5. We can also show the atmosphere by simply setting this to true, and we can show graticles. Finally, you know how we can apply textures to different 3D models? Well, they allowed us to do that as well by simply saying globe image URL, and then here we can pass the URL to a specific image that we want to show. I already found some links right here where they have a basic and different source codes. So if we refer to globe image URL, you can see that by default, it's not set to anything. But if we look at the default basic Earth, we should be able to find an example. There we go. Something like this would work, but this one has some specific data points as well, which is pretty cool if you think about it. So what I'll do in this case is I'll provide you with these links in the README down below. So you can simply copy the globe image URL as well as the bump image URL, and they're going to add the necessary texture. In this case, since we have a dark mode website, I wanted to show the Earth at night. But if we just switch this over to day, you can see it in the day as well. It is completely up to you. The next thing you can do is add a labels data, which is an array of objects that you want to show on the map. You can choose a specific latitude like 40 or longitude of -1, let's say, and then you can add a text such as I'm here. You can also add a color of white, and then you can add a size of something like 20. If you save that, and if you put correct coordinates, if you zoom in just enough, you can see the I'm here tag. Feel free to add this in case you want to share your location with other people. Else, it's still good to include the map because it points that you work worldwide remotely. So in this case, I will actually remove this labels data. Great. Let's go one div down, and then here we can add a div that'll contain our head text and subtext. So let's add a p tag, and within it, we can say something like I work remotely across most time zones. And we can give that a class name equal to grid-head text. And we can create one more p below with a class name equal to grid-subtext and say something like I'm based in Croatia, or you can put your country here, but say with remote work available. There we go. This makes sense. And below that p tag, we can create a button or just reuse our existing button component imported from components button. And we can give it a name of contact me, is beam turned on, and a container class of w-full and margin top of 10. There we go. So now they can also contact you right from here. Now let's go 3 divs down one more time, and let's create another element of our table. Let me show you how it looks like right now. If I go here, there we go. It's going to look something like this. So let's collapse it, and let's give this next one a class name equal to call-span-2 on extra large devices. So we have to specify that. And on extra large devices, row-span-3. Right within it, we can have a div with a class name equal to grid-container. And within it, we can render an image that'll have a source of /assets/grid3.png. That'll render this image right here, a very cool modern illustration. And it can have an alt tag of grid-3 and a class name equal to w-full on small devices h-266 pixels, h-fit, and object-contain. Right below it, we can explain what this illustration means. So below the image, let's create a new div, and within that div, we'll have a p tag with a class name of grid-head text that'll say something like my passion for coding. We can duplicate that p tag right below, change it to grid-subtext, and we can say something like I love solving problems and building things through code. Coding isn't just my profession, it is my passion. If we save it, that's looking good. We can one more time go 3 divs down and create yet another table cell by creating a div with a class name equal to on extra large devices call-span-1 and on extra large devices row-span-2. Within it, we'll have another div with a class name equal to grid-container. And within that div, we'll have an image. You know the drill by now. They'll have a source of assets/grid4.png with an alt tag of grid4 and a class name of w-full. On medium devices, age-126 pixels. On small devices, age-276 pixels. Age-fit, object-cover, and on small devices, object-top, which will change its position. There we go. So this is looking pretty good. We have some kind of numbers. They look like the old school phone dialing system, but in a bit more modern way, letting people know that they can reach out to us. So let's go below that image, create a new div with a class name equal to space-y-2, and within it, we can create a p tag that's going to say contact me, that'll have a class name equal to grid-subtext and text-center. Next, below that p tag, we'll render a div that'll have a class name of copy-container, and on click, we'll be able to copy our email. So here, I can call a function called handle copy, which we can declare right here above by saying const handle copy is equal to an arrow function. And in this function, we simply want to copy to clipboard our email. So we can say navigator.clipboard.write text. It is that simple. And then here you write what you want them to copy. In my case, I'll use adrian@jsmastery.pro. You can use your own email. Once we copy it, we want to somehow save it to the state so we can indicate that indeed it has been copied. So let's create a new state. Use state. We'll call it has copied, set has copied at the start equal to false. And then here, once we copy it, we can set has copied to true. And then we can set timeout, which will make sure to, after some amount of time, like 2000 milliseconds, which is 2000 seconds, reset the set has copied back to false. So we can recopy it if we want to. So now moving down, right here, we're calling that handle copy. And within it, we can render an image. This image will have a source. If has copied is already true, then we'll render the assets/tick.svg. So that's a check mark. Else, we'll render the assets/copy.svg with an alt tag of copy. That's going to look something like this. And you can actually click it and it'll reset back to nothing. Below that image, we can render a p tag that'll say what they're copying. So here you can type your email one more time. And I'll also style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to, on large devices, text-2xl, on medium devices, text-xl, font medium, text-gray _ gradient, and text-white, so we can actually see it. Perfect. So now when they click this whole thing, they have just copied your email. And if they go to paste it somewhere, you can see that it'll indeed be copied. Beautiful. And believe it or not, that led us to the end of this About section. Let's check it out in its full glory. Of course, just like this, everything still nicely appears in one line, no matter how small we go. You can see it works beautifully on mobile devices. And you can also move this earth around. But if we expand it to full screen, well, this is where the magic happens, because we get this beautiful, modern, developer-y bento grid where people can learn a bit more about you, about the tech stack that you use, that you work remotely, that you have a passion for coding, as well as they can copy your email or just press contact me to be navigated directly to the bottom of the page. Beautiful. But let's just fix some little inconsistencies. For example, with this contact me button, it's not taking the full width of the card. So if we find this contact me button, it is right here. We need to make sure that we have a W full applied right here, which we do. So let's check if it's properly being used within our button. Oh, and looks like we have an extra $sign right here. This was just supposed to be rendering the container class. And if we fix it, you can see that the contact me button now takes the full width, and this is looking even better. Great. So now our hero section is done, and we have a beautiful bento grid about us section. The next section we can focus on is the selected work section. Yep, this is an exciting one where you can move around this 3D monitor that showcases a video of a demo of your specific project. In this case, we're looking at a podcaster AI platform, another one of our YouTube videos. But if you click here, it actually changes the data to another project. The model then rotates, and then as you can see, another demo fires up. So this is a very cool functionality. I think it's quite practical and effective as well. So let me teach you how to do it. I collapsed my browser. I will close the About section, and I will create a new section. I'll call it projects.jsx. Run RAFCE. Open up those projects right here as a self-closing component. We can dive right into it and start implementing it. First things first, let's turn this div into a section. It'll have a class name of c-space and a margin y of 20. Right within it, we can have a p tag with a class name of head-text, and it can say my work. There we go. So we can proudly showcase it. Right beneath it, we can have a div that'll create another grid. So we can create a div with a class name of grid. On large devices, grid-calls-2, typically grid-calls-1, margin top of 12, gap of 5 between the elements, and a W of full. Next, we can have an inner div with a class name of flex, flex-call, gap of 5, relative, on small devices padding of 10, typically padding Y of 10, padding X of 5, shadow-2XL, and shadow-black-200. And let's fix this class name spelling. We cannot see it yet as it's quite dark, but we can add another div right within it with a class name of absolute, top-0, and right-0. And within it, we want to show our project image. So let's say img with a source equal to my projects. This is coming from constants 0.spotlight. We can give it an alt tag of spotlight and a class name of w-full h-96 object-cover and rounded-xl. If we save this, you can see a spotlight, which is a beam of light in a specific shade, just to make this project special. So each project can have its own spotlight. If you go to My Projects, you'll see that we have a few different projects, and each one will have a different spotlight value. Of course, these are the projects that I created, and I want to invite you to completely modify this information here from podcaster to maybe something that you created. Give each project a title, description, an href to a deployed site, class name, texture, logo style, and so much more. Or you can simply follow along with my projects and then actually build and deploy them by following my YouTube tutorials. So if we go back, we can go below this div that's wrapping this image after we indent it properly. Below it, we'll have another div that'll have a class name equal to p-3 backdrop-filter backdrop-blur -3xl wfit and rounded-lg. We can also give it a style of myproject0.logo style. So this will just give it some kind of a special color backdrop within which we can display our project logo. So within it, let's render an image with a source equal to myproject0.logo. We can give it an alt tag of logo and a class name equal to w10, h10, and shadow-sm. There we go. So now you can see a logo of our first project. Now, instead of simply saying my project 0 every time, let's rather create a current project. So for now, we can say const current project is equal to my project 0. Later on, we will switch this 0 number or the index depending on which one are we currently checking out. But for now, we can simply say current project instead of my project 0, and everything will still work perfectly. Now we can go below this div that encloses the logo, and we can create another div which will be a container for our text. So let's give it a class name equal to flex-call gap of 5, text-white 600, and margin y of 5. Within it, we can render a p tag that'll render the current project.title. And we can give it a class name equal to text-white, text-2xl, font-semi-bold, and animated text. So now this is much more pronounced. We can create an additional p tag below with a class name equal to animated text that's going to render the current project.description, or DESC for short. We can duplicate it and render another one, which would be sub-DESC, sub-description. So if we save it, you can see how everything nicely appears right here. Next, we want to render technologies that we used to create this project. So let's go below this div containing the sub-description, and let's create another div with a class name equal to flex, items-center, justify-between, flex-wrap, and a gap of 5. Within it, we can render a div with a class name equal to flex, items-center, and a gap of 3 in between the elements. And there, we can map over current project dot tags dot map. And for each tag, we also want to get its index, and we want to immediately return a div. This div will have a key equal to index and a class name equal to tech-logo, within which we want to render an img tag with a source equal to tag.path and an alt tag equal to tag.name. And if we save this, you can see React, Tailwind, TypeScript, and Framer Motion appear right here, one after another. Right below this map and below another div, we'll put something to the right side of these icons. And that's going to be just a basic anchor tag. That'll render a p tag that's going to say check live site. And it'll also render an image with a source equal to /assets /arrow-up.png with a class name equal to w3 and h-3 for the size. And let's also give it an alt tag equal to arrow. And we can style this anchor tag by giving it a class name of flex, items-center, gap of 2, cursor-pointer to make it appear clickable, and a text-white-600. Beautiful. Let's also give it an href pointing to current project.href and a target underscore blank to make sure that it opens up in a new page and doesn't close our currently open portfolio. When you provide a target of underscore blank, you also have to give it a rel equal to no refer. Great. So now we have this check live site link and we have our technology icons, which means that the left side of our project details is now done. But now the interesting part happens. Right below these icons and the live site link, we'll add arrows from going to left and right project to be able to learn more about other ones. So let's implement that next. I'll go below this anchor tag and below the div and create another div which will act as the container for the arrows. It'll have a class name equal to flex, justify dash between, items dash center, and a margin top of 7. Within it, we can render a button, just a regular underscore button, no need to use our button, and we'll give it a class name equal to arrow button or btn. We can also give it an onClick, which is going to call a callback function, handle navigation, and we'll pass a direction of previous. So this is a function that we have to declare. So let's do that right above. I'll go to the top of our functional component and say const handle navigation, which takes in a direction in which the person wants to go, left or right, and then based on that, it'll modify the index. So let's implement that logic right away. For this to work, we have to have the index of the selected project. So let's create a new use state. Let's call it selected project index. Set selected project index at the start set to 0. Next, within handle navigation, we can set selected project index by calling a callback function within the setter state. Remember what this does? It gives you access to the previous state. So I can call it prev index. And then we can check for the direction. If the direction is equal to previous, then we can return and check if prev index is triple equal to 0, then we have to go to the last one. But for that, we have to figure out how many projects do we actually have. So right above our component, we can say const project count is equal to myProjects.length. So if prev index is equal to 0, then we're going to go to the last one by saying project count minus 1, because indices start from 0. Else, we simply want to say prev index minus 1 to go to the previous one. Else, we want to check if prev index is equal to project count minus 1. So that means that we want to go next, but we're at the end. In that case, we'll simply reset to 0. Else, we'll move it ahead by 1. I hope this makes sense. Now that we have this logic and the handle navigation function, we can scroll down and we're handling direction to go to the previous project. Within this button, let's render an image with a source of /assets/right-arrow.png with an alt tag of right arrow and a class name of w-4 h-4. And now we can duplicate this button just below and change everything to the right button. So on click, it'll go to the next project. It'll be assets right arrow, and the top one will actually be the left one. And here it'll say left arrow. If we save this, you can see 2 new buttons appear that point to left and right. So now we can actually use the currently selected project index to change the current project. It no longer has to be my projects 0. Actually, it'll be my projects and then selected project index. So if I save this, check this out. You can actually move between different projects. Isn't this amazing? But this is only the first part of our amazing My Work section. Because now we'll actually develop a computer screen where it's going to rotate once you change the project, and we'll be showing that project's demo right within this 3D computer. So let's do that next by going to the bottom of the JSX And we'll go below this button and below two more divs right here. There, we can create a div which will act as the container for our canvas. So let's give it a class name of border, border-black-300, background of black 200, rounded-LG, H-96, on medium devices, H-full. If we save this, you can see a nice space within which we can display our 3D model. So let's do that right now. That's what you came for in the first place, right? So let's render a canvas. This canvas will of course come from React 3 Fiber, which is our connection between the Three.js library and React library. Within the canvas, let's just render some lights. I'll render an ambient light right here with an intensity equal to 1. After that, I'll also add a directional light and I'll give it a position equal to 10, 10, 5. So it shoots from a bit of a different angle. After that, we'll render something known as center. And this is coming from React 3 Ray. It is a super useful utility that'll simply center the 3D model on the screen, as the name suggests. Within it, we can render that suspense. Remember, suspense is used to show something while we're currently loading. So we can show the fallback of a component called canvas loader, which we have created before. Finally, within it, we can render a group of elements, and then we can scale, position, and rotate that group. So let's set the scale to something like 2, a position of something like an array of 0, -3, and 0. I found those values to work well. And then a rotation of something like 0, -0.1, and then 0. Finally, within it, we want to render a computer showcasing our project's demo. So let's create a new component in the components folder, and let's call it demo computer.jsx. Here, we can run RAFCE. And instead of rendering a div, we cannot do that because we're within a canvas. We can render something like a group for now. And we can import that demo computer right here as a self-closing component. So let's get into it. And let me show you how to add a 3D computer model just like this one. By now, you should already know the drill, but repeating it doesn't hurt. So let's do it together. How would you approach finding this model and then adding it right here? Since we have already done this a couple of times, you might want to pause this video and give it a shot by yourself. Try to find it online, download it, convert it using the GLTF to React 3 Fiber component converter, and then add it right here. Let me know how it goes. Or just continue watching this video and I'll show you how to do that right away. First things first, head over to Sketchfab and search for something like 3D computer. You'll see a couple of good ones, and I think this is the one we want to use. There we go, looking beautiful, even has some animations. So click download 3D model, go for GLB, and you can see that this one also provides you different resolutions. Now, this is a choice that you have to make wisely. If you wanted to have more quality and texture, then you would go for the 4K one. But if you wanted to load faster, then you can go for 1K. In this case, I'll proceed with the 1K version because this is not our main primary hero model, so we don't necessarily want it to be of an amazing resolution, but we want it to load quickly. This time, instead of simply downloading one of the provided GLTF or GLB files, I've actually had to go ahead and do some Blender work. Yep, I know that sounds scary. Blender is a 3D rendering and 3D modeling solution. And of course, that goes beyond just 3D development. But sometimes you'll have to work with modelers, or you might need to learn a bit of Blender yourself so you can customize and modify the 3D models that you download. For example, in this case, a friend of mine that does Blender helped me change this computer screen so I can insert my own website demo instead of this spinning globe. We'll dive deeper into some minor Blender configurations of 3D models in the Ultimate Three.js course. But for now, what you can do is go to the public folder, open up models, and then find a computer.glb model. This is a model that has been modified so we can include, which is going to be our project demo. So open it up in Finder or File Explorer, and then simply drag and drop it right here in our GLTF to React 3 Fiber component creator. It'll quickly show you how it looks like, and you can press play, go to exports, and then copy to clipboard. Once you do that, you can override the existing demo computer, and you can say export default demo computer. Make sure that this is pointing to /models/computer.glb. And right at the top, we have to repeat that by changing the model name to const demo computer, which is equal to a functional component. And then we have to also change the path to a model by saying /models/computer.glb. If you do that and save it and go back, you should be able to see this beautiful model right here. As a matter of fact, let's immediately add orbit controls so we can also orbit around it using our mouse. We can do that just at the bottom of the project section where we have this center. You want to go below the center and you want to add orbit controls coming from React 3 Fiber right here with a max polar angle equal to math.pi/2. So that means that you'll be able to look up and left and right, but you won't be able to go below the table. So we want to change this polar angle. And we'll also disable the zoom. So we can say enabled zoom is set to false. If you do that, you can start moving it around. This is pretty cool. You can also make the light a bit stronger. In this case, instead of 1 for the intensity of the ambient light, I'll use math.pi. That's about 3.14. So if you save it, you can see that it has a bit more color and light. Great. So let's go back into the demo computer and let's figure out how we can apply our demo texture of a specific project we're currently viewing to this screen. Well, we won't need this use animations, so we can delete that part. But what we will need is a video texture. So we can say const txt, short for texture, is equal to use video texture. That, of course, is coming from React 3.js. And we can say /textures /project/project1.mp4. And now we can use that texture within the screen. By checking the first mesh with the name of monitor screen, we can expand it, as you might know already. And by expanding the mesh, you can pass a mesh material called mesh basic material right within it with a map equal to txt, as in texture. If you do that, you can start seeing the video play immediately. Now, what if you want to change this video? Well, it is under textures project1mp4. So let's try to find it. It is right here in public textures project1mp4. So in case you want to switch this to your own demo, you can screen record and update this file to your own screen recording, and then it'll just import it nicely. Now, the second question that you might have is how can we change this project demo once we switch to a different project? As a matter of fact, let me try to expand this a bit more so we can see both the project name and the demo at the same side. You can see we're switching between the projects, but they're not changing. The only thing you have to do is pass a prop into this project. And that's going to be texture is equal to current project.texture. Because based on the indices of when we switch different projects, we can now pass a different texture. And those textures are attached directly within the constants right here. It simply contains a path to a video file which acts as a texture. So now that we're passing it, we can accept it as a prop right here within the demo computer model. So we can say use video texture, and then we can say if props.texture exists, then we can say props.texture. Else, we can simply use the predefined number 1 texture. Let's save it. And now if I switch to a second project, you can see that it actually switched. This is amazing. Great, this works too. Next, I don't really see the change that well. if the demos are all dark, as you can see in this case. Well, here it's light, so it's a bit better, but still, it's hard to notice that something changed on this screen because there's too many moving screens anyway. So to make that change a bit more apparent, we can use GSAP to add a bit of an animation. So let's say use GSAP, which we have to import from GSAP React. That's gonna take in a callback function. And in there, we can call GSAP from the main GSAP library. So that's import GSAP from GSAP dot from. So we want to animate from group dot current dot rotation to a new rotation of y is equal to math dot pi divided by 2. So that's going to be half a circle. It's going to do it in a duration of 1 second with an ease of power 3 dot out. I found this animation to work the best. And when is this animation gonna run? Well, once the dependency of the use GSAP hook changes, and that is whenever a texture changes. So we have to call this after defining the texture right here. Now, if I save this, you can see that it rotated. And once I click, it rotates and makes a full circle to show that the demo has actually changed. This is great. Now I can notice that this texture is upside down. So let's actually flip it. I'll use a basic use effect to which I can pass a callback function. And I can say if a texture exists, so if texture, then I can call a txt.flipy is set to false. So I don't want to flip it vertically. And we can make this happen whenever a texture changes. So if I save this, you can see that now it is looking good. Perfect. We're not using these animations coming from useGLTF, so we can remove that part. That was for the globe that was previously on the screen. But now we have our own textures that we're showing as demos. Beautiful. So let's expand our browser to admire this in its full glory. And just take a look at this. Take it in its full glory. Starting with the hero section that we can move around, and it really feels like all the elements are flying. We go down, the screen moves up, and we are ready to enter the world. I actually want to change the link of this button that says let's work together to kind of point us to the second section, not the contact. Because once I scroll down, it so nicely invites you into your portfolio. So let's go to this hero section and let's find the button at the bottom. And I will actually point it to a second section, which is About. So if we head over to the About section, and I can give it an ID right here at the top, equal to About. Now, if we go back and click Let's Work Together, it actually navigates to the About section. But that wasn't smooth at all and didn't look like our website. Our website is nicely animated and has some 3D elements. So to fix it, we can quickly head over to our index.css. We can target all elements and set the scroll behavior to smooth. Once you do that, go back to your website and click Let's Work Together. There we go. That's much more like it. So as I was saying, we have a beautiful hero section, a great About Us section, and then such a geniusly designed project section, where we have all the project information and technologies on the left side. You can also check out the live site link, and you can move between different projects, while at the same time, the 3D model that showcases the demo rotates and shows you a new demo. Beautiful. But is it responsive? Well, let's give it a shot. I'll turn on the mobile responsive view and check this out. You can see all the project information, and then you can scroll down to see additional model, to see the model demo. If you want to go next, you just click it and you can read through it. Great. So with that in mind, let's head over to the next section that is a must-have on every portfolio, and that is a pretty simple testimonial section. People wanting to hire you want to see other people say good things about you. So let's close all of the currently open files besides the app, and let's create a new section just below the project section and call it clients.jsx, run rafce, and then import it as a self-closing component right here. That's going to be clients. We can dive right into it and start implementing it. This section will be super simple to create. Trust me. So let's just turn this into a section with a class name equal to c-space and a margin y of 20. Within it, we can just render an h3 that'll have a class name equal to head-text. And in there, we can say something along the lines of hear from my clients. If we save that and go down, you can see the headline right here. So how are we going to actually display those cards? Well, first we need to create a container for them with a class name equal to client-container. Then we need to have a collection of reviews which we want to show. Thankfully, I already created mine within the client reviews coming from constants. Each review has an ID, a name, a position, image, and a review. So let's map over them by saying .map, where you get each individual item or a review, and for each one, you can immediately return a div. Each div has a key equal to item.id. And instead of saying item.id, item.name, and so on, we can just destructure the ID, the name, the review, the image, and the position. So now, instead of saying item ID, we can just say key is equal to ID. And we can give it a class name equal to client-review. If I save this, you should be able to see 4 different rectangles right here. Well, barely, because they're not that noticeable. But within each one, we can create a div. And then within that div, we can create a p tag with a class name of text-white, font-light, and there we can render the actual review. So now we have 4 different pieces of text telling something nice about you. Below this p tag, we can render another div that'll have a class name equal to client-content. And the cool thing about this component that we're creating right now is that it's just one component, but we're mapping over it, so technically it appears like a reusable component. Within this client content div, I can show another div with a class name of flex and a gap-3. Let's fix this spelling under class name. And within it, let's render an image with a source equal to img, an alt tag equal to the name of the person that reviewed, and a class name of w-12, h-12, and a rounded-full. We typically round the avatar images. So now we can see the images of 4 different people that provided you with a review. Of course, if you want to switch this, you would upload new images under assets and then change the path. Right below the image, we can render another div with a class name equal to flex and flex-call. And then within that div, we can render a p tag that'll have a class name equal to font-semi-bold, text-white-800, and it'll render the name. We can do something similar right below by rendering another p tag with a class name equal to text-white-500, and on medium devices, text-base, usually text-sm, and font-light. In there, we can render their position. So if I save this, this is looking good. Maybe we don't have to make it light because it's too hard to see. So this is actually good. We can go 2 divs down and then create another div where we're going to show the number of stars that they gave you. So we can give that a class name equal to flex, self-end, since we want to put it at the end of this card, and it'll have items-center and a gap of 2 between each star. There, we can say array.from, and we want to pass a length of the array of 5, because all of them want to, of course, give you 5 stars. Once you create an array of 5 elements, we can say .map, where we don't really care about the info that is in there. So a good practice is to put an underscore there. And then we actually care about the index. So we can simply show an image for each one of these indices with a key equal to index and a source equal to /assets /star.png. If you save it, you can see 5 huge stars for each review. Let's also give it an alt tag of star and a class name equal to w5 and an h of 5 to make it just a tiny bit smaller. And that leaves you with a finished client section that has 4 different reviews. Of course, you can add as many more as you want. And this section is completely mobile responsive. So you can see it like this, or on desktop, it looks great. And it very nicely complements the previous section, kind of where you're showing your projects and then you hear about the great things people say about you. Which leads us to our next section, my work experience. New employers typically want to know where you worked before, so they can see what kind of skills do you have and what kind of environments can you find your way around. So this is going to be quite an interesting section. So interesting, in fact, that I want to keep it for the end. So before we focus on this one, we can focus on the Contact Me section so that future employers can reach out to you via email and give you a job. So to implement it, we can go back to our app and create a new section in the sections folder and call it contact.jsx, run RAFCE, and then render it right here near the end, contact. There we go. We can go into it, turn it into a section with a class name of C-space and margin Y20, and then do what we always do, which is to render an H3 with a class name equal to head-text. That'll say something like contact me. And now we're ready to create yet another great section of your new 3D portfolio. First things first, I'll wrap this H3 within a div. That div will have a class name equal to relative, min-h-screen, flex, items-center, justify-center, and flex-call, so the elements appear one below another. Next, right within it, I'll render a self-closing image with a source equal to /assets /terminal.png. It'll have an alt tag of terminal background, and you'll see very soon why that is. And it'll have a class name of absolute, as it'll be absolutely positioned, with an inset of 0 and min-h-screen. So if I save it, check this out. It's like a terminal window from within which people can contact you. So let's go right below this image, still within the same div, and create another div with a class name equal to contact-container. Within it, we can put this H3 and maybe change it to something more casual, like let's talk. Then right below it, we can have a p tag, and that p tag will have a class name equal to text-lg, text-white-600, and a margin top of 3. Here, we can say something along the lines of, whether you're looking to build a new website, improve your existing platform, or bring a new project to life, I'm here to help. Or feel free to write something that resonates with you. Next, right here, we can create a form. Later on, we'll interact with that form, so we have to create a ref pointing to it, as well as a state and a handler. So right at the top, we can say const form ref is equal to use ref, of course, coming from React. Next, as I said, we need to have a state for that form. So we can say use state, call it form, and set form at the start equal to an empty object with a name property equal to an empty string, an email property equal to an empty string as well, and a message equal to an empty string at the start. We can also create a handle change function, which we can call once we type something in. so whenever the input changes. And of course, we'll need a handle submit functionality as well, both of which I'll leave pretty empty for now. We'll add some logic later on. And let's not forget, once we submit, we'll actually have to turn on the loading. So let's create a new state of loading, set loading, at the start set to false. And let's go back to the JSX. Now to this form, we can provide a ref equal to form ref and an onSubmit handler equal to handle submit. We can also give it a class name equal to margin top of 12, flex dash col, space dash y dash 7 to create some space. Right within it, we can render a label for our first input. This label will have a class name equal to space dash y dash 3 to create some space, and it'll contain a span element that'll have a class name equal to field dash label, and it'll say full name, just like this. Right below it, we can render a self-closing input tag that'll have a type is equal to text, a name equal to name, a value equal to form.name, an onChange equal to handle change, a required field, a class name equal to field dash input, and a placeholder equal to John Doe. If we save this, you can see a beautiful full name field. Well, it's not really that beautiful, it is just simple and effective. So now we can duplicate this 2 more times. Duplicate the entire label containing the span and the input 1 and 2 more times. There we go. Now we can further modify them. The second one, instead of full name, can just say email. The type will be an email field, the name will be email, the field in the form will point to the email field. I think you see where this is going. And the placeholder can be johndoe@gmail.com. Great. Finally, let's focus on the last one, which will contain the actual message. So the span will say your message, like this. And instead of an input, let's use a text area that'll have a name equal to message, a value equal to form.message, an onChange equal to handle change, required with 5 rows, a class name of field input, and a placeholder of, hi, I'm interested in ... Somebody might want to start typing something like that to you. Or if you want to be funny, something like, hi, I want to give you a job, ... That's most likely why they're reaching out, right? So they can explain their reasoning right here. Great. This terminal image is a bit skewed right here on mobile devices. So if you want to, you can disable it on mobile. You can do that by disabling this image right here. And it still works very well. But I'm going to keep it because on desktop devices, this is quite an interesting way to show a contact form, especially for a developer portfolio. So with that in mind, let's add a button that they can use to send you a message. We'll add it below the last label, still within the form, by adding a button with a class name equal to field-btn, a type equal to submit, and it's going to be disabled while it is loading. Now, the text of the button, if it's loading, will be sending ... else it'll be send message. And we can also render a self-closing image with a source equal to /assets /arrow-up.png with an alt tag of arrow-up and a class name equal to field-btn_arrow. And that's going to look something like this. Pretty clean. Of course, if you click it, you won't be able to submit because the full name field is required. So now let's implement the actual sending functionality by scrolling to the top of the component and first keeping track of what our users are typing in. In the handle change, we can destructure the event to get the target out of it, and then we can destructure the name and the value of what we're typing in. Once we get that, you can call the set form, you can destructure the previous values of the form by saying .form, and then dynamically you can change the field of this specific name with this specific value. So this is a very clean way of creating a reusable handle change component that you can use on any field. How does it work is it takes the name of the input and the value of the input and then updates it accordingly based on the name and the value. Great. Now, to implement the actual email sending logic, we'll use a very simple free tool that allows you to do just that. It's called Email.js. You can get to it by typing email.js.com and click Create a Free Account. It's so simple, they don't even offer OAuth. You'll have to type in your email and name manually. Once you sign in, you'll be greeted with a dashboard that looks something like this, specifying that you have 200 free requests and inviting you to create a new service. So let's add a new Gmail service, give it a name, copy the service ID, and for now paste it as a comment right here, and then click Connect Account. Once you grant your email permissions, it's going to say connected. Then create a service. And if it has been connected successfully, you should also be getting an email from Email.js indicating that it works. So how do we actually integrate it? Well, let's go into the handle submit. Let's get an event right here. That's going to be a click submit event. And whenever you submit a form in the browser, it reloads the browser. But since we're working on a single page application, we don't want that to happen. So we can say e.prevent default. Next, we can set the loading to true because we're starting to send our email. Then we'll have to use an Email.js library. So let's go to our terminal and run npm install @email.js/browser. Once it installs, you'll be able to use email.js, which you can import right here at the top by saying import email.js from @email.js/browser. On this email.js variable, you have a send method, which accepts a service ID. So this is the ID that we just copied from email.js, and you can add it as a string right here. It also accepts a second thing, which is a template ID. So head over to the second link on the left sidebar here and check out your default template. It simply says email to this address from name and then reply to. You got a new message from name to message. This is looking good to me. So let's go to settings right here and copy this template ID. I'll pass that as the second parameter to this function. I'll actually put all of these in new lines so it's easier to see what is happening. And the third parameter is the actual form data. So here you can send the from_name equal to form.name. Okay, this is from, this is form. How do you know that you have to pass the from name? Well, because that is a meta variable right here in the template. So whatever you pass here from name, it'll appear right here in the template. It'll appear right when you get the email. So it's going to say new message from name. Okay, that's good. Next, we also want to give it a to name. It's coming to you. So put your name there. From email will be equal to form.email. And then to email will be your email. So I'll put adrian@jsmastery.pro. And finally, the most important part you want to send is the message, which is equal to form.message. Great. And now we can use async await to figure out what happens when we send the message. So I'll make this function async, and I'll wrap this in a try and catch block. So that's going to look something like this. We have a try, and then we have a catch if an error happens. I'll put this email.js.send in a try and add an await in front of it. If everything goes successfully, then we can set loading to false, and we can show some kind of an alert. So let's actually type alert and say your message has been sent. In the catch, we're going to still set the loading to false, but we will console.log the error, and we will set alert to something went wrong, which hopefully will never happen. And if you want to, you can further style this alert by actually showing it on the screen once the email gets sent. This will just do a native browser alert. So going back to my portfolio, I'll enter my name and I'll enter an email. Let's do contact@jsmastery.pro and I'll enter my message. Something like your Three.js skills are through the roof. And I'll click send message. Oh, we get a something went wrong. Okay, that's good. Let's see why. If I go to console, it says the public key is required. Oh yeah, I missed the fourth parameter to the send method. It is the email.js public key, which I need to get from their platform. To get to the public key, just go here and then click this icon right here, admin account. And there you can find your public key. So you can just add it as a string right here. Perfect. Now, if we go back, it says sending and it says your message has been sent. Perfect. Back in my email provider, I can see a message from me, new message from Adrian. Hello, Adrian. You got a message from Adrian. You're hired. Your Three.js skills are through the roof. Perfect. I cleaned the message and with it my inbox, so it gave me this nice image. And that means that we have successfully implemented the Contact Me section, which of course looks even better on desktop. One improvement we can make is also clean the form once we submit it. So once the message has been sent, we can say set form to be equal to an empty object. And we can reset all the values, such as name, email, and message back to an empty string. If you save that and send the message, it'll get sent and then it'll clear the form so the sender knows that they don't have to resend it because it went through. Great. Next, let's create a super simple footer by creating a new section called footer.jsx, running RAFCE, and then importing it right here below the contact. That's going to be footer. And when I said very simple, I really do mean it. As soon as we do this, we'll be able to move to the last component of the day. So let's head over into the footer and let's start implementing it. It'll be a section of its own with a class name equal to c-space, some padding on the top like 7 and padding of the bottom like 3, border-t, border-black-300. If we save this, we can start seeing a line that appears right here. Flex, justify dash between, and items dash center. We can also give it a flex wrap so it wraps in smaller devices and a gap of 5. Within this section, we can render a div that'll have a class name equal to text-white-500, flex, and a gap of 2 in between the elements. So we can render a p tag that's going to say something like terms and conditions of checking out this portfolio. Next, below it, we can render another p tag that's just going to render a vertical line. And below that, we can render a privacy policy. Might be a bit of an overkill for this kind of application, but doesn't hurt to add it. We can go below this div and create a new div that'll act as the second container with a class name equal to flex and a gap of 3. Within it, we can render a new div with a class name equal to social-icon. And right within it, we can render an image with a source equal to /assets/github.svg because you want to point to your GitHub account. So we can give it an alt tag of GitHub as well. And we can give it a class name equal to W1/2. That's going to be about 50%, and H-1/2 as well. Once you add it, you're going to get this great looking GitHub logo right below. And of course, if you want to, you can turn it into an anchor tag and point to your GitHub profile. I'll duplicate this div 2 more times below. And for the second one, I'll render a Twitter icon with an alt tag of Twitter. And for the third one, I'll render something like Instagram, but you can also do LinkedIn if you want to. And if I save this, we get 3 great looking icons at the bottom. And of course, what would a portfolio be without one last p tag with a class name of text-white-500, where we can render a copyright sign and say something like 2024 Adrian, all rights reserved. If we save it, yep, that's looking good. Looks good on mobile and looks good on desktop as well, which means that we are ready to add the last missing section of our portfolio. In between the testimonials and the contact, we want to show our visitors how does our past work experience look like. So let's collapse it. Let's close the app and let's create the last section of the day. Inside of sections, I can create a new file called experience.jsx, run rafce, and I can call it right here, experience. Self-closing tag, the last one for the day, so I can actually close this app with starting to implement the experience section. Our experience section is going to be quite exciting. I'm going to show you two different websites. One will allow you to create your own custom avatar. You can customize everything. And then the second one will allow you to animate its limbs to perform specific actions. That sounds pretty exciting, so let's get started. First, I'll turn this into a section that'll have a class name equal to c-space and margin y of 20. Next, within it, I'll render a div with a class name equal to w-full and a text weight of 600. Within it, I can show an h3 that'll have a class name equal to head-text, and it'll say my work experience. There we go. Right beneath it, we can have another div that'll act as a container. So we can give it a class name of work-container. And within it, we'll render our canvas. So let's create a div wrapping our canvas by giving it a class name equal to work-canvas. And this is where our React 3 Fiber canvas will go. It'll look something like this, but for now, I won't put anything within it and I'll leave it as it is. That's because first, I want to focus on the right side, the actual content of our work experience. And then later on, I'll show you how to add a custom model right here. So let's go below this canvas and below its container div. And let's create another div with a class name equal to work-content. Within it, we can create another div that'll have a class name to create some spacing, such as on small devices, padding y of 10, typically padding y of 5, on small devices, padding x of 5, and otherwise padding x of 2.5. There we go. Now we have some spacing. Within it, we can map over our work experience by opening a new dynamic block of code and saying work experiences coming from constants dot map, where we get each individual item of a work experience and its belonging index. And then we can use an immediate return by using parentheses to render a div for each one of these work experiences. Let's command click work experiences to see what we have in there so you can modify it. We have an ID, a name of the company, position, or short for POS, duration when you work there, a title of your job, icon, and an animation that we want to display on our 3D model. More on that later. So feel free to modify this to reflect your work experiences. With that said, we can destructure those values right here. So I will destructure the name, the position, the duration, the title, and the animation. If there's something else, we can get it later on. But for now, I think that should be it. And since we have an ID, we don't even need to get an index right here. So we can just get an ID as well. Great. So let's give this div a key equal to ID and a class name equal to work-content underscore container, and give it another class name of group. Within it, we can render an inner div that'll have a class name equal to flex-column, so the elements appear one below another, h-full, justify-start, items-center, and padding y of 2. Within it, we can render another div that'll wrap an image. So let's give it a class name equal to work-content underscore logo. And within it, we can render an img that'll have a source equal to icon. I don't think I have destructured that, so let me destructure icon right here, with an alt tag equal to logo and a class name equal to w-full and h-full. So now you can see 3 beautiful icons appear right here on the left. We can go below this div that is wrapping your icon, and we can render a self-closing div with a class name equal to work-content, and this will just create a bar in between them. Barely noticeable, but it is there. Now we can go one more div outside and create a new div within which we can display some more information. So it can have a class name of, on small devices, padding of 5 to create some spacing, typically padding x of 2.5, and a padding y of 5. So let's start displaying that great information. We can create a p tag with a class name of font-bold and text-white-800. And we can render the name of the company right within it. There we go, that's looking good. Now, right below that p tag, we can render another p tag with a class name equal to text-sm and margin bottom of 5. There, we can render the POS, or the position, and then say --, and then render the duration. That's gonna look something like this. Finally, below that p tag, I can render another p tag that'll have a class name of group-hover. So once we hover on that, we wanna change the text over to white and provide a transition for which we can do that of ease in out and a duration of 500 milliseconds. So now if you render a title right here, which is more or less the description, this will show up. The text will initially be gray, but you don't even have to hover over the text. If you just hover on the card, the text will turn white so you can read it with more contrast. This is looking amazing, and it's looking even better on desktop. But the question is, what will we put right here on the left side? Check this out. We'll put your own custom created avatar. This is the one that I created, and right now it's kind of just standing there in an idle position. But check this out. As you hover your cursor from a position to a position, it changes animations. So in 2019, we were at Notion and it is saluting. Then in Figma, it is clapping to itself, I guess. And then in Framer, it is jumping out of success. So this is a pretty fun addition to a Three.js portfolio. So let's go ahead and implement it together. It'll be a multi-part implementation. First, I'll teach you how to create your own 3D avatar. Then I'll teach you how to add animations to it. And then I'll teach you how to add it within your code. So let's do that together. As I've given you the link to that amazing website that transforms GLB models into React 3 Fiber components, on the second page of the same guide that is linked below for free, you can find detailed instructions on using this avatar creator website to, well, create your own avatar. So download it by clicking the link down in the description, and I'll see you on the dashboard. Once you create your account, you should be redirected to a dashboard that looks something like this. The first step is to choose web as your platform. You can also choose React, and then click this link, which will open up your avatar creator. You can start from many of these predefined templates. I'll try to pick a character that looks most like a developer. Let's go with this one right here. Okay, I feel a bit like playing Sims. You can dress up your character by choosing different clothes, change the pants too, the gender, and all of the facial features. This is pretty crazy. There's a whole hair section right here. I mean, this is a full-blown video game avatar creator. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna rock these glasses. Feel free to take your time to modify it a bit further. I think my character is good. So I'll press next.
It's going to ask you to create a Ready Player Me account, but you can click Continue without sign up. And check this out. You get a link with your GLB model. How cool is that? Make sure to copy it. To download this file, just paste it again in the browser. It'll automatically be downloaded. Next, we'll use Adobe's Mixamo, which is going to allow you to mix some animations into your model. Again, the link to this website and the guide of how to use it is within the first pages of the Three.js guide linked below. Once you're here, make sure to sign up. Then, on top right, click Upload Character, and then simply drag and drop your file. It's going to process it, and it says unable to map it. That's because Mixamo expects an FBX file extension. So just open up the converter, which is linked in the Three.js guide, and then drag and drop your file here. Once you do that, you can click Convert, and in a matter of seconds, you'll be able to download your FBX file. Now you can go back here and upload your character. It's uploading and processing. Next, we have to rig our character. So drag and drop the markers in the same way that's explained on the image on the right. So I'll copy the chin and I will put it right here at the chin. Wrists can go right here where our wrists are. And then we can use the elbows as well. They're going to be somewhere around here, I guess. I cannot see because the shirt is too fat. Then we have the knees. I'll place them somewhere around here. And then the groin is around here. Perfect. So let's click Next. It is rigging it, and this process can take up to 2 minutes. So let's give it some time, and I'll be right back. And check this out. The character is looking good, it is turning around, and you can also enable the skeleton view, which just makes this happen, I guess. So let's disable that skeleton view. And let's click Next. Now it's gonna load right here, and you can choose different animations that you want your character to do, such as hip-hop dancing. There we go, this is so cool. Keep in mind, this was a character that you created and completely optimized, and now it is dancing. I mean, pretty crazy stuff. Keep in mind that right here, we're working with an FBX extension, which is typically used for animation. We'll get your model's textures from the GLB file that you downloaded, so we'll mix and match both. Now you can find any animations you want, but I'll show you some that I'll be using. We definitely need an idle animation. This animation will just make your character wait for further input. There's also different kinds of idle, like this one here, or maybe this one breathing. You can choose your own. Let me see what I like. We have a sad idle, happy idle. It's so interesting that these are all for different games. Let's see how happy idle looks like. Yeah, I think this is good. So let's go ahead and download this FBX binary, and I'll click download once again. Great. Now let's use it within our code. Back within our code, we can start diving into the canvas by creating an ambient light and give it an intensity of about 7. We can also give it a spotlight for a dramatic effect with a position equal to, I found 10, 10, and 10 to work the best, an angle of about 0.15 degrees, and a penumbra equal to 1. These are some properties that I would love to dive deeper into, but they're just outside of the scope of this video. So we'll dive into these much deeper within our Ultimate Three.js course. Finally, below the spotlight, I'll render a directional light. So in this case, we have 3 different lights lighting our model. It'll have a position equal to 10, 10, 10, same as before, within an array, and an intensity equal to 1. Finally, we can render orbit controls so we can actually move our model with an enable zoom equal to false and a max polar angle equal to math.pi divided by 2. We have done this before already. This prevents you from looking beneath the model, but you can look in front and on the sides. Finally, we're going to render a suspense right here in case loading takes a bit longer, where we can add a fallback and use our canvas loader component right here.
And finally, within, we can render our model. So let's create a new component that's going to be called developer. That's us, a developer model.jsx. Within here, run RAFCE and exchange developer to group because we are within a Three.js environment, and simply call it right here, developer, as a self-closing component. To it, we can pass a position y equal to -3 and a scale equal to 3. Of course, everything breaks right now, but that's because we haven't actually put a real model right here. So let's do that next. And you already know how to do that. Just upload your GLB right into this website. Remember to upload the first model that you downloaded from that avatar creator, not the FBX files. It's gonna look something like this. Pretty crazy. Click play, click exports, and copy to clipboard, and then override this thing right here. Make sure to say export default, developer, and at the top, you can also set up this model and rename it to developer. So const developer is equal to a functional component that accepts props. Now, a very important thing right here is to specify the right path. So we actually have to add our GLB model into our public folder. So go to public, models, human, and then right here, you need to add a developer.glb file. In my case, that'll be this one, readyplayermodel.glb. I'll simply drag and drop it here, remove the existing one, and rename it to developer. You can do the same with yours. Next, you can point to it right here by pointing to /models/human/developer.glb. And remember, you have to do this in one more place, right here at the bottom, /models/human/developer.glb. Now let's open up the console and see what kind of errors do we have. It looks like I misspelled directional light. So let's go into the experience and fix the spelling. Directional light. There we go. Was that it, or was there more issues? Oh, the light in Spotlight needs to be uppercased, same as in ambient and directional. So let's fix that. And now our website loads. So let's scroll down. And check this out. Our model is here. I will expand it just so you can see how it looks like on full screen. There we go. It is actually looking pretty good. You can play with the lights to make it appear more realistic, change the position from the lights, and orbital controls allow us to move around this model. And already this is so cool. But how do we animate it? Well, let me show you. First things first, we want to destructure the actions by calling the use animations coming from React 3.js. To that, you can pass an array of different animations, such as the idle animation. But how do we import that animation into our scene and into our file? Well, let me show you. You can say const animations and then rename it to idle animation is equal to use FBX. This is coming from React 3.js. And then you have to pass the path to your FBX animation. Ours is in the models/human/idle.fbx. If you haven't added it already, go there, delete the existing one if it's there, and then add the one that you downloaded from Mixamo. I'll rename it to just lowercase idle. Make sure to leave the extension in there and then drag and drop it into your human folder. You'll notice that it has this icon, which means that it is a valid animation, an FBX file. So now we're properly pointing to it and we're calling it an idle animation. So we can extract its name by saying idle animation 0.name, and we can set it to a string of idle, And when we set animations within this use animations, as I said, it accepts an array and we can pass the idle animation 0. So to put this animation to use, we have to create a new ref called group is equal to use ref from React. And then we have to attach it to this group by saying ref is equal to group. Now that we know that we can refer to our human by using the group ref, we can add it as the second parameter to the use animations after the array. So simply say group right here, which will attach the animations to this model. Next, you can create a use effect that accepts a callback function. It's going to change whenever the animation name changes. And this is something that we can pass. So let's destructure the props by getting the animation name, which we can default to idle. And then we can also destructure all of the other props right here. Or should I say restructure, because we are just spreading them out. Now that we have that, whenever the animation name changes, we can call actions, pass the animation name that we want to access, and then reset it. And we can also fade it in with a duration of 0.5 seconds and then play that new animation. We also need to clean this up by adding a return to our use effect where we can say actions, animation name, and then we can fade out that animation by 0.5 seconds. Great. Make sure that in fade in is spelled uppercase. That's going to make the application work again, which means that we can scroll down and see our model, but it is still standing still. For some reason, this new idle animation that I downloaded and put right here within my human folder isn't working. It might be working for you, I'm not sure, but if I switch it over to some other animation that I added before, such as this salute one right here, and save it, you can see that it is actually saluting. So for some people, some animations might work, some others might not. So there's one thing I'll do to make sure that everything works 100% for you. And that is that in the README of this video, I'll leave a zipped animations folder. So you can simply download it and put it right next to your human folder where you have your developer.glb. That way, you have 4 animations, which I personally picked, which work the best for this portfolio, that will definitely work for you. So after you add them, you can switch this back over to idle here too, and make sure that it is coming from models, animations, idle, right here at the top as well. And if you save that and scroll down, you can see that the idle animation is now being applied. This is looking great. So now let's add the other animations as well. I will duplicate this 4 more times. I'll rename the second one to salute animation, the third one to clapping animation, and the fourth one to victory animation. And of course, we have to make sure to change the names pointing to those FBX files. So I'll add salute, clapping, and victory. We also have to change their names right here below by saying salute animation. The name will be salute. Clapping animation. The name will be clapping. And finally, we have victory animation. The name will be victory. Now, after you reload the page, we can still see the idle animation right here. So how can we actually switch between them? Well, let's head over to the experience section and let's add a new state. By using the use state, call it animation name, set animation name at the start set to idle. And then here's the cool part. Where we're mapping over our work experiences section, we can give this div an onClick property. It'll be a callback function that'll call set animation name, and we can pass the animation dot to lowercase. So each one of these work experiences has a specific animation name attached to it. So once we're there, we're going to simply let it play. Also, I'll add an on pointer over This is similar to onClick, but it'll show once we add our pointer over a specific element. And there, we also want to do the same thing. So set animation name to be equal to animation dot to lowercase. And the last one is on pointer out. So once we extract our pointer, we want to set a callback function and set the animation name to be equal to back to idle. Let's test it out. Of course, make sure that you're passing the animation that we have selected back to our developer model. That is right here, developer. You can say animation name is equal to animation name. Make sure to name it properly, save it, go to the developer file, and then we have to make use of these 4 animations by extracting their actions. So currently, we are adding our current animation, the idle one, but now we need to add 4 more. So we can say the second one is salute animation, 0. We can also do a clapping animation, 0. And finally, a victory animation, 0. If we save this and scroll down, you can see that the model is currently idle, but if I hover over specific elements, it starts saluting, clapping, and celebrating. So this is actually amazing. This has been the most fun section of a website I have built in a long time, and I hope you enjoyed building it with me. I also can't wait to see your model on your website doing some of these crazy animations. So the next big thing is, of course, to deploy this website so we can all see each other's avatars. And to deploy our great Three.js portfolio, we'll be using Hostinger's fast servers. So just head over to your dashboard, find the website under the domain name that you chose at the beginning, and go to the file manager. Next, go into the public_HTML and delete the existing default.php. Next, go back to your IDE, open up the terminal, and run npm run build. This will create an optimized production build of your React application. There we go. If you go to the project, you'll see a new dist folder appear. Right-click it and click Open in Finder or File Explorer if you're in Windows. Once you're there, select them and then drag and drop them within the H panel. It will take some time to upload as there are a few 3D models and a lot of assets. And there we go. Our files are here. Now let's go back to the H panel and click on your domain name. Check this out. We have our great loading. The model is loading up for the first time, and here it is. Your own 3D Three.js developer portfolio. There are some minor tweaks that you still might need to make, such as changing the favicon and the title in the index.html file, or actually pointing these nav links to the sections of your screen. But these are the types of changes that I want you to make to perfect your portfolio. Actually, I want to see you change these 3D models, play with it, and make it your own. Then share it across socials and show me the work that you've done. In a couple of months, there's going to be a lot of examples of this exact portfolio, but you are here to make it your own, to make it stand out. So, phenomenal job on coming to the end of this video and building this portfolio with me. You've not only built your Three.js portfolio, but you've learned how Three.js works behind the scenes. And this was just the start of the journey. For the past year, I've been working on the best Three.js course on the internet. I know it's a big thing to say, but trust me, it'll be phenomenal. It is coming soon and it'll be available on jsmastery.pro. So it's possible that by the time you're watching this video, it is already there. If you liked what you've learned here, you will love what we'll cover there. So thank you so much for coming to the end of this video and building this amazing portfolio, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day.